At a little after 9, Mara reached the public entrance with rain shining on her coat. It was light but steady, softening the paving stones and making the iron railings gleam. Drops gathered on leaves, slipped from the awning, and tapped the brim of her hood. She took the ring of 4 keys from her pocket. A long brass key, the smallest silver key, a key with a green label, and a blue marked key rested against one another. Their labels were written in clear block letters beneath the entrance light. Mara found the brass key marked public entrance, placed it in the lock, and turned it once. The mechanism gave. She opened the door inward, stepped into the entrance hall, and closed it carefully behind her. Through the glass, rain remained visible as a fine silver veil over the dark garden. For a moment she stood beneath the first lamp. Its frosted glass shades spread a honey-colored pool across the tiles. The rest of the hall was dim, but the light showed the reception desk, coat stand, broad staircase, and narrow table where the handover materials had been left. Mara removed her gloves and placed them beside the small logbook. She folded them together, smoothing one damp fingertip flat against the other, then wiped a bead of rain from her sleeve with her palm. The book had a dark green cover softened at the corners by use. On top lay the cream-colored handover card, its short list printed in black. She held it close to the lamp. Public entrance, unlocked. She checked the first line with the end of her pencil, then looked at the door. The handle rested in its proper position and the latch sat flush. She pressed the handle gently, released it, and marked the line with a small tick. The next line referred to the entrance lamps. Beside the desk, Mara turned on only the first 2. The lamp above reception and the one farther along the corridor. Their light joined the first pool, making a calm path across the floor. The higher windows reflected them back, so that outside there seemed to be another quiet building suspended in the rain. She stood at the end of the new path of light and looked along it. The first pool held the desk and the narrow table. The second reached the framed botanical print farther down the corridor. Between them, the dark blue tiles showed their pale grout lines and a few small scratches from pots and watering cans that had passed there in daylight. The lamps did not brighten the whole building, they made only the useful parts easy to see. Mara walked to the key table with the ring in her hand and read the labels in order. Public entrance, reception, citrus house, surface gate. She touched each corresponding key as she read it. The brass key, the smallest silver key, the green labeled key, and the blue marked key. The ring made a faint sound each time it settled against the tabletop. All present. She copied the phrase into the logbook. Her handwriting leaned slightly to the right, and the pencil made a soft, dry sound over the paper. When she finished, she placed it along the book's spine. She checked that the date was on the same line as the time, then closed the book over the entry and opened it again to the handover card. The card lay flat beneath her hand. The hall smelled faintly of wax and wet wool. A shallow bowl held spare clips and rubber bands. A folded umbrella leaned against the umbrella stand. On the reception desk, blank visitor cards waited beneath a paperweight shaped like a smooth gray stone. Somewhere in the building, water moved through a pipe and settled again. Mara picked up the logbook, keeping the handover card on top beneath her thumb. She slipped the key ring into her coat pocket, where it rested as a small weight against her hip, and followed the lit corridor. The second lamp was mounted above a framed botanical print. Its shade cast a warm oval across dark leaves, pale flowers, and a small painted label. Mara did not stop to read it. She noticed the leaves, the steady border of the frame, and the rain tracing the window beside it. At the end of the corridor stood the citrus house door. It was taller than the others, fitted with a broad pane of glass divided by narrow wooden bars. Beyond it lay softened darkness. A low lamp inside showed the faint outline of a bench and the nearest broad leaves. Mara took the green labeled key, marked Citrus House from the ring. She placed the logbook on the ledge beside the door, with the handover card open on top, turned the key so its label faced upward, and checked it against the card. Citrus House. First lamps. She found the small switch on the wall and turned it on. Inside, the first lamps came alive, one by one along the threshold. Their light touched the glazed roof, tiled path, and leaves nearest the door. Moisture softened the glass from within. The room gathered itself gently around the new light. Mara unlocked the door, but did not open it wide. She withdrew the key and rested her hand on the handle. A little warmth reached her fingers through the metal. When she eased the door inward, mild, damp air met her, carrying the clean green scent of leaves and the rounded sweetness of oranges. She kept the door at her shoulder and looked first at the lamp nearest the threshold. Its shade faced inward over the tiles, as the handover card described. Farther along, another light made a pale oval between the pots. The bench remained a simple dark shape beyond the first leaves. No part of the room asked her to go farther before the next line of the card. Mara remained at the threshold, with the open handover card resting on the logbook beside her, the rain behind her, and the first lamps shining ahead. She wrote down the lamps in their order, noting the ones nearest the door and the softer glow beyond them. The pencil returned to the ledge beside the open card. Mara returned the green labeled key to the ring with the other 3 keys and slipped the complete ring back into her coat pocket. Her hand rested briefly on the card's lower corner. The nearest pot held a dark rounded leaf turned toward the lamp. Mara noticed its smooth edge, the wet glass beyond it, and the clear tile at the beginning of the path. Outside, rain touched the glass roof in a quiet, even pattern. Inside, warm air moved among the leaves. The door remained open at her shoulder. The open handover card remained on top of the logbook on the ledge beside her, and the ring of 4 keys rested in her coat pocket. Behind her, the entrance hall held its soft pools of lamplight, each one steady, each one in its place. Mara paused at the Citrus House threshold, with the handover card resting in her left hand. Beyond the glass door, the lamps she had entered on the logbook cast small pools of amber among the leaves. Their light caught on waxy surfaces and disappeared into the darker branches above. Rain tapped softly against the roof panels, thin and even, as though someone were brushing a fingertip along the glass. She read the first line again. Citrus, entrance lamp, low bracket, facing inward. Far lamp, high bracket, angled toward the central path. The card had been written in a narrow, practical hand. Mara held it beneath the corridor light and compared the words with what she could see. The entrance lamp stood on the left, mounted just above shoulder height. Its shade pointed toward the interior, not across the doorway. She stepped 1 pace inside and looked back at it from the path. The beam fell where the cards suggested, over the first stretch of tiled floor and the nearest pots. She marked the position with her pencil, not yet in the logbook, but on the margin of the handover card, a small tick beside the first instruction. The second lamp was farther in, suspended from a dark metal arm. Its light reached down through the leaves and lay across the central path in a pale oval. Mara moved beneath it, then turned toward the doorway. From there, the angle was easier to judge. The lamp was not aimed at the glass or at the ceiling. It illuminated the path and the broad leaves along its edge, leaving the opposite side in a gentler shadow. A drop of rain slid down the outside of the door and bent the corridor lights into a wavering line. She made the second tick. At the end of the card, below the lamp positions, a small square held the overnight temperature reading. Mara lifted the card closer. The number had been written at the previous handover. 18.5 degrees Celsius. She looked toward the instrument fixed beside the inner frame. Its narrow display showed 18.4. She waited without touching it. The figures remained steady. Mara wrote the reading on the back of the card, adding the time from her watch. The pencil point made a dry whisper across the paper. Then she slipped the card into the clear sleeve attached to the clipboard, leaving the fresh note visible through the plastic. She stepped into the corridor and drew the glass door closed behind her. It settled against the frame with a soft click. Before she fetched the watering can, Mara stepped back into the entrance hall. The rain had left a dark shine across the shoulders of her coat and a few drops at the cuff. She took the coat off slowly, shook the sleeves once over the tiles, and hung it on the coat stand beside the public door. The cardigan beneath it was dry and plain. From the coat pocket, she took the complete ring of labeled keys and placed it on the entrance hall hookboard near the door. She checked that the green citrus house label faced outward. The keys settled together with a small metallic sound. She returned through the corridor in her cardigan, with the clipboard under her arm, leaving the citrus house key with the other labeled keys on the board. The watering can stood beside the potting bench, where the corridor widened before the glasshouse door. It was a modest metal can with a long, curved spout and a rose head fitted over the end. Mara picked it up by the handle and felt its weight. Empty, or nearly so. She tilted it slightly. A little water moved inside with a quiet slap. She carried it back through the corridor to the tap set into the wall beside the entrance hall. The handle turned stiffly at first, then gave way. Water struck the bottom of the can and rang against the metal. Mara watched the level rise, pausing when it reached the mark painted near the inside rim. She closed the tap firmly, lifted the can with both hands, and waited for the last thread of water to fall from the spout. On the way back, she kept the can close to her hip. The entrance lamps glowed behind her, and the labeled keys rested in their place on the hook board near the public door. Their tags shifted once as a draft moved through the hall. Outside, the rain had darkened the paving stones. Inside, the citrus house warmth pressed gently against the glass. She opened the door with her elbow. The nearest tree was a small calamondin in a square terracotta pot, its branches carrying a few round fruits no larger than walnuts. Mara lowered the watering can and tested the rose with her thumb. The stream softened into a fine spread. She directed it toward the soil, circling the base rather than wetting the leaves. Water darkened the earth in widening rings. When a narrow gleam appeared at the drainage holes, she shifted the can away and let the soil absorb what it had received. The next tree stood just beyond it, taller and more open, with a slender trunk and leaves that trembled when the rain struck the roof. Mara moved along the near side of the path, keeping the can tilted only as far as needed. She watered the second pot, then the third, each time watching the change in the soil before moving on. There was no reason to reach deeper into the house. The handover card specified the nearest trees only, and the first three were within comfortable reach of the doorway. She left the farther rows untouched. A small bead of water clung to the lip of the rose and fell onto the tile. Mara set the can down beside the bench and opened the logbook. The pages were ruled in narrow columns: time, place, observation, action. She dated the line and wrote slowly. 2118, Citrus House. Entrance lamp positioned on low bracket, facing inward. Far lamp positioned on high bracket, angled across central path. Both positions agree with handover card. Temperature card read 18.5 degrees Celsius at handover. Wall display steady at 18.4 to. Watered nearest 3 citrus trees only. Soil moistened to drainage. No standing water observed. She read the entry from beginning to end. The words fitted within their boxes. No correction was needed. Mara added her initials in the final margin, then rested the pencil across the spine. The watering can waited where she had left it. She lifted it, carried it to the tap in the entrance hall, and poured out the small amount remaining in the bottom. The metal gave a hollow note as the last drops struck the drain. She returned the can to its place beside the bench, spout turned inward, handle parallel with the edge. Back at the threshold, she closed the logbook for the moment and held it against her cardigan. The warm air touched her face. Leaves shifted faintly overhead, responding to the small currents made by the door. Beyond them, rain moved over the glass in long silver threads, carrying the amber lamps downward through the leaves, until the whole citrus house seemed to hold the weather at a comfortable distance. The watering can felt lighter on the way back. Mara carried it by the handle, keeping the narrow spout angled upward so that the last drops would not trail across the floor. Under her other arm, she held the logbook and clipboard close against her side. Behind her, the citrus trees held their fresh water in the dark soil around their trunks. Their leaves gave off a warm green scent, sharpened slightly by the rain beyond the glass. The low entrance lamp made a quiet pool near the door, while the higher lamp at the far end showed only a few pale leaves and the faint shine of the paths. At the small entrance hall counter, she set the watering can beside the sink. She placed the logbook beneath the lamp and opened it to the page for her first round. Then she slid the temperature card from the clipboard sleeve and secured it beneath the clip on the counter, where its reading would remain easy to see. The counter was plain and useful, made from dark wood worn smooth at the front corners. A pencil rested in the fold of the open logbook. There was a shallow tray for keys, a small tin of matches, and a folded cloth for drying the counter when rain was carried in on shoes. Beneath the worktop, partly hidden behind the lower shelf, something white caught her attention. Mara bent to see it properly. It was an enamel kettle, small enough to lift with one hand. Its body was a quiet cream color, dulled by years of use, with a blue line around the lid and another around the base. One side had a little brown mark where water had dried against the enamel. The black handle was smooth at the place where fingers had worn it, and the short spout ended in a cap that no longer sat quite straight. Nothing about it suggested display or care beyond what was needed. It was an ordinary kettle kept where an ordinary kettle was useful. A square of paper had been tucked beneath its tray. The paper was thicker than the pages in the logbook, and its corners had softened from being handled. Mara slid it out with 2 fingers. The writing leaned gently to the right, in dark blue ink. The letters were narrow and even, though the capital letters were larger than the rest, as if written by someone who preferred the page to remain orderly. There was no date, no name, and no explanation. It said, "Night caretaker may make tea after the first round. Please leave the kettle filled for the day gardener." Mara read it once, then again, not because it was difficult, but because the small instruction belonged to the place in a way she had not expected. She pictured the note being written at the counter, perhaps during an afternoon when the house was bright and busy. Someone had wanted to make a simple arrangement. Clear. The night shift could have tea. The morning shift should not find an empty kettle. That was all. She folded the paper along its existing crease and placed it back beneath the tray. Then she took out the kettle. The shelf beneath the counter was dry except for a fine scatter of grit near the wall. Mara moved the kettle to the sink, set into the end of the counter, and lifted the lid. Inside, the metal was clean, with a faint pale ring around the bottom. She turned the tap and let the first cold thread run for a moment. The sound was small in the hall, a silver trickle under the steady hush of rain. She filled the kettle to just below the marked line. She watched the surface rise and stop short of the rim. A few drops clung to the spout when she set the kettle down. The blue line around the lid caught the counter lamp, then lost its shine as she turned toward the tap. While the water rose, she rested one hand on the counter and listened to the citrus house. The building made small, ordinary sounds at night. A soft tick from cooling metal, a muted drip where water had found a leaf, and the slight movement of warm air among the plants. Nothing called for her attention. The lamps were steady, The temperature reading remained in her thoughts as a settled fact, 18.4 degrees Celsius, and the nearest 3 trees had received what they needed. When the kettle was full, she closed the tap and replaced the lid. A little water had gathered around the base, so she wiped it with the folded cloth. Then she carried the kettle back to the counter and found its round heating base pushed against the wall. The cable was looped neatly around it. Mara drew the base forward, guided the cable to the socket, and pressed the plug into place. The kettle sat securely on its circle of black plastic. Its blue rim caught the lamp for an instant and then became quiet again. She returned to the open logbook. The page already held the entries from her first round. The low entrance lamp, the high far lamp, the wall temperature, water given to the nearest 3 citrus trees. Mara placed the pencil beside the final line and wrote one more sentence beneath them. Kettle filled for day gardener. She did not add anything about the note. The note had already said what mattered, and the logbook was for practical things that needed to be known later. The filled kettle belonged there. The rest could remain on the folded paper beneath the tray. Mara closed the pencil between her fingers for a moment, then left the book open. The counter held the kettle, the clipped temperature card, and the watering can in a simple row. She moved the can a finger's width nearer the wall so it would not catch the edge of the path, then let her hand fall to her side. She carried no cup with her. There was no need to make tea yet. The kettle had only just been set down, and the first round was still part of the beginning of the night. She stepped away from the counter and walked back toward the citrus house, following the narrow strip of light that crossed the entrance hall. At the threshold, she paused. The warm air reached her face, carrying the fragrance of leaves, damp bark, and watered earth. Beyond the glass, rain touched the roof and slid down in wavering lines. The garden outside was almost without detail, reduced to dark shapes and pale reflections. Inside, the citrus leaves gathered the light in small surfaces, some glossy, some shadowed, all of them still. Mara kept one hand on the doorframe. Behind her, the counter lamp shone over the logbook. The kettle rested on its base, cream enamel against dark wood, with its imperfect spout and worn handle. Ahead, the trees waited in their rows, not for anything dramatic, only for the steady care that belonged to the hours before morning. A faint click came from beneath the kettle. Then the first warming sound began, a soft, contained hum from the little base, almost hidden beneath the rain. Mara listened to it from the threshold, with the leaves warm in view, the rain moving gently over the glass, and her open logbook waiting nearby. The cream enamel kettle warmed at the entrance hall counter, giving off a quiet breath of heat. Mara had filled it for the day gardener, as the ordinary note requested, and now it rested beneath the soft ceiling light, while rain moved over the glass roof of the citrus house. The countercloth was still damp from the watering round. Mara lifted it with both hands. It was a square of faded blue cotton, heavier at the corners where water had gathered. She brought the edges together once, then again, making a long, neat fold. A cool line of moisture darkened the fabric along her fingers. She laid the folded cloth beside the sink, where it could dry without touching the floor. Near the kettle, a small ring of water shone on the metal tray. It had come from the spout or from the cloth, or perhaps from the careful traffic of the first round. Mara took the dry side of the folded cloth and pressed it to the ring. The cotton drew the water inward. She turned the cloth to a clean patch and passed it over the tray again, following the curve of the mark until the metal showed only a soft reflection of the lamp. The kettle continued to warm. On the counter, held in a simple clip, was the temperature card for the citrus house. The card had a narrow green border and a few lines of neat writing from the evening reading. Mara released the clip with her thumb. The little spring resisted, then opened. She slid the card free and looked at the corners. One had curled slightly from the damp air, She flattened it against the counter with the heel of her hand. Then she guided it back beneath the clip, making sure the writing faced outward and the lower edge sat straight. The spring closed with a faint, dry click. Mara touched the top of the card once, not to press it harder, but to feel that it held. She looked from the card to the kettle, and then to the open logbook. The page was dry, and the pencil still lay across its spine. She squared the pencil with the ruled lines before leaving the counter. It was a small adjustment, but it gave the work surface a quiet, finished look. Beyond the counter, two young citrus branches had begun to lean away from the nearest tree's thicker growth. They were light branches, pale green at their tips and flexible beneath their leaves. A bamboo support stood beside them, slender as a finger, its lower end set into the soil, and its upper end resting just below the roof beams. Mara carried the garden twine from the shallow drawer beneath the counter. It was soft, tan, and slightly fuzzy, wound around a small wooden spool. She unwound a length with her left hand, while her right hand held the spool still. The twine slid quietly across the wood. At the tree, she lifted the first branch only as far as it wished to go. Its leaves trembled, brushing the sleeve of her cardigan. A new leaf, still folded at the center, pressed lightly against her knuckle. Mara waited until the branch stopped moving. She brought the twine around the bamboo and the branch together, leaving a little space between the fibers and the green stem. The tie was loose enough for growth, but close enough to offer direction. She crossed the ends and made a small bow, then tucked the longer end beneath the crossing so it would not hang into the leaves. The branch settled against the bamboo. Its leaves opened again, one by one, catching the warm air. The second branch lay lower and angled toward the bench. Mara supported it beneath the leaves while she drew another length of twine from the spool. The branch was thinner than the first. She chose a point where its surface was smooth and unmarked, then wrapped the twine around the bamboo and the stem in a broad, gentle loop. Her fingers worked slowly. The twine made a quiet rasp against the bamboo. She tied it with the same small bow, leaving the ends short. When she released the branch, it remained near the support, not pulled tight, only encouraged. A pair of leaves turned slightly toward the lamp. Their undersides were silvered with moisture. Mara stood back one pace. The two ties showed as small tan marks among the leaves. The branches were no longer in the path, and the pot rims remained clear around their bases. She did not change anything else. She returned the spool to the counter and placed the loose scissors beside it. The kettle had reached its warmth. It did not whistle. Instead, a muted sound gathered inside it, a low stirring that rose and fell beneath the cream enamel. She took a plain cup from the shelf above the counter. It was white without a mark or handle ornament, and warm from the air near the kettle. Beside the cups was a small, open box of plain paper tea packets. Mara took one packet, opened it, and set the tea bag in the cup. She poured hot water from the kettle over it. Steam lifted in a narrow ribbon, carrying the mild scent of tea leaves and hot water. She filled the cup nearly to the rim, then waited for the surface to become still. When the tea had deepened to a soft amber, she lifted the bag by its paper tab, let the last drops return to the cup, and placed it on the metal tray. The note beneath the tray had asked that the kettle be left filled for the day gardener. Mara carried the kettle to the sink, turned the cold tap, and filled it again to just below the marked line. She replaced the lid, dried the base with the blue cloth, and returned the filled kettle to its round base at the counter. Its heating switch remained off. The water inside was cool and still, ready for the next person named by the note. The logbook still lay open at the counter, where she had left it after recording the filled kettle. Mara carried the cup to the citrus house bench first, placing it near the inner edge where her hand could reach it. Then she returned to the counter, closed her hand around the logbook and its pencil, and carried both from the counter to the bench. She opened the book beside the cup and took up the pencil. Under the last entry, she wrote, "Two light branches tied to bamboo support with soft twine." She watched the pencil point make the final period. Then she closed the book, leaving the pencil across its cover. Mara sat on the bench. The rain was quieter from here, though each drop still found its place on the roof. Some struck the glass with a fine tapping. Others slipped together and traveled in shining threads toward the gutters. The citrus leaves held the sound close. Warm air moved around them, carrying the clean green smell of stems and damp soil. Her cup rested between both hands. The porcelain warmed her palms. A short end of tan twine had escaped the second bow and lay against the bamboo, its fibers lifted like the nap of a small brush. Mara could see it without turning her head. One of the branches moved when the air shifted. The tie gave slightly, then returned. A leaf brushed another leaf with a sound softer than paper. The new leaf near Mara's hand remained folded, its tip bright and tender. She took a sip of tea. The heat passed slowly from her mouth to her throat, and the rain continued above her. On the bench, the cup gathered a faint ring of warmth beneath its base. Near it, the logbook waited beneath the pencil. At the support, the little bow held its branch gently in place. The leaves shone under the lamp, and the loose twine end rested against the bamboo, while rain traced the roof in silver lines. Mara finished the last of her tea on the citrus house bench. The cup had cooled enough that she could hold it without shifting her fingers. Near the counter, the refilled cream enamel kettle stood on its base with its lid closed and its heating switch off. The temperature card remained beneath its clip. Beyond the bench, the two young citrus branches rested against their bamboo supports. Their leaves moved only when the warm air changed near the roof. For a little while, she listened to the rain crossing the panes. It was not loud inside the house. The glass held most of it above the trees, and what reached her was a broad, even sound. Drops collected at the upper frames and traveled down in narrow tracks. At the far end of the room, the lamps made pale circles on the tiled path between the pots. The blue countercloth lay folded beside the sink. It had dried at the corners but remained dark through the middle. Mara picked it up and felt the weight of the damp cotton across her palm. In the shallow drawer below the counter, the spare coil of tan twine waited beside the scissors. She took that as well, slipping the loop around two fingers so it would not unroll as she walked. Before leaving the bench, she set the empty cup back near its inner edge, where it had rested beside the closed logbook. She left it there. The kettle remained at the counter with the clipped card and the folded note beneath the tray. Neither needed to travel with her. Putting the cloth and spare twine away took only a moment. Mara was already beside the citrus house counter, where she had found both things. She opened the shallow drawer beneath it and returned the coil beside the scissors. With one finger, she pressed the loose end under the nearest turn so it would not unroll. Then she closed the drawer until its front sat level with the counter. She opened the blue cloth once, found that its middle was still damp, and folded it more loosely than before. She laid it beside the sink with its corners spread apart. The counter lamp showed the darker center of the cotton and the paler edges that had begun to dry. Nothing else needed to be carried away. Mara checked the short line of things on the counter. The filled kettle remained on its base, lid closed and switch off. The clipped temperature card faced outward. The folded note stayed beneath the tray. The drawer held the twine and scissors. She left them in that plain arrangement and checked that the empty cup was still steady on the bench beside the closed logbook. The citrus house door stood closed at the end of the tiled path. Mara opened it and stepped into the entrance hall. The air changed first. The citrus house was warm and wet with leaf scent. The hall was cooler, with old tile and the faint dry smell of the notice board. Mara drew the door nearly closed behind her, leaving a narrow line of warm light at the frame. Her own wet coat hung on the coat stand near the public door. The complete ring of labeled keys rested on the hookboard beside it, tags facing outward. Rain marked the outer windows in wavering lines. The hall lamps were lower than those in the citrus house, each shade directing its light onto a small section of floor. Mara walked through one pale pool and then another with empty hands. The entrance hall seemed wider on the way back. Without the cloth and twine, she noticed the long, dark blue tiles under her shoes and the pale grout between them. The lamps reflected in the polished parts of the floor, broken by the small scratches left from years of pots and watering cans passing through. At the notice board, the edge of the gardener's note lifted slightly in the moving air, then lay flat again. She did not stop to read it. She had already done what it asked. At the reception desk, the dark green logbook's earlier place was empty. Mara noticed the clear patch of wood, the paperweight shaped like a smooth gray stone, and the stack of blank visitor cards beneath it. The counter near the citrus house door was farther along the hall, out of reach from here. She had left its kettle where it belonged, and the cup was still on the bench inside the warm room. She did not need to check either one again. The rain showed in the upper windows as thin lines that met and separated. Beneath them, the two entrance lamps made soft reflected ovals on the tiles. Mara passed through the nearer oval, then the other. Her footsteps remained light. The dry cardigan moved easily at her wrists, while the coat on its hook stayed behind her near the public door. At the coat stand, her coat had begun to lose the bright wet shine at its shoulders. Mara touched one cuff with two fingers and then left it on its hook. The keys remained on their board. She walked on toward the citrus house door in her dry cardigan, the hall lamps making a simple path before her. Warmth reached her through the narrow gap at the frame. The nearest leaves were visible beyond the glass, each one outlined by the first lamp. Mara rested her hand on the handle and stood there for a moment. The two supported branches were near the bench. The bamboo rose beside them in straight, pale lengths. The tan ties held the stems with room to grow, neither pulling the bark nor allowing the new leaves to drift toward the path. One branch leaned a little toward the glass as it had before. The other pointed upward through the low green of the tree. Mara opened the door and stepped inside. The bench waited beside the closed logbook. Her empty cup stood where she had left it. At the counter, the cream enamel kettle remained on its base, and the temperature card faced outward beneath its clip. She did not sit down again. Instead, she remained near the doorway and let the room settle around her in its evening arrangement. Pots along the path, lamps above the leaves, dark soil beneath the trees. Rain traveled down the glass beside one supported branch. Mara remained near the citrus house doorway after her quiet walk through the entrance hall. The empty cup stood on the bench beside the closed logbook. The refilled cream enamel kettle remained at the counter, its lid closed and its heating switch off beneath the counter lamp. The clipped temperature card faced outward. These small things were easy to see from where she stood, each one left in the place it had reached during the evening. Rain had settled into a steady sound above her. It no longer arrived in separate taps against the roof, each one easy to distinguish. Water moved over the glass in a fuller hush now, running along the upper panes and slipping down in clear threads. Beyond the roof and walls, the garden had become a softened arrangement of dark hedges, wet paving, and the occasional pale mark of stone. Inside, the warmth remained close to the trees. Damp earth rested in the pots around the nearest trunks. Leaves gave off their faint green scent. A drop gathered at the point of a broad leaf, held for a moment, and fell into the soil with a sound too quiet to rise above the rain. The two young branches she had tied earlier rested against their bamboo supports near the bench. The tan twine held its small bows against the stems without pulling them tight. Mara looked at the branches for a moment. The ties lay where she had put them. The bamboo stood straight in the soil. A shallow dark patch remained at the base of the nearest pot, where water had reached the earth earlier. The surface had lost its first shine and become soft-looking again. She walked along the central path at an unhurried pace. Her shoes made a soft sound on the tiles. The low entrance lamp made an amber pool near the doorway. Farther in, the high lamp cast a pale oval across part of the path, just as the handover card had described. The beam reached the tiles and the nearest leaves without striking the glass. Mara stopped at the edge of that pale oval. The rims of the nearest pots made quiet half circles against the tiles. One leaf held a narrow line of brightness along its middle, while the leaves behind it faded into shadow. The bamboo supports made thin marks across the soil. When rain moved more heavily over the glass, their reflections trembled for a moment. Though the supports themselves did not move, she did not adjust the lamps. Their positions had been checked and written down. She only looked once from the low lamp to the far one, then down the clear part of the path between the pots. It was enough to know where the light fell. Near the bench, Mara rested her fingertips on its cool wooden edge. The empty cup was near the inner side, exactly where she had set it. Beside it, the closed logbook made a dark green rectangle under the pencil. She did not open the book or lift the cup. The worn grain of the bench caught a small reflection from the far lamp, then lost it when a fresh stream of rain passed over the pane. Mara looked toward the counter. The kettle was still there, cream enamel against the dark wood. Its black handle made a curved shape beneath the counter lamp. The folded note remained beneath the tray, and the green border of the temperature card showed above the clip. The counter had become quiet after the earlier work. The sink, the tray, the kettle, and the card arranged in a short, plain line. She left the counter as it was. At the glass door, Mara placed her hand around the edge and drew it toward her. The hinge moved without a scrape. Warm air passed lightly across her wrist as the opening narrowed. When the latch met its plate, it gave a quiet click. She kept her hand on the door for one breath. On the citrus house side, the tiles beside the threshold were dry. Beyond the door, the entrance hall remained still beneath its incense lamps. The corridor light rested on the floor in an unbroken strip. Her coat hung on the coat stand near the public door. The labeled keys remained on the hookboard, their small tags turned outward. Mara released the latch and stayed on the citrus house side. The building had changed only in the small ways that came with the later hour. The hall lamps appeared softer through the door glass. The rain became a little fuller over the roof. The damp soil around the nearest trees had darkened from wet black to a quieter brown. She walked back along the path toward the bench. The leaves above her had turned nearly black-green, their polished surfaces catching and losing the lamplight as she moved. A bead of water trembled at the point of one leaf. It gathered another small drop from the air, grew rounder, and fell into the pot below. Along the glass, a run of water followed one roof frame and widened as it traveled. At the lower pane, it broke into drops that caught the lamplight one after another. Mara paused by the supported branches. One tie made a small tan curve around the bamboo and stem. The other showed just below a pair of leaves. Both branches rested with room around them. The new leaf she had noticed earlier was still folded at its center. Bright only where the low light reached it, she let her hands rest together and moved on without touching it. At the far lamp, she looked down at the pale oval on the tiles. The marks left by the watering round had dried into darker shapes near the pots. The path between them was clear. From here, the bench, the counter, and the glass door formed quiet landmarks in the room. Mara could see each without needing to make a plan for any of them. She returned to the bench and sat down carefully, leaving the cup and logbook undisturbed beside her. The bench gave a small wooden sound under her weight, then held still. Her cardigan had warmed from the citrus house air. She rested her hands together in her lap and looked through the nearest leaves toward the glass. The rain made the outside world uneven. A line of hedge appeared, dissolved behind a fresh run of water, and appeared again farther along the pane. Wet ground and dark growth remained beyond it, but without sharp edges. The lamps from inside made pale reflections that traveled with the drops and thinned as they reached the lower frames. For a while, Mara watched those reflections. One amber thread crossed the glass near the doorway. Another paler one lay over the central path. Each was broken and joined again by water moving down the panes. The rain did not ask for notice. It simply continued above the roof and along the glass. The citrus leaves stayed close around the bench. Some showed their pointed ends and narrow stems. Others gathered into deeper shapes near the upper panes. One small calamandan fruit hung low beneath a branch, round and green, with a dull shine where the light reached it. The supported branches stood to one side, their leaves open again, after the small work of tying. Mara listened to the roof and the occasional fall of water from leaf to soil. She could smell the dampness held in the pots and the clean sweetness of the citrus trees. The air against her face was warmer than the glass above it. The path lay pale between the bench and the door. At its far end, the low lamp gave the tiles a soft edge. Beyond that, the glass door stood closed, its wooden bars dark against the corridor light. The counter was still visible, near the sink, with the kettle in place and the card beneath its clip. Nothing in the room asked her to cross back to it. She remained where she was. Rain continued to move over the roof in an even, close sound. A few drops struck more firmly near the upper frame, then joined the softer wash of water traveling toward the gutter. The glass held wavering reflections from the lamps. Amber near the threshold, paler along the central path, faintly gold where the light reached the nearest leaves. Mara watched one reflection tremble across the pane. A drop crossed it and pulled it downward. Another followed, carrying a small thread of warm light through the dark garden beyond. The rain changed the glass a little at a time. A clear patch opened near the low lamp, then a fresh line of water crossed it. The nearest leaves stayed sharp against that moving surface, while the farther leaves became softer green shapes beneath the roof. Mara watched the change without following it closely. She listened again to the room. Rain above the panes, a light brush of one leaf against another, and water settling in the pots. The sounds did not compete. They came and went within the same warm space. Mara kept her hands together in her lap and let the glasshouse remain still around her. The empty cup stayed on the bench beside the closed logbook. The kettle stayed at the counter. The two tied branches rested near their bamboo supports. Her coat and the labeled keys remained in the entrance hall, each where she had left it. Mara let her eyes rest on the glasshouse around her. The warm leaves, the pale tiles, the low lamps, and the rain moving over the roof. Nothing shifted beyond the small movements of water and leaves. Nothing needed to be carried farther into the night. Outside, rain continued over the garden. Inside, the warm citrus house rested under the rain. The Night Conservatory. Episode 2, Rain in the Fern Hall. Mara entered the fern hall through the connecting path, letting the door close behind her with a quiet click. The air changed as soon as she crossed the threshold. It was cooler than the passage, touched by dampness and the dark, living scent of the planted beds. Wet brick gave off a mild mineral smell. Fern leaves added something softer, green and clean. Above the roof, rain moved across the glass in a broad, even hush. She paused long enough to settle herself in the room. Low lamps stood along the central path, each one making a small pool of amber light. Between them, the old brick borders showed deep red-brown where moisture had darkened them. The path curved through the hall without hurry, passing beds of different heights and shapes. Some ferns spread close to the ground, their fronds opening in neat fans. Others rose higher, their leaves layered beneath the iron ribs of the roof. Mara took in the room from the doorway. The nearest bed was edged with a narrow line of brick, each piece irregular but firmly set. Damp soil showed between the green stems. A few leaves rested low over the earth, while the taller fronds lifted toward the dim roof and caught the lamps in broken highlights. Water gathered along several central ribs, bright as small beads, then slipped away when the leaves moved. Nothing required her attention yet. The hall was quiet and in order. She walked forward at an easy pace, following the familiar curve of the path. The stones held the coolness of the rain, though the air beneath the lamps remained mild. Her footsteps made little sound. Here and there, the old paving changed under her shoes, from broad, pale slabs to darker stones, with shallow hollows worn by years of use. She kept her gaze level. The ferns made a soft green passage around her. Broad fronds leaned toward the light, and fine leaflets trembled slightly in the circulating air. The motion was small enough to notice only when she looked directly at it. A leaf would turn, show its paler underside, and settle again. Another would lift at the tip before returning to its place. Rain continued above the glass. Its sound filled the spaces between the lamps and the beds. It did not press into the hall. It remained overhead, steady and distant, while the earth and leaves held their own quiet sense below. Mara could feel a faint coolness at the back of her hands, where the damp air moved along the path. She passed the first bend. The brickwork beside the bed carried a thin sheen of water. Under the nearest lamp, the surface appeared almost polished, though the mortar lines remained dark and rough. Fern shadows lay across it in narrow shapes. Beyond the border, the soil was loose and brown, with fallen fragments of leaf mold resting naturally among the stems. Mara looked toward the far end of the hall. The glass walk began there, beyond the last group of planted beds. Its roof and side panels held pale reflections of the lamps, so that the rain appeared in the glass beside the warm points of light. The walk was part of the same quiet structure, a clear, sheltered passage continuing beyond the fern hall. With the weather visible but kept at a gentle distance, she did not follow it. The sight of it was enough to place the room in her mind. Turning back toward the service side, she let the path guide her through the lamps. The hall seemed larger from this direction. Fronds overlapped across the beds, making layers of green and shadow. Near the wall, the plants were shorter, their leaves gathered close around their centers. Farther in, the taller ferns formed a loose canopy that softened the roof's straight lines. Mara noticed the details without trying to hold them all. A narrow frond pointed upward between two fuller plants. A drop of water clung to the edge of a leaf and shook once before falling. One lamp made the brick nearest it glow warmly. The next left the same border in a cooler gray. The rain kept moving across the roof, and the leaves answered with their slow, occasional shift. Her breathing matched the pace of her steps. At the end of the central path, the service tap stood against the wall. The brass handle reflected a small, steady patch of light. Beneath it waited the galvanized watering can, empty and upright, its rounded sides dull except where the lamp touched them. Its handle had been worn smooth through use. Mara stopped beside it. She did not lift the can or reach for the tap. For this first moment, she only let the familiar arrangement come back into focus. The wall, the brass fitting, the empty can below it, and the fern hall extending quietly behind her. The rain remained beyond the roof. The lamps held their warm circles on the stone. Ferns stood in their beds with moisture gathered along their leaves, and the dark brick borders gave the room a grounded, earthen smell. Mara placed both feet evenly on the floor and rested her hands at her sides. She had arrived. The hall was before her, clear and calm. The empty watering can waited beneath the service tap, and no water had yet begun to fall. Mara stood at the service tap with the empty watering can beneath it. She lifted the can by its worn handle and set it upright on the tile. The brass tap was cool beneath her fingers. When she turned it, water entered the metal with a clear, bright sound that filled the small alcove and faded into the rain beyond. She let the can fill only once. The level rose steadily. Light from the nearby lamp trembled across the surface, and the sound changed as the water gathered weight. Mara watched until the can was a little more than half full, leaving room below the rim for an even carry. Then she turned the handle and waited for the last thin thread to stop. The can settled heavily at her side. She carried it into the Fern Hall, keeping one hand below the base as she passed through the narrowest part of the path. The floor was firm beneath her shoes. The lamps cast their low circles along the stone, and the beds held their layered green shapes beyond the brick borders. The front beds were the ones most exposed to the open hall. Their soil had dried first beneath the moving air and the warmth of the lamps. Mara began with the nearest patch, lowering the spout beneath the outer fronds so the leaves remained undisturbed. A narrow stream fell close to the roots. The soil received it without a splash. Its loose brown surface deepened slowly, first in a small crescent, then in a wider patch as Mara moved the spout. She kept the stream low and steady, allowing the water to enter where it was needed instead of running over the leaf mold. The first plants stood in a shallow ring of earth. Mara watered around that ring in 3 small measures, pausing between each one. The fern's fronds leaned outward over her wrist, their leaflets fine and dry at the edges. Beneath them, the soil changed from dusty brown to a darker, settled color. She moved to the next plant. This one had a thicker crown, and several new fronds folded close to the center. Mara gave the roots a small amount at the outside, then another nearer the stem. Water disappeared quickly. She waited a moment, watching the surface become quiet before shifting farther along the bed. The work had a simple rhythm: lower the spout, pour, pause, move. Rain kept time somewhere above the roof. It was not loud enough to interrupt the lamps or the soft sound of water meeting soil. Every few steps, a frond brushed another frond. The leaves moved slightly, then returned to their places. The front edge of the bed needed less than the back. Daylight and air reached it more freely, but the soil there was not equally dry from one plant to the next. Mara read the difference by its color and texture. Where the earth was already cool and dark, she passed on. Where it looked pale and loose, she offered a little water and waited for it to settle. She did not hurry to make the bed look wet. Dampness traveled beneath the surface, and the roots would find it there. When she reached the brick corner, the can was lighter, but still comfortably weighted. She rested it briefly against her leg and shifted her grip. A bead of water clung to the end of the spout. It fell onto the soil and left a small, dark mark. The second exposed bed spread along the curve of the hall. Its ferns were lower and more widely spaced, with open patches between the crowns. The lamps reached these spaces more plainly, and the upper leaflets cast narrow shadows across the ground. Mara started at the drier side. She poured beside the first crown, then drew the spout in a slow line toward the next. The water made a muted patter through the leaf mold. It gathered for only a moment before sinking, leaving the surface darker and gently uneven. One plant had soil that remained light around its outer roots. She gave it a second short pour, then moved on. Another sat in earth that had retained enough moisture from the previous day. Mara left that patch untouched. At the center of the bed, a few small ferns grew close together. Their fronds overlapped in a loose fan, hiding most of the ground. Mara lowered the spout carefully between the stems. She used less water there, directing it into the visible spaces and letting it run beneath the leaves. The fronds did not need to be wetted. They already held the soft freshness of the hall. The soil was what mattered. She continued along the front beds, taking the open portions first, and leaving the sheltered inner patch beyond the brick border alone. That area lay deeper beneath the overlapping fronds, where the air was still and the earth kept its moisture longer. Mara could see its darker surface between the stems. It did not belong to this round. At the last exposed section, the path widened before the glass walk. The ferns there rose in a low row, their leaves angled toward the lamps. Several outer patches were clearly pale. Mara watered them one by one, never allowing the stream to run against the brick. The can grew lighter in her hand. She paused between plants, listening only to the ordinary sounds around her. Water entering soil, rain resting on the roof, the faint movement of leaves. The work remained close and manageable. Nothing called her away from it. At the final front bed, she poured a modest amount around the driest crown. The earth darkened in a soft ring and held its shape. Mara waited until the water had gone below the surface, then lifted the can upright. There was still enough remaining for the sheltered patch, but that would be another part of the route. For now, she kept the can as it was. She carried it to the threshold of the glass walk. The passage beyond reflected the lamps in long pale bars, and rain traced the panes overhead. Mara stopped at the edge where the fern hall opened into the narrow glass passage. She set the half-full watering can down beside the threshold. The exposed beds rested behind her, their soil darker and settled beneath the green fronds. The inner patch remained unchanged beneath its shelter. Mara left the can untouched and stood quietly at the beginning of the glass walk, with the rain continuing above the panes and the low lamps holding their steady light. The half-full watering can remained untouched at the glass walk threshold. Mara stepped beneath the first pane. Behind her, the fern hall held its steady lamplight over the brick borders and dark beds. Fern fronds rose in quiet layers, their leaves gently glossy where the light reached them. Ahead, the glass walk extended a short distance through the rain. She moved slowly along the tiles. Her footsteps were soft and brief, fading beneath the weather. Above her, the rain rested on the narrow pane in separate taps. Each drop seemed to arrive in its own small place, clear and delicate, with a little quiet between one sound and the next. Lamp reflections lay in pale fragments across the floor, divided by the dark seams between the panes. Beyond the glass, the night was wet, gray, and black. Water traveled down the sloping surface in thin, shining lines, gathering at the frames before slipping away. Mara continued a few paces. The fern hall remained visible behind her at the edge of the walk, warm and green beneath the lamps. The brick borders kept their straight lines. The leaves gathered the light without calling for attention. Their shadows rested on the soil and along the low edges of the beds. Under the next broader pane, the rain changed. The separate taps joined into a fuller wash. The sound became lower and more continuous, spreading across the glass instead of arriving one drop at a time. The change was gentle. It seemed first like the quiet had widened, then settled into a smooth, even texture around her. Mara stopped. Above her, narrow streams crossed the pane and ran toward the frame. Several joined near the middle, traveled together briefly, and divided again farther along. The lamps appeared overhead as long wavering marks. Rain touched the wider surface in many places, and the glass gathered those small impacts into one calm sound. She stood beneath it without trying to hear anything beyond the simple difference. The first pane had given each drop a distinct place. The broader pane brought the drops together. The rain outside remained the same. Only the surface above her had changed, and with it the way the weather reached the walk. The tiles felt firm beneath her shoes. The air near the glass was cool and mildly damp, while the fern hall behind her held a softer warmth. At the sheltered edge of the passage, a few fine leaves stirred in the moving air and then rested again. Nothing needed to be done with the sound. It was enough to notice it. Mara took 2 unhurried steps farther beneath the broad pane. The fuller wash continued above her, smooth and low. Reflections trembled along the tiles as water moved overhead. The frames made quiet lines through the glass, giving the rain separate sections, while allowing its gentle continuity to remain. She let the sound accompany her for that short distance. It did not grow stronger or demand her attention. It simply remained there, a wide, quiet wash above the enclosed path. Then she returned. The walk back took only a few paces. The broad pane continued to gather the rain into its low, even sound. Near the threshold, she passed beneath the first narrow pane again. The fuller wash loosened into individual taps. One drop sounded bright near the frame. Another arrived farther along. The small spaces between them returned. The difference came back as simply as it had first appeared. Mara did not stop this time. She followed the tiles to the threshold and faced the Fern hall. The hall opened before her in its familiar arrangement of lamps, brick borders, dark soil, and layered fronds. The watering can remained at the edge of the glass walk. Nothing about it had changed. The short stretch of panes had offered one small variation in the rain, and that variation was now clear enough to rest in the background. Rain continued over the roof. Mara stayed just inside the Fern hall. The lamps held their steady warmth. The nearest fronds rested above the soil, their fine leaflets overlapping in quiet shapes. A faint reflection from the glass walk lay across the tiles and faded toward the brick. The rain had become less like separate details and more like a single presence. Now and then, a distinct tap could be heard above the glass. Elsewhere, the sound gathered into a broader hush. The frames carried it along the passage. Water slipped in shining paths overhead and disappeared toward the edges. Mara breathed slowly. The air remained cool near the walk and gentle beneath the lamps. The brick felt solid under the room's quiet. Fern leaves held their positions, some lifted toward the light, others resting in the dimness beneath them. The overnight hall had settled into its ordinary balance again. Green fronds, dark beds, warm lamps, wet glass, and the soft movement of rain beyond the roof. The small difference between the panes no longer stood apart from the weather. It belonged to the whole quiet sound. Mara remained calm at the threshold. She did not need to follow the walk again. She did not need to add anything to the settled work. The rain moved across the glass in quiet lines and soft impacts, making a gentle roof of sound beyond her. The fern frond stayed still above the dark soil. The lamps continued to shine without change. The glass walk held the gray night, and the hall held Mara in its steady warmth. The half-full watering can remained untouched at the glass walk threshold. Mara stood at the glass walk threshold with the half-full watering can resting where she had left it. The fern hall held its steady warmth behind her. Lamps lay across the brick borders and the green edges of the beds. Beyond the threshold, rain moved softly over the glass walk. The air between the two places was calm, and nothing required haste. She picked up the can and carried it a short way along the familiar path. The front beds remained as they had been after the first round. Mara passed them without stopping. Their fronds rested beneath the lamps, and the watered earth held its quiet darkness. She kept the can close to her side and followed the clear ground toward the single sheltered patch. Under the overlapping fronds, the patch was already darker and still moist. The soil had a settled appearance between the stems. Mara did not search it or disturb the leaves. She approached the low border, found the clear place beside the earth, and lowered the can near her feet. A frond curved across the opening. She moved through the space between the stems, placing her feet on the firm ground beside the patch. The leaves stayed in their familiar arrangement. She adjusted her hold and brought the spout over the dark soil. Then she tipped the can gently. A narrow stream entered the center of the patch and disappeared almost at once. Mara kept the spout low and shifted it only a little, guiding the water across the same sheltered shape. The stream passed between the stems without touching them. The earth received it quietly. She moved the spout toward the far edge, then back toward the nearer side. Water reached the dark ground in small, even portions. Nothing loosened or moved. No bright surface gathered among the fronds. The lamps cast soft green shadows over the soil. Their light stayed steady on the stems and the narrow opening. Rain continued beyond the threshold, a mild sound above the glass. The faint sound of water entering earth soon became part of the room's quiet. Mara paused with the can held at an easy angle. The last thin line had vanished. The soil remained dark and calm. She tipped the can again and let a modest stream reach the middle of the patch. It spread into the moist earth and narrowed as it went. She guided it toward the inner edge, keeping within the same small area. The can grew lighter in her hand. Mara allowed another portion to pass near the opposite side. The water disappeared between the stems. The fern bases remained undisturbed, and the fronds stayed dry above the ground. She kept her shoulders loose and her movements unhurried. There was no need to widen the work. The surrounding beds were already watered. This single sheltered patch was the only place before her, and the remaining water belonged here. At the bottom of the can, the water shifted with a soft movement. Mara raised the handle slightly, then lowered it again. A thinner stream reached the center of the soil. It faded into a few slow drops. One fell near the middle. Another touched the edge of the patch and disappeared. Then the can gave nothing more. She returned it upright and held it for a moment. Its weight had gone. The empty body rested easily against her fingers, light and quiet. Around her, the fronds held their familiar shapes, and the steady lamps continued to warm the green leaves. Mara stepped back from the sheltered patch. The earth beneath the fronds was darker and still moist. The stems rose from it in their usual places. She did not touch the leaves or alter the surrounding beds. The small task had ended where it began, within the single sheltered shape of ground. She carried the empty can back along the short path to the glass walk threshold. Her steps were quiet on the firm floor. The fern hall remained warm around her, with rain sounding softly beyond the panes. She did not pause at the front beds. They remained watered and settled, and the can no longer held anything to give. At the threshold, the mat lay flat beneath the lamps. Mara lowered the can beside the wall. Its base met the floor with a quiet, solid touch. She left it upright, close to the wall and at the glass walk threshold, with its handle turned toward the path. The drainage groove kept its established line along the threshold. Mara left it as it was. She did not move the mat, and she did not step into the groove. For a moment she stood beside the wall, with her hands resting loosely at her sides. Cooler air from the glass walk mingled with the warmer scent of damp earth and fern leaves. The lamps gave their even light across the brick, the path, and the quiet green edges. Rain passed over the glass in a steady background. It did not draw her attention away from the hall. The sheltered patch remained beneath its fronds, dark and moist. The front beds remained settled. The empty can stood where she had placed it. Mara let her breathing slow. The floor beneath her feet was firm. The threshold mat stayed flat. The drainage groove remained unchanged. Nothing needed to be moved or corrected. The lamps held their gentle brightness, and the leaves rested in the warm air. She remained at the glass walk threshold, calm and still, while the rain continued outside. The single sheltered patch was watered. The can was empty beside the wall. The mat remained flat, and the drainage groove remained unchanged. The empty watering can stood beside the wall at the glass walk threshold. Mara bent and took its handle. It lifted without effort, light enough that her arm remained relaxed at her side. She turned from the glass walk and began the short return to the Fern Hall. The rain stayed behind her, softened by the glass and distance. She did not listen for its changes. It was only a quiet texture around the edge of the hall, steady enough to leave alone. Her steps moved evenly along the connecting path. The can kept close to her leg, its empty body giving a faint movement with each pace. Mara held the handle loosely and let the path carry her forward. The cooler air of the glass walk gradually gave way to the mild warmth of the Fern Hall. The change was gentle. Dampness thinned from the air, and the green stillness of the hall gathered around her again. She breathed in through her nose and released the breath slowly. Her shoulders lowered as she walked. The can remained easy in her hand, and she made no adjustment until the service tap came into view. Mara slowed near it. She brought the can forward and held the body steady while guiding the handle beneath the tap. Then she lowered it carefully. The base met the ground with a quiet, softened sound. She released the handle. The can rested beneath the service tap, empty and upright. Mara kept her hand near it for one moment, feeling the last trace of movement leave her fingers, then allowed her arm to fall naturally. The service tap remained silent. Mara stood in the Fern Hall. Her feet were placed evenly beneath her, and her breathing had already returned to its slow overnight rhythm. She felt the warmth of the hall across her hands and face. The rain remained beyond the glass walk, present but distant. She did not turn back. There was no reason to follow the path again. The can had been returned, and the small movement of carrying it was complete. Mara let the next breath arrive without guiding it. When it left, the muscles around her mouth softened. She moved a little farther into the Fern Hall and chose a quiet place on the floor. Her knees bent, and she lowered herself with care. The motion was smooth and unhurried. Once seated, she rested her hands loosely in her lap. For a while she remained upright, letting her body find its own balance. The floor supported her weight. Her back eased away from the effort of standing, and her legs grew still in front of her. The Fern Hall held its familiar shape around her. Fern fronds rested in the mild air. The steady lamps gave the green leaves a calm, even brightness. Mara looked only as much as was natural. Without searching or checking, her attention settled on simple sensations. The warmth against her skin, the floor beneath her, the quiet weight of her hands, and the soft movement of her breathing. She drew one breath, then another. The first breath felt cool near her nose and warm as it left. The second was slower. Her fingers rested open, no longer shaped around a handle. Her wrists were loose, and her shoulders had settled into a comfortable position. Beyond the threshold, the glass walk remained quiet except for the rain. Mara allowed it to stay where it was. She did not separate the sound into panes or trace it along the passage. It belonged to the night in the same simple way the Fern Hall belonged to the night. The air moved gently through the hall. A few fronds shifted and became still again. Mara felt the movement pass over her cheek and hands. Then the warmth returned to its former quietness. She adjusted her seated position once, bringing her feet into an easier place. After that, she stayed still. The change was small and finished as soon as it was made. Her breathing became less noticeable. It no longer needed attention. The body knew how to continue, rising and falling with no instruction from her. The can remained beneath the service tap. Mara knew its place without looking toward it. The knowledge was quiet and complete. Nothing about it called her to stand. She let her head rest in a natural position. Her jaw loosened. The space between her shoulders widened as tension left it. The Fern Hall felt steady beneath the lamps, and the rain continued softly beyond the glass walk. Time passed without needing to be measured. Mara remained calm in the green warmth. She was awake, settled, and capable with no unfinished movement waiting in her hands. The air stayed mild. The fronds stayed peaceful. The night remained ordinary around her. She breathed out once more and felt herself grow heavier against the floor. Her hands lay quietly in her lap, her legs rested. The service tap and watering can remained where she had left them, and the glass walk held the rain at a gentle distance. Mara remained seated in the fern hall, while the empty watering can rested beneath the service tap. Mara was seated in the fern hall, her hands resting loosely in her lap. Her feet were steady on the floor, and her back remained easy and upright without effort. Beneath the service tap, the empty watering can stayed where it had been left. Nothing called for her attention. The lamps gave the hall a quiet amber glow. Light lay along the brick borders and softened over the dark soil. The ferns rose in calm layers, their fronds spreading above the beds. Some leaves held the light, others rested in green shadow. Mara looked toward them gently, without needing to study their shapes. The warmth of the hall surrounded her. A mild scent of damp earth rested beneath the clean scent of the ferns. Near the glass walk, cooler air entered the warmth and faded into it. The leaves moved only slightly, lifted by a passing current and then released. Mara breathed in slowly. The breath filled her chest without hurry. As she breathed out, her shoulders lowered. Her fingers remained quiet beneath one another. The floor beneath her feet felt solid and familiar. She did not need to change her posture. She had already found a comfortable stillness. Rain continued beyond the glass walk. It reached the hall as a soft, distant hush. Mara heard it without turning toward it. The rain belonged to the darkness outside, while the brick, soil, ferns, and lamps belonged to the warm hall. They rested together easily, with nothing for her to settle or decide. A few upper fronds moved in a slow, shared motion. Their shadows passed over the brick and then became still. One narrow leaflet trembled at its tip before resting again. Mara watched the movement fade. It was small, ordinary, and complete. The lamps stayed even above the beds. Their light gathered along the stems and made quiet edges around the leaves. Between the brick borders, the soil looked dark and settled. The spaces beneath the fronds held deeper shadow. Warmth changed gradually into dimness, green into brown, movement into rest. Mara let her gaze settle on the nearest bed. A long frond curved gently over the brick, its fine leaflets opening along both sides. She recognized the familiar shape without naming it. There was no need to remember anything about it. It was simply present in the amber light. Her breathing found an unhurried rhythm. She felt the rise and fall of her chest, the softness in her throat, and the gradual loosening of her face. Her jaw rested more freely. The space around her eyes became smooth. Her arms grew pleasantly heavy in her lap, while her feet remained grounded beneath her. Beyond the threshold, the glass walk stayed dim. Rain continued as a broad, muted presence behind the glass. It did not ask to be followed. It remained at the edge of Mara's awareness, steady enough to soften the night, and distant enough to leave the hall undisturbed. The ferns made a faint brushing sound as the air passed through them. Then the air eased. The fronds returned to their places, and the shadows along the brick stopped moving. The hall resumed its quiet balance. Mara's eyes grew heavier. The edges of the nearest leaflets became less distinct. Amber light spread gently into green, and green softened toward shadow. She could sense the familiar arrangement around her without looking directly at it. The beds were quiet. The lamps were warm. The service tap and the empty watering can remained near the wall. She did not need to look over. Knowing that the can was beneath the tap was enough. It had no claim on her now. Nothing in the hall required her to rise, reach, or attend. She could remain seated and breathe gently, while the rain continued beyond the glass walk. Her head grew a little heavier. Mara allowed it to settle naturally. Keeping her neck loose, her hands stayed folded. Her feet stayed flat and still. With each breath, warmth seemed to move farther through her body, from her face to her shoulders, along her arms and into her hands. The dark soil held its quiet moisture beneath the stems. The fronds rested above it in layered green shapes. Mara noticed this only as part of the hall's settled condition, then let the impression pass. There was no need to inspect, measure, or confirm anything. Rain remained in the background. The sound gave the darkness beyond the glass walk a gentle shape. The ferns made occasional small movements, never enough to disturb the stillness. The lamps continued to shine across the beds. Mara felt no invitation to listen more closely or look more carefully. Her breathing slowed again. There was space between one breath and the next, and the space felt open. She rested within it. Her body stayed supported by the floor and by her easy posture. Her shoulders were low, her hands relaxed, and her face calm. The hall seemed to hold itself without effort. Brick kept its quiet warmth. Soil remained dark beneath the leaves. The lamps made soft pools of amber across the beds. Near the wall, the service tap and the empty watering can stayed unchanged. Beyond the threshold, rain continued through the night. Mara remained seated in the fern hall. She felt the steady floor beneath her feet and the loose weight of her hands in her lap. The ferns rested. The lamps stayed even. The soil was settled, and the hall was quiet. Nothing new needed to be noticed. The rain could continue without drawing her attention. The leaves could move when the air moved and become still again. Mara remained calm and capable in the familiar warmth, safely settled in the fern hall as the rain continued. All questions and work were already resolved. The Night Conservatory. Episode 3. The Room of Winter Fruit. During the quiet middle portion of her overnight shift, Mara entered the citrus house by the familiar connecting path and closed the glass door behind her. Rain moved softly across the glass roof. It made a steady, even sound above the leaves, gentle enough to leave the room peaceful beneath it. Warm air held the clean scent of orange peel, damp soil, green branches, and old wood. She remained beside the door for a moment. The citrus house opened before her in a long, quiet line. Tubs stood beneath the spreading trees. Shelves followed the walls, with baskets resting beneath the leaves and their handles turned outward. Pale labels hung near the stems. The tiled walkway ran from the entrance to the farther glass door, where the connecting path continued toward the fig house. Mara let her eyes travel along that line. The entrance lamp cast a low circle across the tiles. Its shade was level, and its base stood clear of the nearest tub. The cord followed the wall without crossing the walkway. The light reached the first branches softly, leaving the leaves warm without making them bright. Mara stepped closer and touched the metal cover with the back of one finger. It was comfortably warm. She lowered her hand. The lamp was steady. From there, she could see the middle of the house. The work table rested beneath its shaded lamp, just as it had before. The white bowl with the green rim stood beside the light, clean and empty. The basket of unused labels rested near the table, and the folded cloth lay at one side. Beneath the work table, the small basket remained on its lower shelf beneath the cloth. Mara did not approach the basket. She only let the arrangement settle in her mind. Door, walkway, work table, farther lamp, connecting path. The house had a simple shape when she looked at it this way. The lamps, shelves, baskets, and branches all occupied their familiar places. She turned toward the middle lamp. The warmth grew a little stronger as she crossed the tiles. Citrus leaves formed quiet layers overhead. Their upper surfaces caught the light, while the spaces beneath them remained green and cool. Rain followed the roof above her, joining the small sound of her steps. At the work table, Mara paused at the edge of the lamp's glow. The shade directed its warmth downward across the wood. The cord remained clear of the table. The light reached the labels and the nearby leaves without shining directly onto the fruit. She touched the metal cover lightly. Again, it felt comfortably warm. The lamp had not shifted. Mara looked across the table without touching anything. The empty bowl stood safely in from the edge. The notebook rested beside it. The basket of labels remained gathered near the lamp. The folded cloth lay smooth and quiet at the side. The table held the familiar things she expected to see. Mara turned her attention to the farther end of the house. The third lamp marked the way toward the connecting path. Its light lay across the final tiles and reached the last citrus branches. The base stood outside the clear walking space. The nearest leaves had room around it. She walked toward the lamp. The path narrowed slightly between the tubs, though it remained open and easy beneath her shoes. Mara kept to the center, allowing the leaves to remain in their natural places. A few branches curved above her, and the pale labels hung quietly between them. At the farther lamp, she stopped. The shade sat level. The light fell evenly across the floor and the lower stems. Mara checked the metal cover with one finger. It held the same mild warmth as the lamps behind her. She followed the cord with her eyes. It rested along the wall and stayed away from the walkway. The third lamp was steady too. Beyond it, the glass door showed the connecting path. Lamps continued beneath the higher roof in a calm line toward the fig house. Rain blurred the garden outside into dark branches and pale reflections. The path itself was dry and familiar. Mara did not open the door. She knew the way already. The citrus house was warm around her, and this part of her shift began with seeing the room fully before returning to its ordinary work. She turned back along the walkway. From this direction, the house looked gently different. The farther lamp held the end of the path. The middle lamp gathered the work table into a small circle of amber. Behind her, the entrance lamp rested across the doorway tiles. 3 lights joined the room without making it bright. Mara walked slowly toward the nearest citrus row. One label near the third tub had turned slightly toward the trunk. Its writing could still be seen, but only from the side. Mara stopped beside the branch and lifted the small card between 2 fingers. She loosened the string. The leaves stayed where they were. Mara did not pull them aside or disturb the fruit. She brought the label around until its face met the walkway, then tied the string again with the same simple knot. The card swung once, then it settled. Mara stepped back onto the path. The writing was clear now, easy to read as she approached from either direction. That was enough. She left the branch untouched and continued toward the work table. The entrances and distances were familiar. The lamps were warm and steady. The label faced the path. The shelves, baskets, leaves, and table remained in their established places. At the middle of the house, Mara paused once more, this time without inspecting the lamp. She looked at the room as a whole. The entrance behind her held a little cooler air from the path. Around the work table, the warmth gathered close to the wood. Farther ahead, the third lamp guided the eye toward the glass door. The rain softened every edge, making the citrus house feel enclosed and peaceful. Mara placed one hand on the work table. The wood was smooth beneath her palm. A faint scent of orange peel rested in the warm air. The empty bowl caught a narrow green reflection along its rim. She left it there. Mara took a slow breath and listened. Rain moved over the roof. The lamps gave off a quiet, nearly hidden hum. A leaf shifted above her shoulder and came gently to rest. Beneath the table, the covered basket remained in its cooler shadow. The house no longer felt like somewhere she had just entered. Its shape had become clear again. The short path from the door to the table, the longer line toward the connecting passage, and the quiet spaces between the tubs. Mara lowered her hand. She did not cross to the fig house yet. The connecting path waited beyond the glass, dry beneath its higher roof, while the citrus house held her in its warm green light. The middle of the shift had its own unhurried pace. There was time to see, to check, and to leave each small thing in the right place before the next round began. Mara stood beside the shaded lamp. The corrected label faced the walkway. The 3 lamps kept their steady warmth. Rain continued softly beyond the glass. The citrus house was ready for the next ordinary round. Mara began at the work table beneath the shaded lamp. The white bowl with the green rim stood beside her notebook, clean and empty. Beneath the table, the small basket rested on its lower shelf beneath the folded cloth. 3 oranges lay inside, covered and undisturbed. Rain moved softly over the glass roof. Warm light gathered on the wood, the tiled walkway, and the lower citrus leaves. The air smelled of damp soil, clean peel, and the gentle warmth held by the shelves. Mara closed her notebook and took the pruning shears from their place beside the work area. The labels had been settled during her arrival. The baskets rested beneath their shelves, and the walkway was clear. She left everything as it was and turned toward the first row of citrus trees. A thin, dry twig showed beneath a cluster of leaves. Mara supported the living branch with one hand and placed the shears around the pale section. One quiet cut. The twig came away cleanly. She carried it to the small place kept for dry pieces, then returned to the row. The branch looked much the same as before, only with a little more space beneath its leaves. The fruit remained where it had grown. The warm lamp reached the green leaves without shining harshly across them. Mara moved on. The citrus trees stood in a gentle line along the walkway. Some leaves were narrow and bright, while others were broad and dark in the lower light. Here and there an orange showed through the green, round and still. At the next tree, a fine stem had dried near its tip. Mara followed it back to the living wood and removed only the finished part. She carried the cutting away before returning to the path. The third tree needed no pruning. Its leaves were open and balanced, with clear space around the fruit. Mara passed without touching it. At the following tub, a small brown leaf stem hung below the lower branches. She removed it with one careful cut and left the full green leaf in place. The walkway remained open beneath her feet. Mara continued toward the middle lamp, keeping an easy pace. Her work followed a simple rhythm. Notice the dry growth, support what was living, make one small cut, and carry the piece away. Near the middle of the house, she paused to check the lamp. Its shade was level, and its base stood clear of the tiles. Mara touched the metal cover with the back of one finger. It was comfortably warm. She lowered her hand without changing anything. The bowl remained beside the notebook. The covered basket remained beneath the table. The familiar arrangement held its place while Mara continued along the row. Near the farther end of the citrus house, a narrow branch held 2 dry shoots. She lifted the branch slightly and removed the shoots one at a time. The living leaves stayed where they were, making a soft green frame around the open space. Mara carried the small pieces away and returned to the path. Then she stood back. The dry growth that was plainly visible from this first angle had been removed. The citrus branches still held their natural shapes, and the healthy leaves and fruit remained undisturbed. The labels still faced the walkway. The baskets still rested beneath the shelves. Mara did not search for every possible cut. Some branches showed themselves clearly, while others remained layered beneath the leaves. A slower look later could reveal a small piece that was easier to see after the room had rested. For now, this first pass was enough. She walked toward the last lamp. Its base stood clear of the tiles, and its light reached the final citrus branches without glare. Mara passed beneath the warm circle and opened the glass door to the connecting path. The air became cooler. Rain traced the panes overhead in narrow, shining lines. Lamps rested at quiet intervals along the path, their reflections lying in pale bands across the floor. Behind Mara, the citrus scent remained bright for a few steps. Ahead, damp wood and fig leaves waited in deeper green air. She crossed at an easy pace. The path was familiar beneath her shoes. The shears rested lightly in her hand. Rain sounded a little broader beneath the higher roof, while the lamps joined one pool of warmth to the next. At the wider middle section, Mara paused. Water gathered along the glass frame and slipped downward. Beyond the panes, the garden had softened into dark branches and quiet reflections. The tiles were dry. The lamps were steady. Mara looked along the passage and found its clear line toward the fig house. Nothing needed adjusting there, she continued. Broad leaves appeared beyond the far doorway, layered in warm shadow. The nearest lamp cast a gentle glow across the lower branches and the shelf beneath them. Mara entered the fig house and began at the first tree. One slender twig had dried near its end. She held it close to the living wood and made a single cut. The piece settled into her waiting hand. She carried it to the established place for trimmings and returned to the row. The fig leaves were broad and soft-edged. They gathered the lamplight in quiet patches, while the spaces beneath them stayed cool and green. Mara moved between the tubs, looking only for dry growth and leaving the healthy branches alone. At the next tree, a brown tip rested against a stronger stem. She removed the tip and carried it away. The following tree needed nothing. Its leaves had room around one another, and the branch held its natural line. Mara passed without touching it. At the next row, a low shoot had dried where it curved toward the edge of the path. Mara supported the branch and shortened the shoot at its base. The cutting was small. She carried it away before returning to the walkway. The path remained clear. Rain sounded softer in the fig house, filtered through the wide leaves and the lower roof. Every so often, a leaf shifted in the warm air and came gently to rest. Mara allowed her pace to follow those small movements. At the farther lamp, she stopped to check the light. The shade rested level. The base stood clear of the walkway. Warmth reached the lower stems and the shelves without falling harshly across the fruit. Mara touched the metal cover lightly. It held the same comfortable warmth as the lamps in the citrus house. She lowered her hand and continued. Near the end of the fig row, a dry branchlet had caught among the leaves. Mara supported the living branch, eased the dry piece free, and carried it to the collection place with the other trimmings. She looked along the room from the path. The fig branches held their broad, quiet shapes. The labels remained where Mara had left them. The baskets stayed beneath the shelves. The lamps cast their small circles across the floor. The dry pieces that were easy to see during this first pass had been gathered away. Mara let her eyes move once more over the branches, but she did not force the room to give up every small detail at once. Another look could come later, with different light, and a little more rest in her eyes. She returned the shears to their usual place in the fig house. Then she began the walk back through the connecting path. Her hands rested loosely at her sides. She passed beneath the lamps one at a time, moving through the cooler air between the houses. The scent of fig leaves softened behind her. Damp wood remained beneath the rain. Ahead, the citrus house gathered itself in warmer light. Mara crossed the doorway. Orange peel returned gradually, followed by green leaves, warm soil, and the familiar smooth scent of the work table. She walked way through the citrus rows without stopping. The branches were quiet after their small cuts. The path was clear from one lamp to the next. At the work table, the white bowl with the green rim still stood beside the shaded lamp, clean and empty. Beneath the table, the small basket remained on its lower shelf beneath the folded cloth. The 3 oranges rested inside it, as before. Mara did not lift the cloth. She placed one hand on the work table. The wood was smooth and warm beneath her palm. Rain moved over the glass roof. Citrus leaves held their soft shine, and beyond the last row the connecting path showed its calm line toward the fig house. The lamps were steady. The first visible dry pieces had been cleared. The living growth remained in place, with room for another quiet look later. Mara breathed in the clean scent of the room. The route had carried her from the citrus house to the fig house and back again. The initial pruning pass had been made in both rooms, gently and without disturbing what was living. She closed her notebook and left it beside the empty bowl. The bowl stayed empty. The covered basket stayed beneath the table. The lamps continued their quiet warmth. Rain moved above both houses, and the work rested in its proper places, ready for the next ordinary part of the night. Mara knelt beside the old fruit crate beneath the work table and drew it forward into the soft edge of the shaded lamp. Its boards were dark with age but clean, their edges softened by years of handling. A faded blue stamp showed on the front, and a small latch held the lid closed. On the lower shelf beside her, the established small basket rested beneath its folded cloth. 3 oranges lay inside. At the far end of the citrus house, the white bowl with the green rim stood empty beside the lamp. Mara lifted the crate's lid. Inside, she found a folded sheet of paper, a length of clean cloth, and 2 plain wooden dividers. The paper was written in a careful, practical hand. It was not a record of anything unusual. It was simply a guide to the fruit. Mara carried the sheet to the work table and opened it beneath the lamp. The instructions were brief. Fruit that was still firm, and green gold could remain together for a while. Fruit with warmer color on one side should be turned gently so that side could be seen. Fruit that had softened evenly belonged in the bowl near the shaded lamp. The guide suggested checking with the whole hand instead of pressing with one finger. It also advised leaving space around each piece so that air could move. Mara read the page twice. She had already been looking at the oranges by color and shape, but the old note gave the work a clearer order. It made the small differences easier to notice without making them important. The fruit did not need rescuing or correcting. It only needed to be placed according to the stage it had reached. Rain moved softly over the glass roof. Mara brought the small basket from beneath the work table and set it on the table. She lifted the folded cloth away and placed it beside the notebook. 3 oranges lay together in the basket, cool from the lower shelf, each one firm beneath the skin. She lifted the first with both hands. Its color had warmed evenly across the rounded surface, with only a narrow green-gold band near the stem. Mara turned it slowly, feeling its smooth weight settle into her palms. The orange was ready for the bowl. The second had a similar warmth. One side was a little brighter than the other, so Mara turned it as the guide advised and checked it again with her whole hand. It was firm, but its color had settled evenly enough to join the first. The third remained green-gold beneath the warmer edge of the lamp. It was solid and cool, with no softened place. Mara set it aside on the cloth. She carried the first orange to the far end of the citrus house. The tiled path was clear beneath her shoes. The lamps made quiet circles across the floor, and the citrus leaves held their soft shapes above her. Rain traced the roof in a fine, woven pattern. At the bowl, Mara placed the orange near the center, leaving room around it. Then she returned for the second. The bowl's white ceramic caught a little of the shaded light. Its green rim made a calm line around the empty space. Mara placed the second orange beside the first, with a small gap between them. Their skins were not exactly the same color, but they belonged together in the gentler warmth. Mara walked back to the work table. The third orange waited on the folded cloth beside the basket. She checked it once more with both hands. It remained firm and pale near the stem. The guide had not asked her to move fruit simply for the sake of movement, so she placed it back in the small basket and drew the cloth over it. The cloth settled in a smooth fold. Mara returned the covered basket to the lower shelf beneath the work table. It rested in the cooler air there, its handle turned outward. The basket was back in its established place, with the third orange beneath the cloth. Mara stood beside the table and looked at the arrangement. 2 oranges rested in the bowl near the shaded lamp. The third remained covered beneath the work table. The difference was modest, but clear. Anyone checking the fruit later would see which pieces had reached the warmer stage and which one could wait. She unfolded the two wooden dividers from the crate and considered them. They were light, plain, and smooth along the edges. They could keep different stages apart when a larger amount of fruit was being held. Tonight, the single basket and the bowl already provided enough room. Mara placed the dividers on the clean cloth beside the paper. They could be useful another time without needing to be used now. Nothing in the note asked her to do more. Mara folded the paper along its existing crease. The cloth went beneath it, and the wooden dividers rested on top. She returned everything to the crate and lowered the lid. The latch closed with a small, ordinary click. Before pushing the crate back, she brushed a few pale flecks from the floor beneath the table. They might have come from the old wood or from a dried leaf. Mara gathered them into her palm and placed them in the small collection pail near the shelf. Then she slid the crate inward. Its front edge aligned with the worktable leg. The faded blue stamp faced outward, and the lids sat flat beneath the table's broad wooden top. Mara opened her notebook and wrote, "Fruit checked by firmness and color. 2 oranges placed in the bowl, 1 remained covered. Guide returned to crate." She read the lines once. They said enough. The old note had not given her a new responsibility. It had shown her the ordinary reason for several small arrangements she had already seen. Some fruit waited in the cooler shade. Some fruit rested near the mild warmth of the lamp. Each piece had a place suited to what it was doing. Mara closed the notebook and set it square with the table's edge. At the far end, the bowl held 2 oranges, separate and firm. At the near end, the covered basket rested on its lower shelf with the 3rd orange beneath the cloth. Beneath the work table, the old fruit crate sat closed in its shadow. Mara carried the small pail toward the established collection place for dry pieces. She emptied the pale flecks there and returned through the open space between the citrus tubs. The connecting path showed beyond the far doorway. Mara crossed only as far as the glass door. Cooler air touched her face. Along the path, the lamps stood at their familiar intervals, their reflections lying in pale bands across the boards. Beyond them, the fig house held its broad leaves in deeper green light. Nothing in the fig house called for her attention yet. Mara returned to the citrus house and left the door open by the same small measure. The warmer air gathered around her shoulders again, carrying the scent of peel, damp soil, and old wood. She looked once more beneath the work table. The old crate had returned to its place, evenly aligned with the table leg, its lid flat and its faded blue stamp turned toward the path. The covered basket remained on its lower shelf. At the far end, the 2 oranges rested beside the shaded lamp with room around them. Mara let her hands rest at her sides. The fruit had been sorted. The guide had been returned. The crate was back where it belonged, and the room had kept its calm arrangement. Rain continued above the glass, and the lamps held their gentle warmth over the leaves. Mara turned back toward the work table, where the next small piece of care could wait beneath the steady light. Mara left the citrus house, quiet around the bowl and the covered basket, ready for the ordinary work that would follow. The rain had softened by the time Mara lifted her eyes from the work table. The citrus house rested in warm green light. Water moved down the glass roof in thin, shining lines, and the lamps gave off their mild heat above the leaves. The air smelled of orange peel, damp soil, and old wood. Beside the shaded lamp, the white bowl with the green rim held 2 oranges. They rested apart from one another, firm and evenly colored. Beneath the table, the small basket sat on its lower shelf. The folded cloth lay across it, and the 3rd orange remained covered beneath, its narrow green band still visible near the stem. Mara left the fruit where it was. The practical guide had been read and followed. The arrangement was settled. She turned toward a citrus tub near the middle of the house. During the first round, the plainly visible dry pieces had been cleared. During the later look, a thin side shoot had shown itself beneath the lower leaves. It was dry from base to tip, though partly hidden before. It was the last small pruning task left from those partial passes. Mara took the shears from their tray on the lower shelf. She held the living branch aside with one hand and supported the dry shoot with the other. Then she made one quiet cut. The shoot came away cleanly. She kept it in her palm and looked at the branch. The leaves remained where they had grown. The fruit above them had not shifted. A little space now opened beneath the lower leaves, allowing the warm lamp to reach the branch without changing the shape of the tree. Mara waited until the leaves had become still. Then she returned the shears to their tray, with the handles aligned beside its edge. She did not look for another cut. The work at that tub was finished, and the citrus pruning begun in the earlier rounds was complete. She carried the dry piece toward the connecting path. The route across the citrus house was clear beneath her shoes. Labels hung at readable heights. Baskets rested beneath the shelves, their handles turned outward. Cloths lay smoothly over the fruit. The entrance lamp cast a low circle across the tiles behind her, while the middle lamp gathered the work table into a softer glow. Mara noticed these things without stopping to adjust them. At the work table, she paused long enough to see the bowl again. 2 oranges rested within the gentler edge of the light. The shaded lamp warmed the wood behind them without shining directly across the fruit. The covered basket remained below. The old fruit crate still rested against the same table leg, its faded blue stamp facing outward. Its lid was closed, and nothing had shifted inside. Mara continued toward the glass door. She opened it and stepped beneath the higher roof. The air changed gradually. The bright scent of citrus leaves thinned behind her, giving way to damp wood and the deeper green smell of fig branches. Rain moved along the panes in narrow trails. Lamps stood at familiar intervals, making soft pools across the dry path. Mara walked at an easy pace. The dry shoot was light in her hand. She passed through the wider middle section, where the roof rose slightly, and the rain sounded broader overhead. Beyond the glass, the garden had become a quiet pattern of dark branches and pale reflections. Nothing in the passage needed her attention. Broad leaves appeared beyond the doorway, layered in warm shadow. The nearest baskets rested beneath their shelves, and the pale labels faced the walkway. Mara entered the fig house and crossed to the established compost pail near the work area. She lifted the lid. The dry piece made a faint papery sound as she placed it inside with the other trimmings. Then she closed the lid and set her hand briefly on its top. The pail remained where it belonged. That was all. Mara did not take the shears from the narrow shelf. She did not search the fig branches for more work. The small fig stem found during the later check had already been removed, and the broad leaves now held their natural shapes. The path through the room remained open. She stood for a moment between the shelves. The fig house received the rain more softly than the citrus house. Drops touched the roof and were gathered into a low, even murmur by the leaves. Warmth rested near the floor. Labels appeared between the branches, and baskets stayed quiet beneath them. One lamp cast a gentle circle across the nearest shelf. Another rested farther along the row, its glow reaching the lower stems and the tiles while leaving the fruit at a softer edge. The far lamp joined the others into one calm line. Mara turned back toward the connecting doorway. There was nothing to carry now. Her hands hung loosely at her sides. She crossed the fig house at the same easy pace, passing the labels and baskets without disturbing them. A broad leaf shifted above her shoulder. Mara slowed until it had settled, then continued. At the doorway, she looked back once. The fig leaves formed deep layers under the lamps. The compost pail stood closed near the work area. The baskets remained beneath the shelves, and the labels could be read from the path. The dry citrus shoot had joined the earlier trimmings. The pruning work from the first pass and the later partial check was complete. Mara stepped into the connecting path. Cooler air gathered around her shoulders. The lamps received her one at a time. Fig leaves softened behind her, and the scent of citrus returned ahead, first as green branches, then as peel, warm soil, and wood. Rain moved over both roofs. Mara crossed the wider middle section and listened to the small sound of her steps. Reflections trembled faintly on the boards whenever water passed over the glass, then became smooth again. She did not hurry. At the citrus doorway, the warmer air met her face. She entered and followed the tiled walkway toward the work table. The branches remained in their natural places. The final cut had left no loose piece among the leaves. The shears rested in their tray, and the lamps continued their quiet work above the rows. The labels were clear. The baskets were settled. The cloths lay flat. Nothing had changed except the one dry shoot, and that had already been carried to the compost pail. Beside the work table, the basket of spare labels waited with its wooden handle turned outward. The cards inside lay in a neat stack. Mara saw it and let it remain for the next ordinary task. At the table, she stopped beside the shaded lamp. The white bowl with the green rim held the two oranges just as before. Their skins caught a soft band of light, orange and smooth. Beneath the table, the covered basket remained on its lower shelf. The third orange stayed in its place beneath the cloth. Mara rested one hand on the table. The wood felt warm beneath her palm. A faint scent of fig leaves remained on her fingers, mingling with the clean fragrance of citrus. Rain moved quietly overhead, and the leaves held their soft shine. The night had narrowed to a few familiar things. The first pruning pass, the later check, one final citrus cut, one light piece carried across the path, and the return to the shaded lamp. Mara breathed in slowly. The floor was firm beneath her shoes. The table was steady beneath her hand. Beyond the far row, the connecting path showed its calm line toward the fig house. She looked once at the bowl. The oranges stayed together there, with room between them. She looked once at the covered basket. It remained beneath the table, quiet and undisturbed. Mara lowered her hand. The citrus house held its rows, labels, baskets, and gentle warmth. The fig house rested beyond the path in deeper green shadow. Rain continued above the glass, and the lamps kept their small circles of light. There was no more pruning to add to this round. Mara stood beside the shaded lamp, calm and capable, while the finished work settled into its proper places. The label basket waited nearby. The bowl of oranges remained beside the shaded lamp, and the covered basket stayed beneath the table. The old crate still rested against the same table leg, closed and quiet, its faded blue stamp facing outward. Rain moved softly over the glass roofs, carrying the rooms toward the next simple task. The label basket rested beside the work table, its smooth wooden handle turned outward. Mara lifted the spare cards from inside it one at a time. She kept their corners aligned and placed the small stack on the clear part of the work table, beside the notebook, and well away from the shaded lamp. There they would remain until the basket returned. The basket itself was empty now, light in her hand and ready to carry. She left the white bowl with the green rim beside the shaded lamp and the covered basket beneath the table. 2 oranges rested in the bowl, firm and evenly colored. The third remained beneath the folded cloth. Mara did not touch them. Rain moved softly across the glass roof. The lamps warmed the leaves without making them bright, and the air held the clean scent of orange peel, damp soil, and old wood. Labels faced the walkway. Baskets rested beneath the shelves. The tiled path remained open between the tubs. At the farther doorway, Mara stepped beneath the higher glass. The air cooled around her shoulders. Damp wood replaced the strongest citrus scent, and rain slipped down the panes in long silver lines. The path lamps stood at their familiar intervals, their reflections stretching across the dry boards. Mara walked without hurry. For a few steps, the citrus leaves still gave off their green scent. Then the passage became quieter and cooler beneath the middle roof. Beyond the glass, the garden appeared as dark branches and pale, softened reflections. At the wider section, rain sounded a little broader overhead. Mara held the empty label basket at her side and continued through the calm pools of light. Nothing in the passage needed attention. The lamps were steady. The boards were dry. The garden remained beyond the panes, softened by weather and distance. The fig house waited at the far end. Broad leaves gathered the amber light along their edges. Beneath them, shelves and baskets rested in deeper green shadow. Mara crossed the threshold and placed the empty label basket on the bench near the entrance. The bench was cool beneath her fingertips. She entered the nearest row. The fig house received the rain differently. Drops reached the roof and leaves as a low, spread-out murmur. Warm air rested between the shelves. Pale labels appeared at familiar heights, and the baskets beneath them held their quiet shapes. Mara followed the open walkway. She let her eyes move over the room as a whole. Labels, baskets, leaves, lamps, and the clear path between them. The fig house had a slower appearance than the citrus house. Its broad branches made the room feel layered, while the small circles of light kept the walkway easy to follow. Near the middle row, one label had turned slightly toward the stem behind it. The writing was still visible, but the string had twisted around itself. Mara picked up the empty label basket and placed it beneath the branch. It would hold the card briefly and keep it clean while she reset the string. She lifted the label from its hook and set it in the basket. The basket remained steady on the floor. Mara loosened the string, turned the card toward the path, and worked the loop free from the small crossing fold. She tied it again with the same simple knot. The label hung at its familiar height, facing the walkway without pressing against the leaves. She took it from the basket and returned it to the branch. The card swung once, then it settled. Mara lifted the basket. It was empty again. She looked at the label from several steps away. The writing was clear. The branch held its natural shape. The space beneath the leaves remained open, and the basket below sat squarely beneath the shelf. The small correction had joined the rest of the room. Mara continued toward the far end of the fig house. The lamps gave off their familiar warmth. She felt it lightly across her hands as she passed. A broad leaf shifted above the walkway, leaned into the edge of the light, and returned to its place. Mara slowed until it had settled. Rain continued overhead. At the far lamp, she paused without touching the shade. Its light reached the lower leaves, the labels, and the woven baskets in a soft circle. The fruit remained in gentler shadow. The base stood clear of the walkway. Mara looked back along the row. The adjusted label faced the path. The other cards showed between the leaves. Baskets rested beneath their shelves. Handles turned outward. Nothing in the room had been rearranged beyond that one useful turn. She carried the empty label basket back to the entrance bench. For a moment, she placed it there and rested her hand on the handle. The basket had held the label while the card was taken down, checked, and returned. Nothing remained inside it. Nothing else needed carrying in the fig house. Mara picked it up and stepped into the connecting path. Cooler air gathered around her. Behind her, the fig house softened into layers of green leaves and amber light. Ahead, the citrus scent waited beyond the glass, faint at first, and then clearer with every step. The basket rested easily against her hip. She passed through one lamp circle, then another. Rain followed the roof frames overhead. Thin trails gathered on the panes and slipped downward, while the path remained quiet beneath her feet. At the central lamp, Mara slowed. The wider roof gave the rain more room to sound. Damp wood and wet leaves surrounded her. Behind her, the fig house held the repaired label and the quiet baskets. Ahead, the citrus house waited with its warmer air and lower lights. Mara breathed in slowly. Then she continued. Orange peel returned before the doorway came fully into view. Citrus leaves caught the lamps in small, soft patches. The tiled walkway showed a clear line from the glass door to the work table. Mara crossed into the citrus house. Warmth gathered around her hands. She carried the empty label basket to the work table and set it beside the notebook. The spare cards still waited in their definite place. On the clear wood beside it, their corners aligned and their pale faces turned upward. The old fruit crate rested against the same table leg, its faded blue stamp facing outward. The shaded lamp remained level above the wood. Mara gathered the cards from beside the notebook. She placed them inside the basket one at a time, keeping their corners aligned. She checked the bottom afterward, then rested her fingers lightly against the top card. The spare cards were back in the basket. Mara carried it to the lower shelf beneath the work table and set it there. It settled beside the folded cloth, with its handle turned outward and its cards held safely inside. She returned to the lamp. The white bowl with the green rim stood securely beside the light. 2 oranges rested inside, separate and firm. Beneath the table, the third orange remained covered in its smaller basket. Mara left the fruit undisturbed. She placed one hand on the work table. The wood was smooth and warm beneath her palm. Rain moved over the roof. Citrus leaves shifted lightly, then became still. Through the far doorway, the connecting path held its quiet line toward the fig house. The label had been returned to its branch. The spare cards had been removed from the basket and kept beside the notebook, while the basket completed its round. Now the cards were gathered inside it again, safely back beneath the work table. Nothing had been misplaced. Nothing needed to be carried farther. Mara lowered her hand. Her work was settled. The bowl belonged beside the shaded lamp. The covered orange remained in its cooler shadow. The old crate stayed against the table leg, closed and quiet, its faded blue stamp facing outward. She stood beside the work table while rain softened both roofs, and the warm lamps kept their steady circles over the leaves. The citrus house held its familiar rows. Beyond the glass, the fig house rested in deeper green shadow. The route between them was clear from one pool of light to the next. Mara breathed in the clean scent of orange peel and warm wood. The label basket waited beneath the table. The spare cards were gathered in their basket, with its handle turned outward. The bowl held 2 oranges. The third remained covered. The corrected label faced the walkway in the fig house, and the ordinary path between the rooms remained open. Nothing else needed carrying. Mara remained beside the shaded lamp, calm and capable, while the settled work rested in its proper places. Mara kept one hand on the work table and let the quiet gather around her. Beside the shaded lamp, the white bowl with the green rim held 2 firm, evenly colored oranges. Beneath the table, the small basket rested on its lower shelf beneath the folded cloth, with the third orange covered inside it. Beside that basket, the basket of unused labels waited with its wooden handle turned outward and its cards held in a neat stack. The old fruit crate leaned against the same table leg, its faded blue stamp facing the path. Rain moved softly across the glass roof. It passed over the citrus leaves, followed the frames above the connecting path, and reached the fig house as a broad, even murmur. Warm air rested close to the table. It smelled of damp soil, clean peel, green leaves, and smooth wood. Mara opened her notebook and recorded the work before her. She wrote that the spare labels had been returned, the fruit had been settled, the lamps had been checked, the pruning was finished, and the corrected label faced the path. She read the lines once. Then she added one more, both houses settled. Mara closed the notebook and placed it beside the bowl. The shaded lamp stood level above the wood, sending its mild warmth toward the nearby leaves. The 2 oranges rested safely in the gentler edge of the light, well in from the table's edge. Below, the covered basket remained in the cooler air beneath the work table. the unused labels waited beside it, gathered and ready for another ordinary round. Mara did not lift the cloth. She did not move the bowl or touch the fruit. The practical guide had done what it needed to do. 2 oranges belonged together in the shaded bowl. The third remained covered beneath the table. The labels were in their basket again, and the old fruit crate was closed in its place. Nothing more was required of them tonight. She turned toward the citrus rows. The house looked different now that the work had finished. Earlier, each label, basket, branch, and lamp had called for a small piece of attention. Now they formed one quiet pattern. Pale cards hung between the leaves, baskets rested beneath the shelves. The lamps joined one warm circle to the next. Mara walked slowly along the open path. The labels were visible. The baskets sat squarely beneath the shelves. The branches held their natural shapes, and the small, dry pieces from pruning were no longer among the living growth. At the first lamp, she paused. Its shade was level, its base clear of the tiles, and its cord followed the wall without crossing the walkway. Mara touched the metal cover with the back of one finger. It was comfortably warm. She took her hand away. The lamp kept its quiet circle over the leaves. At the next row, the label she had corrected faced the path. Its writing could be read without stepping closer. The string rested in its plain knot, and the leaves around it remained where they had grown. Behind her, the middle lamp gathered the work table into a softer glow. From a distance, the bowl appeared as a pale shape beside the amber light. The 2 oranges showed as quiet bands of color. Beneath the table, the covered basket and the basket of unused labels remained in their separate places. Mara continued toward the farther doorway. The citrus house held a gentle sequence. Warm wood near the table, green leaves along the shelves, tiled floor beneath the lamps, and the clear line of the connecting path beyond the glass. Rain shone briefly on the roof, then slipped down the frames toward the garden. She opened the door. Cooler air touched her face. Mara stepped onto the connecting path and let the door rest behind her. The passage was dry and clear. Lamps stood beneath the higher glass at familiar intervals, each making a soft pool across the boards. Their reflections stretched and softened whenever rain moved along the panes. She walked through the first pool of light, then the next. The citrus scent remained with her for a little while, bright beneath the quieter smell of damp wood. Gradually, the air changed. Green fig leaves waited ahead, broad and dark beneath the rain. The path carried the warmth of one house behind her and the deeper shade of the other in front. At the wider middle section, the roof rose slightly, and the rain spread into a fuller murmur overhead. Beyond the glass, the garden had become a soft pattern of branches and reflections. Mara stopped beneath the central lamp. Its light rested across the boards and reached a narrow strip of the panes beside her. Water gathered along the frame, joined itself into thin lines, and slipped downward. The crossing remained open in both directions. Mara breathed in slowly. The air held damp wood, rain, citrus peel, and the faint green scent of figs. She breathed out and continued toward the far door. The fig house received her in deeper green shadow. Broad leaves rose above the shelves and caught the lamplight along their edges. Beneath them, the baskets and labels appeared in quiet pieces. The room was not dark. It simply held its warmth more closely than the citrus house. Mara crossed to the nearest lamp. Its shade faced the shelf. The light reached the lower stems and the soil without shining directly across the fruit. The basket below stood clear of the base, and the walkway beside it remained open. A broad leaf curved near the edge of the light. Its surface shone softly where the warmth touched it. Mara watched it for a moment, then let her gaze move on. Nothing required her hand. She followed the center path through the fig rows. The first label stood straight in its holder. The basket beneath it rested inward from the front edge of the shelf. At the next row, another card faced the walkway, its pale surface easy to read between two broad leaves. Mara did not stop at every shelf. She saw the room as a whole. The labels were visible. The baskets were steady. The cloths lay flat where they covered the fruit. The lamps warmed the lower leaves without glare. The branches remained within their established shapes, leaving the path open. At the middle shelf, the corrected label still hung at its familiar height. Its string remained clear of the stem. The card faced the path, and the branch beside it held its natural line. Mara slowed as she passed. The writing was clear. She continued toward the far lamp. Its warmth touched her hands as she entered its circle. Mara checked the metal cover lightly. It held the same comfortable heat as the lamps in the citrus house. She lowered her hand. The lamp stayed level. Its light rested across the edge of the shelf and the lower leaves. A basket sat beneath it on the wood, square and quiet. Rain moved above the fig house. The broad leaves softened the sound into a low murmur that seemed to come from the whole roof at once. Every so often, one leaf shifted in the warm air. It moved slightly, then became still again. Mara stood in the middle of the room and listened. The fig house had its own settled rhythm. The rain was wider here. The air was cooler beneath the leaves. The lamps were close to the floor, and the shelves made quiet horizontal lines through the green. She opened her notebook and read the lines she had written in the citrus house. Then she added one more. Fig house steady. She closed the notebook and turned toward the entrance. The return through the fig house was brief and unhurried. She passed the shelves, labels, and baskets with the calm recognition that came from seeing them already settled. The path widened between two tubs, and she followed the clear space toward the doorway. She stepped onto the connecting path. Cooler air gathered around her shoulders. Fig leaves softened into shadow behind the glass. Ahead, the lamps showed a calm line toward the citrus house. Mara walked through the pools of light one at a time. Rain traced the panes overhead. Reflections lay across the boards, pale and wavering. The path remained dry beneath her feet. She did not pause this time. The scent of citrus returned gradually, first as green leaves, then as warm wood and clean peel. Through the glass door, the citrus rose waited in gentle light. Mara entered the house and followed the path directly to the work table. The labels and baskets remained in place. The branches held their natural shapes. The lamps continued to glow softly above the rows. The basket of unused labels rested on the lower shelf beneath the work table. Its handle turned outward. The old fruit crate remained against the table leg, closed and quiet. At the table, Mara looked down. The white bowl with the green rim stood beside the shaded lamp. Two oranges rested inside it, separate and firm. Beneath the table, the small basket remained on its lower shelf. The folded cloth lay across it, and the third orange stayed covered beneath the cloth. Mara rested one hand on the table. The wood was smooth and warm. Rain moved across the roof in long, patient strokes. Beyond the last citrus row, the connecting path led toward the fig house, where the broad leaves rested beneath their lamps. She let her shoulders lower. The labels faced the walkway. The baskets rested beneath the shelves. The lamps were warm. The paths were clear. The fruit had been sorted and left in its proper places. Mara closed the notebook and left it beside the bowl. The white bowl with the green rim stood beside the shaded lamp, holding two oranges. The third orange stayed covered in its basket beneath the table. Mara lowered her hand. The work was settled. The lamps continued their gentle circles through both houses, and Mara remained calm and ready for the next ordinary round. The Night Conservatory, Episode 4. The Roof That Opens Slowly. The night had moved gently toward its middle hour when Mara entered the glass walk. She carried the logbook beneath one arm, with the pencil tucked along its spine. Between two pages lay the practical ripening guide she had found with the old fruit crate during her work in the room of winter fruit. She had copied its useful instructions into the log, but the folded sheet still rested there for the moment, pale at the creases and faintly scented with the oranges she had sorted beneath the shaded lamp. Behind her, that work was complete. The labels had been checked, the baskets left in order, and the fruit arranged according to the day gardener's plain advice. Ahead, at the far end of the glass walk, the observatory roof waited for its own kind of preparation. Mara did not hurry toward it. The glass walk was a place that gave each footstep room. Its panes held a dim reflection of the interior lamps, so that the lights seemed to continue beside her in a second, quieter line. Beyond the glass, the coast lay under thin cloud. There was no hard boundary between sea and sky from here, only different depths of gray and the occasional softening of light where the cloud grew thinner. The air in the walk was cooler than the room she had left. Mara felt the change first across her hands and then at her face. It was one of the useful things about moving slowly through the conservatory at night. Each room announced itself before she had to look at an instrument or write down a figure. Warmth lingered in one doorway. Moisture rested in another. Here, the long panes and the dark outside gave the air a clean, even cool. She stopped beneath the nearest lamp and opened the logbook. The ripening guide lay across the page she needed. Mara lifted it by one corner, refolded it along its old lines, and placed it farther back in the book. Its notes belonged to the work already done. Which fruit could remain in a shallow basket, which should be turned, and which would color more evenly near the shaded lamp. The observatory required a different list, though the manner of care was much the same. Look closely. Move only what needed moving. Leave a clear record for the person who came next. At the top of the fresh page, she wrote the time. The pencil made a dry, companionable sound. She noted the thin cloud and the condition of the glass walk, then paused to listen to the building around her. There was no sudden noise and nothing demanding attention. The conservatory held the small, continuous sounds of a place at rest. The faint movement of air, the quiet settling of its frame, and the soft contact of her sleeve against the logbook as she closed it again. The route to the observatory rose gradually from the far end of the walk. Mara continued toward it, keeping one hand free for the rail. Before beginning the upward path, she took the folded cloth she had brought for the preparation and ran it along the top of the handrail. It was not a matter of scrubbing. The rail was already clean. This was simply the night check. A slow pass of the cloth to collect the slight film that gathered near cool glass, followed by a look along the surface in the low light. She folded the cloth once, wiped the next section, and moved on. Her hand followed afterward, confirming that the rail was dry and comfortable to hold. The task gave her an easy pace. Wipe, fold, step. Wipe, fold, step. As she climbed, the warm pools of light along the glass walk fell gently below her. The observatory roof did not feel separate from the conservatory so much as it felt like the final, quiet lift of the same structure. The framing grew simpler. The air became a little cooler. Above, the thin cloud spread across the roof panes with a soft brightness behind it. At the upper landing, Mara stopped before the roof mechanism. She set the logbook on the level surface beside it, placed the pencil on top, and folded the cloth into a neat square. Nothing about the mechanism called for force or haste. Its purpose was to move a section of the roof in a slow, controlled way, and the preparation began before any movement at all. Mara first looked along the visible track. She followed it from one end to the other, checking that it was clear and evenly seated. Then she examined the points where the moving section met the fixed frame. The edges were aligned. The glass was dry on the inside. Outside, the cloud remained thin and still, softening the sky without bringing rain against the panes. She rested her palm lightly on the handrail and let her eyes travel around the observatory roof. The space was modest and practical. Its glass gave an open view when the weather allowed, while the mechanism made that openness gradual rather than abrupt. At night, the low lamps were enough to show the path, the rail, and the working parts without filling the roof with glare. Mara could see what she needed to see, and beyond that, the clouded sky could remain quietly itself. She opened the logbook again and wrote down the condition of the track and frame. The folded ripening guide shifted slightly when the cover moved. Mara pressed it flat with the back of her fingers. For a moment, the two tasks sat together in the same book. The warm room with its oranges and shaded lamp, and this cool roof beneath thin cloud. One had required baskets, labels, and patient turning. The other required a clear path, a dry rail, and a mechanism tested at its proper speed. Neither was complicated when given its own sequence. She returned the pencil to the page and added that the handrail had been wiped. Only then did she place one hand on the control for the roof mechanism. She did not begin a full opening. This was the preparatory test, the first measured movement that confirmed the parts were traveling as they should. Mara settled her feet, relaxed her shoulders, and applied slow, even pressure. The mechanism answered with a low, steady movement. The roof section shifted only a little along its track. The change was so gradual that the reflections on the glass seemed to slide rather than break. A narrow line of cooler night air entered from above and moved across the observatory roof, touching Mara's forehead and the backs of her hands before passing down toward the glass walk. She watched the track while the section moved. There was no catch and no uneven pull. The opening widened by a small, deliberate amount, then stopped when she released the control. Mara waited there for a few breaths, looking first at the resting position and then at the line of the frame. The cloud above remained pale and thin. Through its softer patches, the night held a muted depth, enough to suggest the open sky without asking to be studied yet. That would come later in the round, after the observatory had been fully prepared. For now, her work was only to make the space ready. She reversed the control with the same light pressure. The section returned slowly. The narrow current of air diminished, the reflections settled into their earlier places, and the roof met its frame without a jolt. Mara kept her hand in position until the movement was complete. Then she removed it and looked along the join once more. Closed evenly, she wrote in the logbook, "Test smooth." The words took only a moment. She left the pencil resting across the open page while she made one final pass around the small roof space. Her footsteps remained even, neither hurried nor hesitant. She checked the rail she had wiped, the clear track, and the low lamps marking the return toward the glass walk. Everything required for the next stage of preparation was in order. Mara folded the cloth once more and placed it with the logbook. Before closing the cover, she made sure the old ripening guide was secure between its pages. It would return to its proper place when she completed the night's records. Until then, it was a quiet reminder of the room behind her. Oranges resting in their bowl, a shaded lamp giving steady warmth, and ordinary instructions made useful by careful hands. She closed the logbook and stood for a moment beneath the observatory glass. The roof was closed. The mechanism had moved smoothly. The handrail was clean and dry. Below, the lamps of the glass walk continued in their calm line, ready to guide her back whenever the next part of the round was done. Mara rested one hand on the rail and looked toward the mechanism she would use again. There was no uncertainty in the task now, only the familiar order of preparation. Inspect, clear, test, record. The observatory roof waited beneath the thin cloud, quiet and ready for the careful work to continue. Mara remained at the upper landing after the preparatory test, with one hand resting lightly on the dry rail. The roof was closed again beneath the thin cloud. The mechanism had moved smoothly through its short trial, and the narrow breath of cooler air had faded from the observatory. Below her, the lamps along the glass walk made a warm, orderly path through the panes. Now that the first movement had been tested, she could make the full inspection round. She opened the logbook on the level surface beside the mechanism. The folded ripening guide remained secure between the earlier pages, and the pencil lay across the fresh entry she had begun. Track clear, frame aligned, handrail wiped, test smooth. Mara read the 4 notes once, not because she had forgotten them, but because the written order gave a useful shape to the work still ahead. The roof mechanism was simple when taken one part at a time. There was the control beneath her hand, the visible track along the moving section, the meeting edges of the fixed frame, and the slow travel of the glass overhead. Each part could be looked at without making the whole task feel larger than it was. She picked up the folded cloth and began at the landing. The first stretch of rail was already clean from her walk upward, but she passed the cloth beneath it now, feeling along the cooler underside where moisture might gather unseen. The fabric came away dry. She folded it to a fresh side and moved around the modest roof space, following the rail at the same even pace. The low lamps showed the surface clearly without throwing a bright reflection onto the glass. Mara checked each pool of light as she passed through it. None of the lamps flickered. Their glow joined gently at the edges, leaving no sharp change between one step and the next. At the far side of the observatory roof, she stopped and looked back toward the control. From here, she could see the route as a morning visitor might see it. The gradual rise from the glass walk, the handrail continuing around the landing, and the roof mechanism set where it could be used without blocking the path. Nothing had been left across the way. Her logbook and pencil rested together on the level surface. The cloth was in her hand. The route remained open and plain. She turned her attention upward. The moving section of roof glass sat evenly within its frame. The thin cloud beyond it gave the pane a muted gray sheen, while the lamps below appeared only as faint, softened shapes. Mara followed the meeting edge from one end to the other. At each point, the line remained straight. There was no gap where the section should have been closed, and no place where one edge sat higher than the other. She lowered her gaze to the track. Rather than merely looking along it from the control, she walked beside as much of its length as the rail allowed. She kept the cloth folded in one hand and traced the route with her eyes. The track was clear. Its surface held a soft, even dullness in the low light. Nothing rested in its path, and the moving section had returned to its proper closed position after the test. At the end of the visible run, Mara paused. The air here was slightly cooler than at the head of the glass walk, though the roof had closed some minutes before. She could feel the difference across her knuckles where they curled around the cloth. It was a comfortable change, clean and mild, one more small temperature boundary within the conservatory. She returned to the landing and set the cloth beside the logbook. Before moving the roof again, she checked the glass walk below. The lamps continued in their calm line. The handrail she had wiped was dry beneath them, and the panes held the night at a quiet distance. Beyond the conservatory, the coast remained under thin cloud. There was no rain on the observatory glass, only the pale spread of the sky and a deeper gray where the sea lay beyond view. Mara placed her feet as she had before, comfortably apart. She rested one hand on the control and kept her other hand free. This time, she allowed the mechanism to travel farther. She applied slow, steady pressure. The roof section began to move with the same low, even sound it had made during the short test. Mara watched the near edge first. It drew away from the fixed frame by a narrow measure, then continued along the track without wavering. The reflections of the lamps shifted gradually across the pane. Cooler air entered from above. It did not rush into the observatory. It arrived as a gentle current, touching Mara's face and passing over the open logbook. One corner of the page lifted slightly and settled again beneath the pencil. The folded ripening guide remained farther back between the covers, held safely in place. Mara kept her attention on the moving section. She watched the line of the track, the pace of the travel, and the widening space beneath the clouded sky. The roof opened slowly enough that every change could be followed. More of the outdoor coolness reached the landing. The glass walk below seemed warmer by comparison, its lamps more golden against the gray beyond the panes. When the roof section reached the position needed for preparation, Mara released the control. The movement ceased gently. She left her hand near the control for a moment and inspected the resting position. The section sat evenly on its track. The open space above was broad enough for the observatory's ordinary use, yet the room still felt sheltered by its surrounding glass. Thin cloud covered the sky, softening the darkness into quiet layers. Mara walked the short inspection path again. At the first lamp, she looked upward along the moving edge. At the next, she checked the rail and the clear floor beneath it. She continued to the far side, where the cooler air was most noticeable, and stood there for several breaths. The open roof changed the room without disturbing it. The conservatory's warmer air met the coastal night in a gradual, comfortable exchange. She returned to the logbook and picked up the pencil. "Full movement even," she wrote. Then, after looking once more at the open section, she added, "Resting position aligned." The pencil made its dry sound across the paper. Mara placed it beside the book rather than across the page, leaving the entry open while she completed the return movement. Her hand settled on the control again. She reversed it with the same unhurried pressure. The roof section began its slow journey back along the track. The open band of sky narrowed little by little. The cooler current weakened, though a trace of it remained around the rail and against the glass. Mara watched until the moving edge approached the fixed frame. She eased the pressure without interrupting the steady pace. The section came home gently and met the frame without a jolt. Its low movement ended, and the observatory returned to its enclosed quiet. She removed her hand from the control. For a little while, she simply observed. The reflections of the lamps settled. The page of the logbook lay still. The thin cloud remained visible through the roof, now softened again by the closed pane. Nothing had shifted out of place during the movement. Mara walked the joining edge once more. She looked along the track from the far side, then from the landing. The roof was seated evenly. The rail remained dry beneath her palm. The route down to the glass walk was clear. She returned to the logbook and completed the entry. Closed evenly after full preparation check. There was no need to add more. The work itself had been exact, and the record could remain plain. Mara closed the book partway, then stopped before bringing the cover down. The older ripening guide showed faintly between the pages behind her new entry. Its folded edge recalled the warm room of winter fruit, the shallow baskets, and the oranges resting beside their shaded lamp. That earlier work had passed naturally into this one. Baskets and labels had given way to rails, glass, and a slow-moving roof, but the rhythm remained familiar. Inspect, handle carefully, return each part to rest, and record what the next person would need to know. She tucked the pencil along the spine and lifted the logbook beneath one arm. The folded cloth went into her free hand. Before leaving the upper landing, Mara made one final circuit without touching the mechanism. She followed the rail, passed through each low pool of lamplight, and looked along the clear path. The roof stayed closed beneath the thin cloud. The mechanism had completed both movements smoothly. The observatory was ready for the next part of the round. She began down toward the glass walk. Her hand moved easily along the rail she had wiped. With every few steps, the air became a little warmer. The line of lamps rose around her again, reflected in the long panes so that the glass walks seemed to hold two quiet paths side by side, the one beneath her feet and the dimmer one suspended in the glass. At the bottom of the gradual descent, Mara turned and looked back. From here, the roof mechanism was partly hidden by the angle of the landing, but the closed section above it could still be seen. Its edges were even, and the thin cloud rested beyond the pane like a pale layer of cloth. The observatory no longer felt like a task waiting at the far end of the conservatory. It had entered the order of her round. Mara opened the logbook beneath the nearest lamp to check that her last line was dry. As she turned the cover back, she noticed the visitor register resting where it belonged near the observatory route. She had passed it while concentrating on the rail and the mechanism, seeing only that the path around it was clear. Now, with the inspection complete and the roof settled, there was time to give it her attention. She placed the logbook beside it and laid the folded cloth neatly to one side. The roof mechanism needed nothing further just then. Behind her, it remained closed and ready beneath the cloud. Ahead of her lay only the next quiet part of the observatory's preparation. A few ordinary pages, kept for the people who used this modest roof when it was open to the public. Mara rested her hand on the cover of the register, while the lamps of the glass walk continued their steady glow around her. Mara rested her hand on the cover of the visitor register, while the lamps of the glass walk continued their steady glow around her. The book lay on a narrow shelf, near the observatory route, exactly where she had noticed it after completing the roof inspection. It was a modest thing, neither decorative nor especially old. Its dark cloth cover had softened at the corners from ordinary handling, and a small paper label on the front bore two plain words: Visitor Register. Mara set her own logbook beside it. The folded cloth remained neatly to one side, and her pencil was tucked along the logbook's spine. Behind her, the observatory roof stayed closed beneath a thin cloud. The mechanism had completed its full preparation check smoothly. Nothing there needed her attention for the moment. She lifted the visitor register from the shelf. It had a comfortable weight, the sort made by many pages rather than heavy binding. When she opened it, the cover gave easily at a familiar place. The paper inside was thick enough to accept different pens and pencils, and the entries had been arranged in simple columns: date, sky, and notes. There were no elaborate accounts. Most visitors had written only a line or two. Mara turned back several pages, letting them move beneath her thumb one at a time. The entries were spread across clear nights, clouded evenings, and those quieter occasions when only a small part of the sky had remained visible. Some handwriting leaned forward. Some stood upright and careful. A few lines were printed in large, deliberate letters. All of them belonged to ordinary visits to the same modest roof. She stopped at a page where the writing was especially easy to read. The first entry noted that the roof had been opened for a public stargazing hour. The visitor had seen the moon above the coast, followed by one bright planet through a thinner part of the sky. The note ended by saying that the slow roof had given everyone time to become accustomed to the cooler air. Mara read the sentence once more. She could understand exactly what the writer meant. During her own test, the roof had not changed the space all at once. The opening had widened little by little. Cooler air had entered gently, and the reflections had traveled across the glass without breaking apart. A person standing at the rail would have time to feel the room change around them before looking upward. The next entry was shorter. A visitor had come on a cloudier evening, and written that only a few stars appeared between the pale layers overhead. The group had waited for a while, learned where to look, and enjoyed the glass walk on the way down. That was all. No special occasion had been required. The observatory was not waiting for a rare event or for people with expert knowledge. It opened so members of the public could come quietly after daylight hours, stand beneath the moving roof, and look at whatever the ordinary sky offered. On some evenings, that might be the moon; on others, a bright planet or a scattering of stars. Under more cloud, it might simply be the changing light above the coast and the calm walk back between the panes. Mara held the register open beneath the lamp. The discovery settled into place without asking anything further of her. The small observatory roof had a plain public use. Its clear track, dry handrail, low lamps, and careful mechanism were prepared so that visitors could gather there comfortably for ordinary stargazing. The slow movement was part of that comfort. It allowed the roof to open without haste and close in the same measured way when the hour was finished. She turned one more page. Several blank lines remained after the latest entry. Mara did not fill them. They belonged to future visitors who might record a clear view, a clouded one, or simply the pleasure of standing beneath an open section of sky. There was no need for her to predict what they would write. She closed the register gently and looked at its paper label again. The shelf beneath it was clean, though a faint line in the surface showed where the book usually rested. Mara ran one finger along the edge, then used the folded cloth to make a single light pass over the open part of the shelf. The cloth collected only a trace of dust. She folded it inward and set it down again. Before returning the register, she checked the position from which she had lifted it. It belonged with its spine toward the observatory and its label facing the glass walk, easy to notice without standing in the path. Mara placed it back within the faint outline it had left on the shelf. She adjusted it by less than the width of a finger until it sat squarely. The dark cover looked quiet beneath the lamp. Mara opened her own logbook. The folded ripening guide rested safely between the earlier pages, carrying with it the memory of the warm room of winter fruit, the old crate, and the oranges arranged beside the shaded lamp. She turned to the observatory entry and read the lines she had already made. Track clear, frame aligned, handrail wiped, test smooth, full movement even, resting position aligned, closed evenly after full preparation check. Beneath those notes, she added one plain line. Visitor register checked and returned to shelf. Her pencil moved with its familiar dry sound. She paused, then added a few more words to make the use of the roof clear for anyone reading the night record later. Public stargazing register in order. That was enough. She did not copy the visitors' remarks into her own book. Their entries were already where they belonged, and the meaning of them required no longer explanation. The roof was prepared for ordinary public evenings beneath the sky. Tonight, it remained closed under thin cloud, while she completed the rest of her work. Mara laid the pencil across the open logbook and looked back toward the gradual rise to the observatory. From the glass walk, only part of the upper landing was visible. The rail caught a little of the lamplight. Above it, the roof panes held the pale gray of the cloud, and the closed section sat evenly within its frame. The space no longer seemed like a mechanism alone. She could picture its practical arrangement when visitors arrived. A clear route upward, hands resting on the dry rail, low lamps preserving the view, and the roof beginning its slow travel when everyone was settled. The thought was complete and comfortable. It made no demand on another night. She turned her attention to the small area around the shelf. The visitor register was in place. Her own logbook lay open. The cloth had been folded to keep the dusty side inward. Nothing blocked the path between the glass walk and the observatory landing. Mara closed her logbook, leaving the pencil along its spine. She lifted both the book and the cloth, then took one slow step back to see the shelf, as a visitor would see it on the way down. The label could be read beneath the lamp. The register sat straight. The passage remained clear. Outside the panes, the coast stayed beneath thin cloud. The weather softened the view without changing the order of the room. Reflections of the interior lamps continued beside Mara in the glass, forming the same second line of light that had accompanied her on her arrival. She placed her free hand on the rail and felt its smooth, dry surface. The small discovery had already found its ordinary ending. She knew why the register was kept there and what kind of visits it recorded. People came to look at the public night sky, and the observatory was prepared so they could do so calmly. The register had been read, checked, and returned. No question remained waiting in its pages. Mara moved toward the next part of the round at an easy pace, carrying her logbook and folded cloth. Behind her, the visitor register rested on its shelf. Above, the roof remained closed beneath the cloud. Ahead, the familiar rail and pools of lamplight offered a few simple surfaces to tend, each ready for the same gentle sequence of looking, wiping, setting straight, and recording. Mara moved toward the next part of the round at an easy pace, carrying her logbook and folded cloth. Behind her, the visitor register rested squarely on its shelf. Above, the roof remained closed beneath the thin cloud. The public purpose of the observatory was clear now, and there was nothing more to learn from the pages. What remained was the simple work of leaving the mechanism and register ready for their next ordinary use. She stopped beneath the lamp nearest the shelf and set the logbook down. The visitor register had been returned to its faint outline, but the space around it still bore the small signs of frequent handling. A narrow mark ran along the front edge of the shelf where the book had been lifted and replaced. The paper label on the cover sat flat except at one corner, which had risen just enough to catch a line of lamplight. Mara unfolded the cloth to a clean side. She did not lift the register again at once. First, she wiped the open section of shelf beside it, drawing the cloth slowly from the back edge toward herself. Then she passed it along the front, where fingertips sometimes rested while the book was opened. The movement left the surface even and dull beneath the low lamp. She folded the cloth inward, keeping the used side enclosed. Only then did she lift the register with both hands. Its place on the shelf showed clearly now. A soft rectangle in the finish, made over time by the same object returning to the same position. Mara wiped within that outline, once from left to right and once along the back edge. There was very little dust. The task was not meant to transform the shelf. It was simply meant to keep a familiar surface pleasant to use. She set the book down again, spine toward the observatory, and label facing the glass walk. The raised corner of the paper label remained. Mara smoothed it gently with the side of her thumb. It settled against the cloth cover without resistance. She held it there for a moment, then removed her hand. The label stayed flat. Visitor register. The words were plain beneath the lamp. Anyone coming down from the roof would see them easily. Anyone going up could pass without the book, narrowing the way. Mara stepped back and checked the path. The shelf stood clear of the rail. The register was square. The folded cloth and her logbook remained together rather than spreading across the surface. Above the gradual rise, the closed roof held the pale reflection of the thin cloud. There was one more small maintenance check she could make before leaving the area. During the roof test, the moving section had traveled evenly in both directions. Mara had watched the track and the meeting edges of the frame, and she had already recorded that the mechanism was smooth. Now that it had been at rest for a while, she could confirm that it remained fully seated. She tucked the pencil along the logbook spine and carried the book beneath one arm. The cloth stayed in her other hand as she returned to the gradual rise. Her palm moved along the dry rail. The low lamps gave enough light for each step and left the glass above free from glare. As she climbed, the air cooled slightly against her face. The glass walk remained visible below, its reflected lamps making a second, dimmer path beside the real one. At the upper landing, Mara placed the logbook on the level surface near the control. She laid the cloth beside it. and looked along the join where the moving roof section met the fixed frame. The line remained even. She began at the end nearest the control and followed the join with her eyes before touching anything. Then she rested 2 fingers lightly against the fixed frame and moved them along the edge as far as the landing allowed. There was no raised section and no place where the meeting surfaces had shifted apart. The roof had returned cleanly after its earlier movement and remained in its proper closed position. Mara looked down at the visible track. Faint, dry line marked the passage of the moving section. The track itself was clear, though a little dust had gathered on the fixed lip beside it outside the traveled path. She opened the cloth once more and chose a narrow, clean fold. Keeping well away from the part that moved, she wiped the fixed lip in one slow pass. The cloth followed the metal edge without entering the track. At the far end of her reach, she lifted it rather than dragging it back over the clean surface. A pale trace of dust showed on the fabric. She folded that trace inside and inspected the lip again. It now matched the rest of the frame, clean without looking polished. The track remained untouched and clear. Mara set the cloth down and rested her hand on the control, but she did not operate it. The full movement had already been tested. Repeating it without need would not make the mechanism more ready. Gentle work sometimes meant knowing when the useful action was complete. Instead, she checked the control's resting position, then looked once more at the seated roof section. Both were as they should be. She opened the logbook. The observatory notes remained in their practical order, followed by the lines she had added at the shelf. Visitor register checked and returned to shelf. Public stargazing register in order. Beneath them, Mara wrote, "Fixed edge wiped. Roof remains evenly seated." The pencil moved steadily across the page. Its dry sound seemed a little clearer in the enclosed roof space, though it remained soft. When the sentence was finished, she left a small space below it and read the observatory entry from the beginning. Track clear. Frame aligned. Handrail wiped. Test smooth. Full movement even. Resting position aligned. Closed evenly after full preparation check. The register had been checked and returned. The fixed edge was clean. The roof remained seated. Each line belonged to something she had actually seen or done. Nothing had been added merely to fill the page. Mara closed the logbook partway. The folded ripening guide showed between the earlier leaves, still secure where she had placed it. She pressed the cover down gently until the book was shut, then tucked the pencil along its spine. Before leaving, she folded the cloth into a smaller square. The clean side faced outward, ready for another ordinary surface later in the round. She ran that clean side once over the portion of the handrail beside the control, removing the faint print left by her resting palm. Then she folded the cloth again. The maintenance task had narrowed with each action. First the shelf, then the register label, then the roof's seated edge, the fixed lip, the written record, and finally the rail. There was nothing left spreading outward from it. Every object had returned to rest. Mara stood quietly at the landing. Above her, the thin clouds softened the sky beyond the roof glass. The moving section sat closed within its frame. The control waited in its resting position. The low lamps showed the rail and the clear route without brightening the whole observatory. Below, the visitor register could be seen on its shelf at the edge of the glass walk. Its dark cover made a simple rectangle beneath the lamp. The public stargazing notes were closed inside it, ready for another evening, but requiring nothing from this one. Mara lifted the logbook and began down. Her hand followed the rail she had wiped. The air grew a little warmer with each few steps, and the lamps of the glass walk rose around her. At the bottom, she stopped beside the shelf and gave the register one final glance. The label remained flat. The book remained square. The path remained clear. She placed the folded cloth beside her logbook for a moment and added no further note. The record already said enough. Instead, she looked back toward the observatory roof, where the mechanism rested beneath the thin cloud. Then, along the glass walk with its calm line of lamps. The work had visibly settled behind her. Nothing moved except the faint reflections that changed as she shifted her weight. Mara picked up the cloth, held the logbook comfortably beneath her arm, and turned toward the familiar return path. Mara picked up the folded cloth, settled the logbook beneath her arm, and turned toward the familiar return path. From the shelf beside the visitor register, the route was easy to follow. The glass walk extended away beneath a line of low lamps, then curved gently enough that the farther panes disappeared behind their own reflections. The observatory lay in the other direction, above the gradual rise she had just descended. For the moment, Mara walked away from it, giving herself the length of the glass walk in which to check the approach as an arriving visitor would find it. She passed beneath the first lamp. Its warm pool reached across the floor without leaving a dark edge beyond it. In the pane beside her, the same light appeared softer and farther away, as though another quiet passage ran parallel to the real one. Outside, the coast remained beneath thin cloud. The gray beyond the glass was even and still, with no rain marking the panes. Mara let her free hand move briefly along the rail. It was dry. The folded cloth rested in her palm, its used sides tucked inward, and the logbook sat securely against her ribs. Nothing had been left behind on the shelf. The visitor register remained square beneath its lamp, its label facing the walk. At the second lamp, she paused and looked back. The return to the observatory could be traced without effort. First came the line of lamps along the glass walk, then the dark, modest rectangle of the register on its shelf. Beyond it, the rail began its gradual rise. The upper landing was partly hidden by the angle, but the roof glass could be seen above, holding the pale tone of the cloud. It was a simple public route, and the register had explained its use plainly. Visitors came along this walk for ordinary stargazing. They followed the lamps, took the rail upward, and stood beneath the roof while it opened at its slow, comfortable pace. Some evenings offered the moon or a bright planet. Some offered only a few stars between layers of cloud. The notes had treated both kinds of evening as worthwhile. Mara did not need to imagine anything beyond what the pages had said. The register was neither a puzzle nor a record of unusual events. It belonged to a publicly used observatory, and its entries described people looking at the ordinary night sky together. The careful preparation around her, the clear floor, the dry handrail, the low light, and the measured roof mechanism served that familiar purpose. She continued a little farther along the glass walk. The air remained cooler here than in the rooms below, though the enclosed panes kept it comfortable. Each step carried her through one pool of lamplight and into the next. The spacing was regular. A visitor could walk without hurry and without having to search for the path. Mara stopped where the curve of the glass made the observatory shelf almost disappear from view. This was far enough for the return check. She turned and the route revealed itself again, one part at a time. The nearest lamp stood a few steps ahead. Beyond it waited the second lamp, reflected twice in the long panes. Farther on, the visitor register rested beneath its own light. Beside the shelf, the rail marked the beginning of the gradual ascent. Above that, the observatory roof waited under thin cloud. Mara began back. Her pace was even, and her footsteps remained soft on the floor. As she passed each lamp, the next took its place ahead of her. The reflections shifted with her movement, drawing together and separating again without disturbing the quiet of the walk. At the shelf, she stopped. The register had not moved. Its paper label remained flat against the softened cloth cover. Mara read the two plain words once more, then looked from the book to the rising path. Visitor register. The name was sufficient. The entries inside had confirmed the rest. Public stargazing hours, familiar views above the coast, and an observatory roof that opened slowly enough for everyone beneath it to settle into the cooler air. Its purpose was practical, modest, and complete. Mara placed her logbook on the clear part of the shelf and opened it to the observatory entry. The folded ripening guide showed faintly between the earlier pages, still secure in its place. She took the pencil from the spine and added one short line beneath her maintenance notes. Return route clear from Glass Walk. The pencil made its dry, companionable sound. Mara looked at the words, then at the path itself. The note described exactly what she had checked and nothing more. She closed the logbook and tucked the pencil back along its spine. There was no need to open the visitor register again. It had already given its explanation, and she had already returned it to order. Instead, Mara lifted her own book, took the folded cloth in her other hand, and placed her palm on the rail. The ascent began gently. At the first few steps, the visitor register remained level with her shoulder. Then the shelf fell gradually below. Its lamp continued to show the label for a little while before the angle of the rise hid the words from view. Mara followed the rail upward. The surface was smooth and dry beneath her hand. The air cooled by small degrees, first at her face and then across the fingers holding the cloth. Below, the glass walk stretched away in its calm line, every lamp joined to the next by a modest overlap of light. At the middle of the rise, she stopped and turned her head. From here, the public route was even clearer. The walk brought visitors toward the shelf. The register marked the observatory's ordinary use. The handrail carried the path upward. Nothing blocked the way, and nothing required explanation from anyone standing there for the first time. Mara continued to the upper landing. The roof section remained seated evenly in its frame. The fixed lip she had wiped was clean, and the visible track held no obstruction. The control rested where she had left it after the earlier checks. Above the glass, thin clouds spread softly across the night. She placed the logbook on the level surface beside the mechanism and laid the folded cloth next to it. The pencil stayed tucked along the spine, where the moving air could not disturb it. Before touching the control, Mara walked the short circuit of the landing once more. She looked along the rail, then down the rise toward the glass walk. The path remained clear. She followed the meeting edge of the roof section with her eyes. It remained straight. She checked the visible track from near end to far end. Nothing had changed since her maintenance round. The full movement had already been tested, so this was no longer an inspection made from uncertainty. It was the next ordinary stage of preparation. The roof could now be opened to its intended position for a quiet interval beneath the cloud, just as it would be before a public stargazing hour. Mara returned to the control. She set her feet comfortably apart and rested one hand upon it. Her shoulders remained loose. With slow, even pressure, she began the movement. The roof section traveled along its track with the same low, steady sound as before. The meeting edge drew away from the fixed frame. A narrow opening appeared overhead, and the pale reflections on the glass began to slide. Cool night air entered gradually. It touched Mara's forehead, passed across her hands, and moved down toward the glass walk. The change was mild enough to follow from one breath to the next. She could understand again why a visitor had mentioned it in the register. The slow opening gave the room time to become open. It did not ask anyone beneath it to adjust all at once. Mara kept her eyes on the track while the section continued its measured travel. The band of sky widened. Thin clouds softened the darkness above, revealing no sharp stars just then, only quiet variations of gray over the coast. When the roof reached the prepared position, Mara released the control. The movement ended gently. She waited with her hand nearby and looked along the resting section. It sat evenly on the track. The open space above was broad enough for the observatory's ordinary purpose. while the surrounding glass and rail kept the landing sheltered and familiar. Below, the lamps of the glass walk still showed the whole way back. The register rested on its shelf at the foot of the rise, closed around its plain record of public evenings. The route between book and roof was now fully known. Shelf, rail, gradual ascent, upper landing, and the slow mechanism beneath the cloud. Mara opened her logbook and wrote, "Roof open to prepared position." Movement even. She set the pencil beside the book and left the page open, only long enough for the line to settle. Then she tucked the pencil safely along the spine and closed the cover. The discovery in the register required nothing further. Its ordinary purpose had been confirmed by the place itself. The walk was clear, the lamps were low, the rail was dry, and the roof opened slowly for people who came to look at the public night sky. Mara stood beside the control, while cooler air moved softly through the opening. Her logbook and folded cloth rested together on the level surface. The mechanism had completed its outward travel smoothly and waited beneath her hand for the closing movement when the interval was done. For now, the roof remained open, beneath thin cloud, the return path glowed below, and every part was ready for its calm, familiar close. For a while, Mara remained beside the control with the observatory roof open above her. The mechanism had completed its outward travel and come to rest in the prepared position. Around the opening, the fixed panes held pale reflections from the low lamps. Beyond them, thin cloud covered the sky in quiet layers of gray. No stars showed clearly just then, and none were needed. The public stargazing register had already explained that some evenings offered the moon, some a few stars, and some only the pleasure of standing beneath the open sky. Tonight, the roof offered cool air and the softened darkness above the coast. Mara rested one hand on the rail. Its surface was smooth and dry beneath her palm. The cooler air touched her forehead and moved lightly across the backs of her hands before passing down the gradual rise toward the glass walk. Below, the lamps continued in their familiar line, each warm pool of light overlapping gently with the next. Her logbook and folded cloth rested together on the level surface beside the mechanism. The pencil remained tucked along the book's spine. Nothing lay in the path, and nothing required another decision. The interval with the roof open had been long enough. Mara looked once along the visible track. The moving section sat evenly in its prepared position. She followed the line from the near end to the far end, then glanced down the return path. The visitor register remained on its shelf at the foot of the rise, its dark cover square beneath the lamp. The glass walk beyond it was clear. She placed both feet comfortably and brought her hand to the control. The closing movement began with slow, even pressure. At first, the change was almost entirely in the reflections. The pale shapes of the lamps shifted across the moving pane, drawing nearer to their resting places. Then the open band of sky began to narrow. The roof section traveled steadily along its track, and the cooler current passing through the observatory softened, little by little. Mara kept her attention on the near edge. There was no need to urge the mechanism onward. Its pace was part of its design. The visitor, whose notes she had read, had appreciated that slowness when the roof opened, and the same quality made the close feel complete without being abrupt. The room became enclosed by degrees. Cool air continued to touch Mara's face, then grew fainter. The sounds of the glass walk remained unchanged below. The section moved nearer to the fixed frame. Mara eased her pressure slightly, allowing the final part of the travel to remain as measured as the first. The open strip above became narrow. Thin cloud could still be seen through the surrounding panes, pale and quiet, while the moving edge approached its place. The roof met the frame gently. Its low movement ended. The reflections settled. The remaining current of outside air faded until the observatory held only its usual coolness. Mara kept her hand near the control for a few breaths, then let it fall easily to her side. The roof was closed beneath thin cloud. She did not immediately reach for the logbook. First, she looked along the join where the moving section had returned to the fixed frame. The line was straight. The pane sat evenly within its place, as it had after the earlier tests. She followed the visible track with her eyes and found it clear. Then she made one slow circuit of the upper landing. At the first low lamp, she looked up at the seated edge. At the next, she ran her hand lightly along the dry rail. Her footsteps were soft and even. With the roof closed, the air no longer moved down toward the glass walk, but a trace of outdoor coolness remained across the metal and glass. At the far side, Mara paused. The cloud above had no sharp outline. It seemed lighter in one place and deeper in another. Its variations softened further by the closed roof pane. A faint reflection of the nearest lamp rested across the glass without hiding the sky completely. Mara breathed in the cool, still air and turned back toward the mechanism. Her logbook waited where she had left it. The folded cloth lay beside it, clean side outward. She picked up the book, drew the pencil from its spine, and opened to the observatory entry. The earlier notes followed the work in its proper order. The track had been clear, the frame had been aligned, the handrail had been wiped. Both the test and the full preparation movement had been smooth. The visitor register had been checked and returned to its shelf. The route from the glass walk had been clear. Finally, the roof had been opened to its prepared position with even movement. Mara placed the pencil at the next empty line. She wrote, "Roof closed evenly beneath thin cloud." Final check complete, the pencil made its dry, companionable sound over the paper. When the final word was in place, she lifted the point and read the sentence once. It said enough. There was no further question in the visitor register and no unfinished part of the roof operation. The public purpose of the modest observatory was clear. The roof had opened slowly for its ordinary interval, and it had closed at the same careful pace. But the mechanism was at rest, the track was clear, and the route below remained ready. Mara left the page open for a moment. The folded ripening guide showed between the earlier leaves of the logbook. Its pale edge recalled the work already completed in the warm room of winter fruit. The labels, the baskets, the oranges beside the shaded lamp. She touched the guide lightly with the back of one finger, confirming that it was still secure, then brought the cover down. The pencil returned to the spine. She folded the cloth once, making a neat square, and ran its clean surface along the short section of rail beside the control. The pass removed the faint warmth left by her hand. She folded the cloth again and held it loosely. There was no need to operate the roof a second time. There was no need to rewrite the entry or add another description of the sky. The useful work had reached its ordinary end. Mara stood at the landing and let the finished state of the room remain unchanged around her. The closed glass overhead held the thin cloud. The roof section rested evenly within its frame. The control had returned to stillness. The rail curved toward the gradual descent. Below, the lamps of the glass walk waited in a calm line. After a little while, Mara lifted the logbook beneath one arm and began down. Her free hand followed the rail. The air warmed by small degrees as she descended, though the coolness of the observatory remained for a time across her forehead and fingers. With each step, the glass walk rose more fully into view. The visitor register appeared first as a dark shape on its shelf. Then its pale paper label became readable beneath the lamp. It remained exactly where Mara had placed it, spine toward the observatory and cover facing the walk. She reached the bottom of the rise and stopped beside it. There was nothing more to read. The pages had already given their plain account of public evenings beneath the sky, and Mara had already returned the book to its familiar outline on the shelf. She looked only long enough to see that the label was still flat and the passage around it clear. Her own logbook stayed closed beneath her arm. Mara moved a few steps into the glass walk. Here, the lamps seemed warmer than they had at the roof. Their modest pools joined across the floor, and their reflections made a second, dimmer row in the long panes. Outside, the coast remained folded into the gray of the night. The thin clouds softened the darkness without pressing against the glass. She paused beneath the second lamp and looked back. From this distance, the observatory roof appeared settled into the conservatory's larger frame. The moving section could still be distinguished by its straight edges, but nothing in its appearance suggested a task waiting to be finished. It was simply closed now, pale cloud above it, and the dry rail leading down. Mara felt the weight of the logbook against her side. It was not heavy, but its steady presence suited the quiet of the return. The pages held the sequence she had completed, each line brief and practical. Anyone reading the night record later would know that the mechanism had traveled evenly. The register was in order. The route was clear, and the roof had been closed after the prepared interval. She continued along the walk at an easy pace. At one pane, the reflection of a lamp rested beside her shoulder. At the next, it slipped behind her, and another appeared ahead. The changes were slight, enough to give the walk a gentle rhythm without making it feel new. Her hand no longer needed the rail, so she let it rest around the folded cloth. The fabric was dry and soft at the edges from use. She could still feel a little coolness in it from the observatory landing. Halfway along the curve, Mara stopped once more. The visitor register was now partly hidden by the angle of the glass. The roof lay beyond it, closed and quiet. Ahead, the lamps continued through the walk in the same measured spacing. Nothing drew her urgently in either direction. Behind her was completed work. Ahead was only the next ordinary part of the night shift, familiar in its pace and carrying no demand from this hour. Mara opened the logbook beneath the nearest lamp, not to add another entry, but simply to confirm the pencil was secure. It lay neatly along the spine. The folded ripening guide remained between the earlier pages. The final observatory line rested beneath the others, plain and complete. Roof closed evenly beneath thin cloud. Final check complete. She closed the cover again. The small sound of it settling was absorbed by the quiet glass walk. Mara held the book beneath her arm and looked through the pane beside her. The cloud showed as a soft gray field beyond her own faint reflection. Nearer at hand, the glass felt cool without being cold. The lamp above her gave a mild warmth to one side of her face. She remained there for several slow breaths. Cool glass, warm lamplight, the dry edge of the folded cloth against her palm, the comfortable weight of the logbook. Farther back, the roof stayed closed. The visitor register stayed square on its shelf. The clear path between them needed no further check. Mara resumed walking. Her footsteps passed from one pool of light to the next. Reflections gathered beside her, drifted across the panes, and fell behind. The observatory receded gently without becoming unfamiliar. It had joined the other completed parts of her round, a place inspected, tended, recorded, and returned to rest. At the end of the glass walk, she turned once more. Only the nearest part of the rising rail could be seen from there. Above it, a portion of the observatory glass held the thin cloud. The roof mechanism itself was quiet and out of reach, exactly as it should be after the completed close. Mara did not go back. She placed one hand on the closed cover of the logbook and let the finished record remain finished. The public stargazing hour described in the register belonged to other evenings. The roof would open again when its ordinary use required it. For this night, its operation was complete. The lamps continued to glow along the glass walk. Their light rested on the floor and in the panes, warm against the muted gray outside. Mara stood within that steady line for a moment longer, calm and unhurried, while the conservatory settled around the work she had done. Then she continued toward her next ordinary round, carrying the logbook and folded cloth. Behind her, the visitor register remained in place. Above it, the roof remained closed beneath thin cloud. Nothing waited unresolved. The Night Conservatory. Episode 5. The Seed Library. The night had moved gently toward its middle hour when Mara came from the entrance hall into the Seed Library. She carried the conservatory logbook beneath one arm and the observatory register in her hand. The register had finished its brief journey through her part of the night. Its pages had shown her the ordinary reason visitors came up to the roof. To stand beneath an open section of sky, look through the telescope, and spend a little quiet time above the glasshouse rooms. Now it was ready to be returned to its shelf. The seed library door opened easily. Mara stepped inside and let it close behind her without haste. The room was cooler than the entrance hall, though not cold. Its air held the dry, mild scents of paper, wood, and stored seed. Rain rested softly on the glass overhead. Here, the drops sounded smaller than they had in the Fern hall, more like fingertips moving patiently across the panes. A shaded lamp lit the central table, and a second lamp cast an even line of light across the drawer fronts. Mara paused long enough for her eyes to settle. The library was arranged for finding things without fuss. Low wooden cabinets stood along the walls, each divided into shallow drawers. The drawers were grouped in clear sections, and every section had its own neat run of labels. Some labels were fixed in small holders on the drawer fronts. Others were tied to packets within, where they could remain with the seeds if a packet was lifted out for catalog work. On the table lay the notebook Mrs. Sato had returned. It had been placed squarely beside Mara's logbook, with its cover closed and its spine turned toward the chair. A small return slip rested beneath the lower edge so it would not be separated from the notebook before Mara recorded it. Nothing about it asked for immediate attention. It was simply one more object that had come back to its proper room and now needed to be entered, checked, and shelved. Mara set the observatory register at the far end of the table, away from the returned notebook. The two books had different places and different purposes, and she liked that the room made those differences easy to see. The register belonged on the shelf nearest the entrance hall door, where it could be collected before the next observatory evening. Mrs. Sato's notebook belonged farther inside the library, among the records used for seed cataloging. She placed her pencil beside the logbook and loosened her shoulders. The walk from the roof had left a little of the cooler upper air in her sleeves. The seed library's stillness met it gently. She could feel her breathing return to the pace of the room. Easy, regular, and unforced. Her first task was to return the observatory register. The shelf was only a few steps from the table. Mara carried the register over, read the label on its spine once, and found the matching place between two other slim volumes. She slid it in until all three spines stood level. Then she ran one finger lightly along the shelf edge, checking that no paper had folded beneath the books. The register settled into place without resistance. That small return completed the work carried in from the observatory. The roof had been closed beneath thin cloud. The visitor register had explained its own quiet use, and now the book was back, where the next round would expect to find it. Mara did not need to think any further ahead. The roof belonged to its hour, and the seed library belonged to this one. She returned to the table and opened the conservatory logbook. The page already held the earlier entries from her shift. Her pencil moved steadily as she added a short line for the observatory register, returned to the seed library shelf. Cover and pages dry, position checked. The pencil made a soft, companionable sound over the paper. When the sentence was finished, she set the pencil down across the open page, rather than closing the book. There would be more to record before she left. Next came Mrs. Sato's notebook. Mara lifted the return slip first. It gave the notebook's catalog mark and the date it had come back to the entrance hall. She read both without needing to repeat them. Then she opened the notebook at the inside cover and found the same mark written there in a careful hand. The two matched. She entered the return in the logbook, keeping the words plain. Notebook received. Catalog mark confirmed. Ready for shelf check. After that, she turned her attention to the drawers. The cabinet nearest the table contained the first part of the night's sorting. Its drawers were shallow enough that Mara could see their contents without moving anything unnecessarily. Each front carried a label in a narrow holder. The labels made a calm progression from one drawer to the next, and the packets inside followed the same order. Mara began at the upper left. She read the first label, opened the drawer by the small wooden pull, and let it come forward until it rested at a comfortable distance. Inside, seed packets stood in rows with their written edges facing upward. None had spilled or turned over. She checked the first packet, the middle packet, and the last, making sure the sequence within the drawer agreed with the label outside. Then she closed it. The second drawer needed only the same measured attention. Open, look, compare, close. The third held one label that had shifted slightly within its holder. Mara pressed it back until its margins were even. There was no need to replace it. The writing remained clear, and the card itself was sound. She noted the adjustment in the logbook. By the fourth drawer, the task had found its rhythm. Mara no longer needed to think about each movement before making it. Her hand found the pull, the drawer moved outward, and the packets waited in their ordered rows. The work was quiet, but not empty. Each label gave her something definite to confirm. Each drawer offered a small beginning and a clear end. Rain continued above the glass. The sound neither strengthened nor faded. It simply remained a fine pattern over the dry room. At the middle of the cabinet, Mara stopped to look back over the drawer fronts she had checked. Their labels sat level, in a single line. The closed drawers rested flush with the frame. Her pencil marks in the logbook formed a short column. Order correct. Label straightened. Packet sequence confirmed. There were more drawers below, but she did not need to complete the whole cabinet at once. The ordinary stopping point was already marked by the change from the upper section to the lower one. She finished the last drawer in the upper row, closed it carefully, and laid her palm for a moment against the smooth wooden front. That section was settled. Mara returned to the table and placed Mrs. Sato's notebook beside the open logbook. Its catalog mark had been confirmed, and the shelf position it belonged to could be checked during the next part of the round. For now, it rested exactly where she needed it, no longer waiting in the entrance hall. Not yet put away without a proper entry, but received and recorded. She drew a small pencil line beneath the completed drawer section. It was a simple mark, enough to show where she had stopped and where she would begin again. The observatory register stood back on its shelf. The upper drawers were in order. Their labels were straight, and the returned notebook had been entered in the logbook. Around her, the seed library held its quiet arrangement of wood, paper, and careful names. Mara left the logbook open beneath the shaded lamp and set the pencil beside it. The next task was ready, but it was not calling her onward. It could wait in the same patient order as everything else in the room. Mara began again at the pencil line she had drawn beneath the completed upper section. The observatory register was back on its shelf, its part of the night finished. The roof had been closed beneath thin cloud, and the reason for keeping its visitor book nearby was now plain to her. That earlier work remained behind her without being forgotten. It had simply reached its proper ending, leaving her free to give the seed library the same steady attention. She stood before the cabinet nearest the table and looked from the checked upper drawers to the lower section waiting beneath them. The shaded lamp reached every label without glare. Rain moved softly over the glass above, its fine, even sound making the dry room feel especially sheltered. Mara opened the first drawer below the dividing rail. The packets inside stood with their marked edges facing upward. She read the label on the drawer front, then compared it with the first packet, the packet at the center, and the last packet in the row. Their catalog marks followed in order. Nothing had been turned around, and nothing belonged farther along. She closed the drawer until its front rested flush with the cabinet. The next drawer contained fewer packets, so she checked each one. The first two were in sequence. The third had been placed one position too early, before a packet whose catalog mark came ahead of it. Mara lifted both just high enough to exchange their places. She did not disturb the rest of the row. Once the two were settled, she read the sequence again from beginning to end. This time it moved cleanly. She returned to the table and wrote a short entry in the logbook. 2 packets reordered in lower section, marks confirmed. Her pencil made the same dry, companionable sound it made during the earlier entries. She set it beside the open page and went back to the cabinet. The third lower drawer opened with a quiet movement of wood against wood. Its outer label was level, but the packets inside had gathered slightly toward one side. Their order was correct. Mara placed 2 fingers against the final packet and eased the row toward the center, leaving an even space at either end. There was no need to write that down. The adjustment had changed no catalog position and no label. It had only left the row easier for the next person to read. She closed the drawer and moved to the next. Here, one packet had its written edge facing downward. Mara lifted it, turned it once, and returned it to the same place. Its catalog mark belonged between the packets on either side. When all 3 marked edges faced upward, the order could be understood at a glance. Open, look, compare, adjust, close. The sequence was already familiar from the upper section, but the lower drawers asked for slightly different decisions. One needed every packet checked because the row was short. Another could be confirmed by reading the beginning, middle, and end. A shifted packet needed reordering. A turned packet needed only to face the same way as the others. The work remained simple because each choice had a clear reason. Mara checked the next drawer and found that its contents were in order. She checked the one below it and found the same. On the following drawer, the label card had moved within its narrow holder until one edge nearly disappeared beneath the frame. She pressed the card gently from the opposite side. It slid back into the center, but the lower corner did not lie quite flat. Mara drew the card out far enough to inspect it. The writing was clear, and the card was dry. Its corner had only curled slightly from use. She smoothed it beneath her fingertips on the cabinet top, then returned it to the holder. This time both margins showed evenly, and the whole catalog mark could be read without leaning closer. In the logbook, she added, lower label centered, card sound. The words were plain because the work was plain. Anyone reading the entry later would know that the label had been checked and did not need replacing. Mara liked the economy of that. A brief note could prevent a second person from wondering whether something remained to be done. She continued down the cabinet. At each drawer, she first read the outer label. Then she opened it only as far as needed. She followed the packet marks from left to right, allowing the order to guide her hand. When 2 packets shared the same first part of a mark, she used the final part to decide which belonged first. When a row was already correct, she left it untouched. The cabinet gradually became a record of completed decisions. Closed drawer fronts formed an even plane beneath the lamp. Centered labels made a quiet line across the wood. Inside, the packets remained where their marks said they should be, easy to find and easy to return. Halfway through the lower section, Mara paused and looked toward the table. Mrs. Sato's notebook still lay beside the open logbook. Its return slip remained beneath its lower edge, and the catalog mark inside the cover had already been confirmed. The notebook did not interrupt the drawer route. It waited for its place in the same way the unchecked drawers waited for theirs. Mara returned her attention to the cabinet. The next drawer belonged before the one beneath it, and the labels showed that clearly. Inside, however, the final packet carried the first mark of the following drawer's sequence. Mara checked it twice, first against the packet before it, and then against the label below. The packet had simply been returned one drawer early. She lifted it without opening any other packet, or changing anything written upon it. Then she closed the first drawer, opened the one beneath, and found the packet's proper position at the beginning of that row. Its mark came before every other mark there. Mara placed it at the front. She read the lower row once more. The moved packet now began the sequence naturally, followed by the packets that had already been waiting behind it. She closed the drawer, reopened the one above, and confirmed that its remaining packets now ended within the range shown on its front. Both drawers were correct. In the logbook, she recorded the move in one sentence, naming the two catalog positions rather than describing it as a mistake. The important thing was where the packet had been and where it now belonged. Nothing more was needed. Rain continued across the overhead panes. The sound was soft enough that Mara could hear the faint touch of pencil on paper and the gentle stop of each drawer as it closed. The library held the coolness of the middle shift, along with the dry scent of paper and wood. Only 3 lower drawers remained. The first was in order from beginning to end. The second had a label that sat squarely in its holder and a short row of packets arranged correctly. The final drawer was the widest in the section, though it was no deeper than the others. Mara drew it outward and rested one hand beneath the pull while she checked the row. She began with the first mark and moved steadily along. Each packet followed the one before it. None had folded at the edge. None had turned over. The last mark agreed with the range on the drawer front. Mara closed the drawer. She stood for a moment before the whole cabinet. The upper section had been checked earlier. Now the lower section was finished as well. The drawer fronts were flush. The labels could be read easily, and the packets followed their catalog order within. She returned to the table and drew a second pencil line beneath the entries for the lower drawers. Then she brought Mrs. Sato's notebook closer. The return slip and the mark inside the cover matched, as she had already confirmed. Mara found the corresponding place in the catalog sequence and checked the notebook's spine once more. It belonged farther inside the seed library, among the records used for this room's work, just as she had understood on arriving. Before shelving it, she entered the final part of its return. Catalog position located, condition checked. The cover was dry. The pages sat evenly. Nothing was loose at the spine. Mara lifted the notebook and carried it along the cabinets. Following the labels she had just checked, she did not need to search from shelf to shelf. The catalog marks led her directly to the correct section. At the matching place, she paused. The notebook's return had been recorded, but its catalog entry included a brief contents check before final shelving. That was the next ordinary step, and it could be done at the table beneath the shaded lamp, rather than standing beside the cabinet. Mara carried the notebook back and set it squarely beside the logbook. She removed the return slip from beneath its cover and placed the slip on top, where it could be entered with the contents check. Then she rested the pencil across the completed drawer entries. The observatory register was settled on its shelf. The cabinet was in order from the upper left drawer to the final lower row. Labels were centered, packets faced upward, and the few misplaced items had been returned to the positions shown by their marks. Only Mrs. Sato's notebook remained open to the next part of the work. Mara sat beneath the lamp with the returned notebook before her and the catalog record beside it. The drawer round had reached its quiet ending. The room was ready for her to turn the cover and read what had been brought back. Mara sat beneath the shaded lamp with Mrs. Sato's notebook before her and the catalog record beside it. The drawer round had ended neatly. Every packet in the cabinet now followed its mark. Every label could be read without leaning closer, and the few adjustments she had made were recorded in the conservatory logbook. Only the notebook's contents check remained. She opened the cover carefully and rested it flat upon the table. The pages settled without needing to be pressed. They were dry, and even as she had already noted, and the binding held them securely at the spine. Inside, the notebook was practical from the first page. Mrs. Sato had used it to record seed names, catalog marks, and the dates on which she had consulted particular drawers. Some entries filled half a page. Others were no more than a line beside a date. The handwriting was small but clear, with enough space between one note and the next that Mara could follow each entry easily. She checked the first page against the catalog description. The title matched. The catalog mark appeared again in the upper corner. A short contents list named the sections in their proper order. Mara turned several pages, looking for loose sheets, folded corners, or marks that might need to be mentioned before the notebook went back on its shelf. There were none. Rain moved softly over the glass above her. In the seed library, it sounded fine and light, almost like the quiet movement of paper beneath her fingertips. The lamp made a warm circle across the table, leaving the cabinets beyond it in a gentler shade. Their straight rows of labels were still visible, though she no longer needed to read them. Near the middle of the notebook, Mara found the most recent entry. It stood beneath a plain date and occupied only a modest part of the page. Mrs. Sato had written, "Night staff check the warm rooms, the cool rooms, the watering, and the shaded lamps. The seed library stays dry and ready for quiet readers, and the observatory is prepared for its public evenings. The entrance hall receives visitors and keeps the passage between them clear." Mara read the entry once. Then she read it again, not because it was difficult, but because its plainness gathered several parts of her work into one place. The warm rooms and the cool rooms could not simply be left to the same setting until morning. Their temperatures changed at different rates after the day visitors had gone. Water that was right for one room might be unnecessary in another. A shaded lamp needed checking because some plants required its steady warmth while the rest of the building settled into darkness. The seed library had its own night needs. It had to remain dry, orderly, and easy to use. Returned records had to be entered. Labels had to stay legible. A notebook left at the entrance hall had to complete its journey back to the shelf rather than wait there for the next day. The entrance hall had a simpler purpose. Its lamps lit the reception surface and the connected passage. It gave people a clear way into the seed library or onward toward an observatory evening. But it was not itself the refuge Mrs. Sato had described. That quiet use belonged to the seed library and the observatory. One offered dry shelves, shaded light, and a table where a visitor could sit with records. The other offered the telescope and a little time beneath the open section of roof. People came because those rooms allowed stillness as well as ordinary public use. The entrance hall simply received them and joined the paths together. Mrs. Sato had not presented any of this as an explanation. She had simply written down what she had observed. That made sense to Mara. During her earlier rounds, she had learned each task separately. She had checked temperatures because the log required them. She had watered where the soil showed that water was needed. She had adjusted lamps, straightened labels, returned books, and left each room ready for whoever would enter next. None of those actions had seemed unusual on its own. Now they rested together as one routine. The conservatory was tended overnight because its rooms did not all keep the same hours in the same way. Warmth, coolness, moisture, and light continued to change after the doors grew quiet. The seed library and observatory also remained modest public refuges, places where people could consult a record, sit for a while, or look through the telescope during a public evening. Between them, the entrance hall remained what it needed to be: a connected reception and passage space, sheltered, lit, and clear. There was nothing hidden beneath the work. The night round was simply the care required to let several different rooms remain themselves. Mara looked up from the notebook. The seed library gave her an immediate example. Its air was cool and dry. Paper and wood held their mild scent beneath the glass. The lamps were bright enough for catalog work, but shaded so the room did not feel harsh. The table offered a clear place to read. The returned observatory register stood on its shelf near the entrance hall door. Mrs. Sato's notebook rested open in the circle of light, ready to return to its own place farther inside. Beyond the door, the entrance hall kept a slightly different atmosphere. Its stone carried a trace of the damp weather outside, and the leaves near it brought a clean green scent into the passage. Its reception surface waited beneath the lamps, and the route through it remained clear. The two rooms stood close together, but they did not need the same care or serve the same purpose. Mara understood that without having to turn it into a larger thought. She lowered her eyes to the page again. Beneath Mrs. Sato's entry was a shorter note about the notebook's catalog section. Mara checked that note against the record beside her. The section number matched the shelf position she had located during the first round. She turned the remaining pages one at a time. The entries continued in the same calm manner. Seed marks, drawer references, dates, and brief observations about the records consulted. Nothing else required special attention. No page was missing. No writing had become too faint to read. The notebook had been used carefully and returned in good condition. Mara closed it and let her hand rest on the cover for a moment. Then she drew the logbook toward her. Her pencil moved steadily across the open page as she completed the return entry. Contents checked, pages secure, catalog position confirmed. After a small pause, she added one more line to record the useful note she had found. Overnight purpose described as room-by-room temperature, watering, light, dryness, catalog care, and readiness of the seed library and observatory for public use. The sentence was enough. Anyone reading the log later would know what the notebook contained and why Mara had marked the entry. She did not copy a long passage or add an interpretation. The work itself already showed the meaning. She placed the pencil beside the logbook and lifted Mrs. Sato's notebook with both hands. The matching shelf was farther inside the seed library, along the cabinets she had just put in order. Mara followed the labels without searching. Each section led naturally to the next, until she reached the catalog position named inside the cover. There was a clear space waiting between two other records. Before setting the notebook there, Mara checked the neighboring marks. The one on the left came immediately before it. The one on the right followed immediately after. She slid Mrs. Sato's notebook into the space until the spine stood level. Its return was complete. Mara stepped back and looked along the shelf. Nothing marked the notebook as newly arrived. It had simply resumed its proper place among the records. Ready to be found again when someone needed it, she returned to the table and gathered the return slip. Its information had already been entered, so she placed it with the completed catalog record. The logbook remained open beneath the lamp, showing the drawer checks, the notebook return, and the short line about the purpose of the night round. Rain continued above the glass with the same light, even sound. Mara no longer carried a question about why the conservatory needed tending after dark. The answer was present in the rooms themselves. Different temperatures, different watering needs, different lamps, dry and orderly records, and 2 quiet public refuges kept ready through the evening. The entrance hall connected them as a reception and passage space. It was practical work, divided into manageable rounds. She turned to the next open section of the logbook. The discovery had settled into an ordinary understanding, and the next gentle part of the work was waiting exactly where she had left it. Mara turned to the next open section of the logbook. The page had been ruled into narrow columns for catalog marks, shelf positions, and short notes. Most of the lines required only a check or a few plain words. Beneath the shaded lamp, the paper was warm in color, while the seed library beyond the table remained cool and softly lit. Mrs. Sato's notebook was already back on its shelf. Its return had been entered, its pages checked, and its useful observation recorded. Mara did not need to take it down again. The sentence she had copied into the logbook held what she needed. Warm rooms, cool rooms, watering, shaded lamps. The seed library kept dry and orderly for its collections, and ready as a quiet public refuge at appropriate evening times, and the entrance hall kept clear as the passage to it. She read her own entry once, then looked toward the cabinet beside the table. The drawers there were in order, but the catalog sheet for that section still needed its night check. Mara drew the sheet closer. Each line named a drawer range and gave a small space for notes about storage conditions. Most of those spaces already contained brief descriptions: dry shelf, shaded section, inner cabinet. The language was useful because it was direct. A person returning a packet could see not only where it belonged, but what kind of place that position provided. One line, however, carried an older description that was less exact. It read simply, "North side." Mara looked at the matching drawer. The words were not wrong. The cabinet did stand along the north side of the seed library, but the note did not explain the condition that mattered. Mrs. Sato's observation had made that distinction easy to see. The seed library was kept dry and orderly through the night, so its packets and records remained in good condition. At the proper evening times, that same careful room could also offer quiet readers, a sheltered table, and shaded light. This particular drawer stood in the part of the cabinet, away from the warmer entrance hall passage, and beneath the gentler reach of the lamp. Mara did not alter the catalog sheet at once. She stood, carried the sheet to the cabinet, and found the drawer range named on the line. The label card sat evenly in its holder. She opened the drawer only far enough to see the ordered packet edges within. The packets were dry, upright, and correctly placed. Nothing about their arrangement needed changing. She rested 2 fingers on the wooden pull and considered the wording again. The useful decision was small. The catalog note did not need a description of the whole building or an explanation of the night round. It only needed to help the next person understand why this drawer belonged in this position. Mara closed the drawer and returned to the table. In the note column, she drew one light pencil line through north side, leaving the old words readable. Beside them, she wrote, "Dry, shaded cabinet section." She paused to read the new phrase. It said enough. It matched the room as it was, and it used the same practical understanding Mrs. Sato had set down in her notebook. The location mattered because it kept the packets in a dry, gently lit part of the library. Anyone consulting the catalog could now see that without having to guess what was important about the north wall. Mara added the date in the narrow margin. Then she entered the change in the conservatory logbook. Catalog, storage. Note clarified for drawer range. Position unchanged. The pencil moved with a faint scratch across the paper. Rain answered above the glass in a softer, less regular pattern, individual drops slipping into the general hush. The sounds remained separate enough to notice and quiet enough to leave alone. Mara set the catalog sheet beside the logbook and checked the next line. its wording already read. Inner dry cabinet. She looked toward the matching drawers and left the entry as it was. The next said shaded lower section. That, too, was clear. There was no reason to revise a useful label merely because she had revised the one before it. She continued line by line. For each range, she read the catalog note, found the corresponding label on the cabinet, and confirmed that the two agreed. Sometimes she remained seated and followed the orderly progression of the drawer fronts with her eyes. At other times, she rose and crossed the few steps between the table and the cabinet, carrying the sheet in one hand. The work varied gently with each line. One drawer required only a glance at its centered label. Another needed to be opened so she could confirm the first and last packet marks. A third had a clear catalog note, but a label card sitting slightly low in its holder. Mara pressed the lower edge upward until the margins were even. She opened that drawer and checked the packet range before closing it again. Nothing had changed except the ease with which the label could be read. In the logbook she wrote, "Label centered, catalog range confirmed." The dry scent of paper became a little stronger whenever a drawer opened. When it closed, the mild smell of wood returned. Near the door, the air carried a faint trace of wet stone and leaves from the entrance hall. The two scents met without blending completely, marking the boundary between the quiet public refuge of cabinets, records, and reading light, and the entrance hall that received visitors and kept their passage clear. Mara reached the end of the first catalog sheet. She placed a small check at the bottom, then returned it to the flat space beside the logbook. The revised storage note remained visible near the middle of the page. It did not stand out from the other entries. That was a sign that it belonged. It had joined the catalog's ordinary language of dry shelves, shaded sections, and clear positions. A second sheet covered the shelf where Mrs. Sato's notebook now stood. Mara brought it forward and followed the listed marks until she reached the notebook's entry. The return had already been completed, so she did not disturb the shelf. From the table, she could see its spine level with the records on either side. The catalog line named the correct section and described it as the inner record shelf. Mara left the wording unchanged. She placed a check beside the contents verification and another beside the return date. The slip from the entrance hall had been entered with the completed catalog record, and every part of the notebook's journey now agreed. Received, checked, recorded, and shelved. There was a quiet satisfaction in seeing the steps brought together on one line. Nothing remained suspended between rooms. The entrance hall no longer held an item awaiting return, and the seed library held no record without a confirmed place. Mara finished the remaining entries on the sheet. When she had done so, she stacked the two catalog sheets squarely. She aligned their lower edges against the table, once lightly, and slid them into their proper section of the logbook. The page with Mrs. Sato's observation remained earlier in the night's entries. Its practical explanation did not need repeating in full. It had already guided the one decision that required it. Dry, shaded cabinet section. The phrase was modest, but it joined purpose to place. It showed why the label belonged where it did, and what condition the night staff were preserving. The same kind of attention extended beyond the seed library through rooms that held their own warmth, coolness, water, and light. Here, it became a clear line in a catalog and a row of packets left undisturbed. That care served both parts of the room's purpose. It protected the collections by keeping their shelves dry, shaded, and orderly. It also left the library calm and usable when it opened as a quiet refuge during appropriate evening hours. A reader could sit beneath the shaded lamp because the records had been returned, the table had been cleared, and every packet remained in its proper place. The entrance hall supported that use by receiving visitors and keeping the short passage open, without becoming the refuge itself. Mara closed the drawer she had used for the final comparison and ran her gaze along the cabinet. The fronts rested flush. Their labels formed an even sequence beneath the lamp. Mrs. Sato's notebook stood on its record shelf, and the observatory register remained near the door in its own settled place. No book or packet waited on the table now. She carried the completed return slip and catalog record to the entrance hall. The passage was only a short one. As she crossed the threshold, the air changed from dry paper and wood to the clean scent of damp stone and nearby leaves. The entrance hall lamps cast warm, modest pools across the floor. Rain showed dimly beyond the outer glass, softened by reflection. Mara placed the completed record where the night's finished entries were kept. She checked that its edge lay straight, then returned to the seed library with only the logbook and pencil. Back beneath the shaded lamp, she added one final line. Returned notebook and related catalog check complete. Library dry, ordered, and ready for its quiet evening use. She read the short group of entries from top to bottom. The drawer ranges were confirmed. One label had been centered. One storage note had been made more useful. Mrs. Sato's notebook was secure on its shelf. The collections were protected by the room's dry order, and the clear table beneath the shaded lamp remained available when quiet readers were received there. Mara set the pencil beside the logbook. The next part of the round would begin from the entrance hall, along a path she already knew. For the moment, the seed library required nothing further. Rain rested softly above it. The cabinets held their ordered rows, and the revised catalog note waited quietly among the others. The entrance hall kept the way clear beyond the threshold, while the library itself remained dry, calm, and ready for the next ordinary use. Mara left the pencil beside the open logbook and looked once more along the seed library cabinets. The drawer fronts rested flush beneath the shaded lamp. Their labels made an even sequence across the wood. Mrs. Sato's notebook stood on the inner record shelf, level with the volumes on either side, and the observatory register remained in its familiar place, near the entrance hall door. Nothing waited to be sorted or returned. The night's catalog work had followed a simple path. A notebook had come in through the entrance hall. Its mark had led Mara to the correct record. The record had led her through the ordered drawers, and Mrs. Sato's entry had given plain words to work. Mara had already been doing throughout her shifts. Now Mara traced that path back. She began with the catalog sheets. They had already been checked and stacked, but she lifted them once more to make sure their lower edges were aligned. The revised line, dry shaded cabinet section, sat naturally among the other storage notes. It described a condition rather than merely a direction, and it would remain useful to the next person who consulted the catalog. Mara slid the sheets into their section of the logbook. The paper settled flat. She ran one finger along the inner edge so that no corner remained folded beneath another page, then turned back to the entries she had made that night. Drawer ranges confirmed, label centered, returned notebook and related catalog check complete. Overnight purpose described as room-by-room temperature, watering, and light care, with the seed library and observatory maintained for quiet public evening use. The final entry was accurate, though Mara read it slowly before leaving it. She wanted the record to be as clear as the work itself. Mrs. Sato's notebook had not revealed a hidden custom or an old unanswered question. It had simply gathered the conservatory's night needs into one practical description. Different rooms required different care after dark. Their temperatures did not change at the same pace. Their soil did not need water at the same time. Their lamps served different purposes. The seed library had to remain dry and orderly, ready for people who came to sit quietly with its records during the appropriate evening hours. The observatory had to be prepared for its public evenings beneath the opening roof. Between them, the entrance hall remained sheltered and lit. providing a clear access route from one part of the building to the next. That was why the building was tended overnight. Mara placed the pencil on the page and added a short sentence beneath the earlier entry. Night care keeps each room at its proper temperature, moisture, and light. Keeps the seed library and observatory ready for quiet public evening use, and keeps the entrance hall clear and lit between them. She read the sentence once. It needed nothing more. The pencil made a faint sound as she placed a small check in the margin. Then Mara set it parallel to the spine of the logbook and rested her hands lightly on the table. Rain moved over the glass above the seed library. It had become less even than before, with a few drops arriving separately and then a longer hush between them. The room remained dry beneath that soft weather. Paper, wood, and stored seed kept their mild scents. The shaded lamp cast a warm circle across the completed entries. Mara rose and followed the catalog labels toward Mrs. Sato's notebook. She did not need to take it from the shelf. The sequence itself was enough to confirm the return. Each mark led to the next, ending at the notebook's proper place between the record before it and the record after it. Its spine sat straight. No slip protruded from its pages. Nothing remained on the table that belonged with it. The notebook's journey was complete. Mara let her gaze travel back along the cabinets. The labels she had checked earlier now did more than name positions. Together, they made a route through the room. A person could begin at the catalog, follow the drawer ranges, find a packet or record, and return it without uncertainty. The order did not call attention to itself. It simply made each small action easier. She returned to the table and closed the logbook halfway, leaving one finger between the pages. Before finishing in the room, she checked the threshold. The entrance hall door stood only a few steps away. Near it, the observatory register waited on its shelf, ready for the next public evening on the roof. Mara passed it and crossed from the cool dryness of the seed library into the entrance hall. The change in the air was gentle but distinct. The entrance hall carried the clean scent of damp stone and nearby leaves. Its lamps made warm, modest pools on the floor. Beyond the outer glass, rain softened the darkness and blurred its own reflections. The hall was quiet, sheltered, and well lit. Its reception surface was clear, and the passage through it remained easy to follow. It was ready to receive visitors and guide them onward to the seed library or observatory, without becoming the quiet refuge itself. Mara paused just beyond the threshold. From there, she could see both rooms at once. Behind her, the seed library held its ordered drawers, dry shelves, shaded reading light, and clear table. Before her, the entrance hall held the softer air of the public passage. They were connected by only a few steps, but they asked for different kinds of attention. That difference no longer needed explanation. The threshold made it concrete. On one side were paper, wood, catalog marks, and shaded light in a room maintained for quiet reading, as well as careful storage. On the other were damp stone, reflected lamps, and a clear route through the building. Farther along that route, the observatory waited for its own public evenings. Night care did not make the rooms alike. It allowed each room to remain comfortably itself. Mara carried the logbook into the entrance hall. The completed return slip and catalog record lay where she had placed them among the night's finished entries. Their edges were still straight. She checked the top line, confirmed that the notebook's catalog mark matched the one she had recorded in the seed library, and left the papers undisturbed. The return path now joined without a gap. Mrs. Sato's notebook had been received in the entrance hall, carried into the seed library, checked against the catalog, and restored to its shelf. Its practical observation had been entered in the conservatory logbook. The catalog had guided the object back to its place, and the threshold had shown how the entrance hall supported the two quiet public rooms by keeping the way to them sheltered, lit, and clear. Mara opened the logbook to the page she had marked with her finger. Beneath the entrance hall lamp, she read the final sentence again. The words remained plain and sufficient. The rooms received the care their conditions required. The seed library and observatory were maintained for quiet public evening use. The entrance hall joined them as a protected access route. She added the time in the narrow margin, then closed the cover. There was no further question to carry into the next part of the shift. She stood quietly for a moment with the closed logbook beneath one hand. The rain continued beyond the glass. Its reflection lay across the entrance hall floor in a dim, steady sheen, while the lamps remained warm above it. Mara turned back toward the seed library doorway. The shaded lamp was still on, as it needed to be. The table beneath it was clear, except for the pencil. The cabinets held their ordered packets. Mrs. Sato's notebook rested on its proper shelf, and the observatory register stood near the door for its next ordinary use. She crossed the threshold once more, picked up the pencil, and placed it along the shallow groove at the top of the closed logbook. Then she carried the book back to the entrance hall and set it on the smooth wooden surface where the next round would begin. Its spine lay square with the edge. The pencil rested securely in the groove. Nothing rolled, shifted, or waited to be put away. Behind her, the seed library remained cool, dry, ordered, and quietly ready for its evening readers. Along the familiar path, the observatory register waited for the next public evening on the roof. Around her, the entrance hall stayed softly lit against the rain, keeping the way between those rooms clear. Mara had a familiar route beneath her feet and a settled account of why the night work continued. For now, the logbook rested closed on the entrance hall surface, ready for the next ordinary entry. The logbook rested closed on the smooth wooden surface in the entrance hall, its spine square with the edge. The pencil lay securely in the shallow groove along the top. Mara stood beside it for a little while. Behind her, the seed library remained cool, dry, and ordered. Before her, the entrance hall stayed softly lit against the rain. The route between them was only a few steps long, and there was nothing left on it that needed to be carried, sorted, or explained. Mrs. Sato's notebook had returned to its shelf. The drawers had been checked. Their packets followed their catalog marks, and their labels sat evenly beneath the shaded lamp. The completed return slip and catalog record had been placed with the night's finished entries. In the logbook, Mara had written the practical answer plainly enough. Night care kept each room at its proper temperature, moisture, and light, kept the seed library and observatory ready as quiet public refuges during their appropriate evening hours, and kept the entrance hall softly lit as the connecting space between them. The answer did not lead anywhere new. It settled among the other entries, as naturally as the notebook had settled between the records on either side of it. Mara placed one hand on the closed cover of the logbook. The surface was smooth beneath her palm. She did not open it. There was no further line to add. Rain continued beyond the outer glass. Its reflection lay across the entrance hall floor in a dim sheen, changing only when another drop moved down the pane. The lamps cast warm, modest pools over the stone. Near the seed library doorway, the clean scent of damp leaves gave way to the drier scents of paper and wood. Mara turned toward the library. She followed the familiar route back across the threshold, carrying nothing. Her footsteps were even and quiet. The change in the air met her as it had before. A little cooler here, with none of the entrance hall's dampness. The shaded lamp still made a warm circle over the central table. The table was clear now. Mrs. Sato's notebook no longer waited beside the catalog. The return slip was gone. The catalog sheets were back in the logbook, and the logbook itself rested in the entrance hall. Only the plain surface remained beneath the light. Mara paused beside it and looked along the nearest cabinet. The drawer fronts were flush. She had already checked them from the upper left to the final lower row. One label had been centered. 2 packets had exchanged places. Another had been returned to the drawer shown by its catalog mark. Those actions were finished and did not need repeating. She let her eyes travel along the labels without reading each one. Their order was enough. At the inner record shelf, Mrs. Sato's notebook stood level between the volume before it and the volume after it. Its spine showed the catalog mark Mara had confirmed at the beginning of the hour. No return slip projected from the cover. No corner of paper had caught between it and the neighboring records. Mara did not take it down. The notebook had already done all that was required of it. It had returned in good condition. Its pages had been checked. Its brief observation had gathered the night's work into a useful description. And that description had been entered in the conservatory logbook. Warm rooms, cool rooms, watering, shaded lamps, dry records, 2 quiet public refuges kept ready, and a softly lit hall joining the way between them. There was no hidden reason beneath those ordinary needs. The conservatory was tended at night, because its rooms continued to change after the day grew quiet. Care did not stop, merely because the rain had softened the view through the glass, or the daytime visitors had gone. Temperature, moisture, and light still needed their small adjustments. Records still needed to be returned. During their appropriate public evening hours, the Seed Library could offer a dry, sheltered table for quiet reading, and the observatory could offer a quiet place beneath the opening roof. The entrance hall received the people who came to them and kept the passage between them clear. That knowledge now belonged to Mara's round in the same way the drawer labels belonged to the cabinets. It could guide her without asking for attention. She walked to the shelf near the entrance hall door. The observatory register remained there, its spine level with the 2 slim volumes beside it. Its return had been recorded earlier. Mara looked at the shelf edge and saw that no folded paper had slipped beneath the books. She left them as they were. Rain brushed softly over the glass above the Seed Library. A few drops crossed the panes separately, followed by a longer hush. The cabinets held their dry scent. The shaded lamp remained steady. Mara walked back to the doorway. On the entrance hall side, the light was warmer, and the floor reflected it faintly. On the library side, the light rested more closely over paper, labels, and wood. The 2 adjoining rooms did not need to feel the same. The night work kept each one comfortably itself. She crossed into the entrance hall again. The logbook and pencil waited exactly as she had left them. Mara moved the pencil a little nearer the center of the groove. It had not been in danger of rolling, but the small adjustment made it lie parallel to the spine. She lifted her hand and looked at it once. That was all. She followed the edge of the wooden surface with her fingertips, checking by habit that no loose paper remained beneath the book. The surface was clear. The completed records were already in their proper place. Nothing waited to be carried back through the doorway. The entrance hall required no further task. Its lamps were on. Their light reached the path without glare. The stone remained clean, beneath the faint reflections from the rain. The hall was ready to receive anyone arriving for the Seed Library, or an observatory evening, and its softly lit passage would remain clear after Mara moved on to the next ordinary part of her shift. She stood beside the logbook and let her shoulders settle. The hour had begun with objects still in motion. The observatory register had needed to return to its shelf. Mrs. Sato's notebook had waited beside its slip. Drawers had needed checking, packets had needed comparison, and a catalog note had needed clearer words. Now every movement had reached its end. The register stood near the Seed Library door. Mrs. Sato's notebook stood on the inner record shelf. The packets rested in their marked sequence. The revised catalog note described a dry, shaded cabinet section. The finished return papers lay with the other completed records. The logbook held the time and the plain account of the work. Mara did not rehearse the list again. She no longer needed it. The arrangement of the rooms held the same account without words. She looked through the seed library doorway. From the entrance hall, she could see the warm circle of the shaded lamp and the nearest run of cabinet fronts. The light did not reach every corner, nor did it need to. It reached the table and labels used for the night's catalog work. The rest of the room remained in a softer shade, cool and dry beneath the rain. Mara walked back once more, following the same short path. At the threshold, the scent changed. Inside the library, she placed her palm lightly against the front of the cabinet she had finished first. The wood was smooth and cool. Every drawer behind it had been checked. She removed her hand without opening one. The action left nothing new to record. She continued to the table and stood within the edge of the lamp's circle. The empty surface showed the work's completion more clearly than another note could have done. No returned book waited for attention. No packet had been left out. No sheet remained to be filed. Mara looked toward Mrs. Sato's notebook. It remained part of the shelf now, one record among the others. Its practical sentence had not changed the room. It had only named the care already visible there. Dry shelves, ordered drawers, shaded light. A clear route back to the entrance hall. Mara turned away from the shelf and retraced that route. Her pace had grown slower, not from tiredness or uncertainty, but because there was less to do. At the beginning of the hour, each stop had asked for a check, a comparison, or an entry. Now the same few steps asked only to be crossed. She passed the observatory register. She crossed the threshold. She returned to the logbook. For a moment, she considered whether the shaded lamp in the library looked different from the entrance hall lamps. It did, but the difference was already familiar. The library light stayed close to the working table and cabinet labels. The entrance hall light spread in wider pools over the stone, marking the passage that connected the library with the route toward the observatory. Each served the space in which it stood. No adjustment was needed. Mara rested her fingertips on the logbook's cover, then drew them away. The pencil remained straight in its groove. Outside, the rain had become a fine, nearly even sound. It softened the view without closing it. The glass held the weather at a comfortable distance, and the entrance hall remained sheltered behind it. Mara listened for a few breaths. There was the light touch of rain overhead, and beyond the outer panes. There was the quiet steadiness of the lamps. There was her own breathing, easy and unforced. Nothing interrupted the room. She looked back through the doorway for the last time that hour. The seed library was ready. Its air remained cool and dry. The cabinet fronts made an orderly line beneath the shaded lamp. Mrs. Sato's notebook stood in its proper catalog position. Its clear table and quiet reading light would be ready for its next appropriate public evening. Near the door, the observatory register waited for its next ordinary use, when the observatory would again offer its own modest refuge beneath the opening roof. The entrance hall was ready as well. Its stone carried the soft reflection of the lamps, and the rain remained outside the glass. The logbook rested closed where the next round would begin. The hall offered a sheltered, softly lit way between the two public rooms without needing to become either one. Between the entrance hall and the seed library, the threshold held no waiting object and no unfinished question. Mara left the book closed. She moved a few steps away from the wooden surface, then stopped where both the logbook and the seed library doorway remained within view. There was no need to dim a lamp, move a chair, reopen a drawer, or check a shelf again. The rooms had reached the state the night work was meant to preserve. Cool where coolness belonged, dry where paper and seed were stored. Softly lit where a person might pass between the quiet rooms, or pause to read and work within the library. The conservatory's overnight purpose was no longer something Mara needed to ask about. It was present in that simple arrangement. The seed library keeping its records dry, and its shaded table ready. The observatory prepared for its ordinary public evenings. The entrance hall, keeping a warm path between them through the rain, and a caretaker leaving every space ready for the hours ahead. The actions of the round became fewer. Mara stood. She breathed. She looked once at the quiet line of light through the seed library doorway. Then she let the settled rooms remain as they were. On the entrance hall surface, the closed logbook lay square with the edge, the pencil resting straight along its spine. Beyond it, the shaded library lamp glowed out over the empty table and ordered drawers, while rain moved softly across the glass above them. The observatory register remained on its shelf near the clear, softly lit connecting path. Everything needed for the night was in its proper place. The Night Conservatory. Episode 6. Lanterns along the glass walk. Mara left the citrus house by the door that led toward the glass walk. The warmth followed her only a few steps. At the threshold, it became lighter on her face, then gave way to the cooler air of the corridor. The change was familiar now. She did not pause, because it surprised her. Only long enough to settle the citrus house door into its usual position. Not shut tight, not left wide, but open by the small measure that kept the adjoining rooms easy to pass between. Her notebook was in one hand. The ring of labeled keys rested in the pocket of her cardigan, making no more weight than it had earlier in the night. The glass walk ran in a long, straight line between the rooms. Its tiled floor held a dim reflection of the lamps, and its roof disappeared gently into the fog beyond the panes. Outside, the garden paths and low hedges had lost their edges. The fog did not press close to the glass. It simply made the farther lamps seem softer, each one surrounded by a pale, even halo. Mara had seen the corridor in daylight before beginning the shift. Then it had seemed chiefly a way between places. A practical stretch of glass, tiles, doors, and benches. At night, it had a different usefulness. The lamps along it made the conservatory easy to read from one end to the other. Behind her, the open citrus house door held a warm square of light. Farther along the corridor, the fig house doorway showed its quieter greenish light. Beyond that, the entrance hall waited in its cooler blue, visible through the inner doors as a subdued patch of color. She began the lamp check at the first bracket beside the citrus house door. The lamp had a frosted cover, clean except for a faint line of moisture along its lower edge. Mara looked at its steady light, then at the small switch plate beneath it. Nothing needed touching. The ordinary purpose of the lamps was plain. They gave anyone moving through the conservatory a clear path, and they made the rooms gentle to enter during the dark hours. With fog outside, their work seemed even simpler. They kept the glass walk from becoming a place that needed careful thought. She wrote in her notebook, "Glass walk, first lamp steady." Then she moved on. The next lamp stood above a narrow bench set against the inner wall. A folded canvas cloth lay at one end of the bench, and beside it was a shallow tray holding two empty clay pots. Mara had passed them before, without needing to know anything more about them. Tonight, in the low light, the pots looked almost the color of the tiles. Their rims were dry and unmarked. The cloth was folded neatly enough that she left it where it was. Beyond the bench, the glass walk widened a little, before continuing toward the entrance hall. The panes on either side made a pale channel through the fog. Mara stood there for a moment, allowing the rooms to arrange themselves in her mind. The citrus house was warmth and a dry brightness from the orange leaves. The fig house held a deeper green dampness. The entrance hall had the blue tiles and the plain board on the wall. None of these things was difficult to remember. They were simply becoming attached to the route she walked. Mara had thought, when she first arrived, that she would need to keep checking the labels on the doors. Now she found that the light told her enough before she reached them. The rooms did not look alike at night. Each one held its own temperature and color, its own way of receiving the lamps. She went on along the glass walk. At the midpoint, a fog lamp stood on a low iron post beside the outer panes. Its shade directed the light down over the tiles instead of outward into the garden. Mara crouched beside it, keeping one hand on the post as she looked up through the frosted cover. The lamp was steady. Its circle reached the next section of path without leaving a dark gap at the edge. She rose and brushed her palm once against her skirt. The fog had softened the view beyond the glass, but it had not altered the familiar things close by. The nearest paving stones outside were visible. A rain barrel stood beside the wall, its curved side gray in the mist. The outline of a shrub remained where it belonged. There was nothing to attend to outside, and no reason to go through the outer door. Mara returned her attention to the corridor. A second bench stood near the entrance hall end of the walk. This one was painted dark green, with a small enamel sign fixed to the wall above it. Keep path clear. The sign was old but readable. The path was clear. Mara noted this without ceremony and continued toward the final lamp. The entrance hall received her with its familiar coolness. The dark blue tiles were darker near the outer threshold, where the fogged glass admitted only a thin gray light. The notice board hung above its narrow shelf. Mara had read the board at the beginning of the night, and the notes pinned there had not changed. One was a routine reminder about closing inner doors gently. Another listed the morning delivery window for potting soil. A third, written in Mrs. Sato's neat hand, said only, "Fog lamps checked at midnight." Mara looked at the clock above the board. It was a little past midnight now. She had not arrived at the hour in exactly the way the note named. Her first round had been elsewhere, and the lamps had waited without difficulty. Still, the instruction was ordinary and useful. She set her notebook on the shelf, took to her pencil, and added beneath the existing note, "Walk lamps checked. All steady." Her handwriting was smaller than Mrs. Sato's, but clear. She returned the pencil to the notebook's loop and stood back from the board. The new line did not make the hall feel changed. It joined the others in the plain record of work done at its proper pace. Near the switch panel, the entrance lamp made a soft reflection in the tiles. Mara checked it as she had checked the others. The light was even. The outer door was secured. The inner doors stood in their usual positions. She did not adjust anything. When she turned back toward the glass walk, the corridor no longer seemed like an unfamiliar middle distance between rooms. The fog lamps showed the way in a sequence she understood. The cooler white light of the entrance hall, the low amber pool at the midpoint, the warmer glow near the citrus house. Between them, the tiles carried each reflection in a broken line. Mara walked back at an unhurried pace. At the second bench, the path remained clear beneath the old enamel sign. At the next bench, the empty clay pots remained on their tray. At the lamp by the citrus house door, the frosted cover held its small, steady brightness. She opened the door and stepped into the citrus house. The room's warmth settled around her at once. The orange trees stood in their rows, leaves quiet in the shaded light. At the far table, the bowl still held the 3 oranges beside the lamp. The chair was tucked beneath the table. The old fruit crate remained closed where she had returned it. Mara placed her notebook squarely on the table and looked once toward the open line of the glass walk behind her. The lamps continued in the fog. Each room kept its own light and temperature. The paths were clear, the doors were settled, and the next ordinary round would be easy to begin when its time came. Mara left her notebook on the citrus house table for a moment and stood among the orange trees. The warmth there was not heavy. It settled around her in a way that made the small tasks of the room seem separate and manageable. The watering can beneath the bench, the bowl of oranges beside the lamp, the chair tucked in at the table. Through the door behind her, the glass walk remained visible as a pale length of tiles and reflections. She took the ring of keys from her cardigan pocket and looked at the labels once more. They did not need studying. The little tags had become familiar during the night, their different shapes, the faint clicking sound they made when gathered together. The ones that sat slightly crooked on its ring. Still, handling them before beginning the next round gave the work its proper order. She returned them to her pocket, picked up the notebook, and went to the door. The citrus house door was already open by its usual small measure. Mara passed through without changing it. The fog lamps continued down the glass walk in a quiet sequence. The nearest one gave the tiles a warm glow near the citrus house. Farther along, the low lamp at the midpoint made a round pool of amber light. Beyond that, the entrance hall showed through its inner doors in cooler shades of blue and white. Mara began at the first lamp again, not because she expected it to have altered, but because the round began there. The frosted cover was clear. The switch plate beneath it was dry. The lamp gave the same steady light it had given a few minutes earlier. She wrote a short line in her notebook and moved on. At the narrow bench, the folded canvas cloth was still in place. The two empty clay pots rested beside it in their shallow tray. Mara looked at the floor around the bench, then at the open stretch of tiles ahead. There was enough room to walk comfortably. Enough room for someone carrying a small crate or a watering can. Enough room to stop without standing in anyone's way. The sign by the other bench had said, "Keep path clear." She found that she liked its directness. It was not a difficult instruction, and it did not ask for more than ordinary attention. The glass panes along the outer side of the corridor held the fog in soft layers. The nearest garden stones could still be seen beyond the glass, though their edges had lost their usual precision. A low hedge was only a darker band. The rain barrel by the wall had become a curved gray shape, familiar enough that it did not need looking at twice. Mara reached the midpoint lamp and paused beside its iron post. The light fell downward, as it should, making the route between the rooms easy to follow. It did not try to brighten the whole garden. It simply showed the tiles, the benches, the doors, and the pale line of the corridor ahead. In the fog, that seemed like a sensible kind of usefulness. She set one hand on the post, then let it go. From here, the conservatory arranged itself in two directions. Behind her, the citrus house was warmer than the glass walk, with its mild gold light and the muted shapes of orange leaves. Ahead, the entrance hall was cooler and plainer. Between them were the adjoining rooms she had passed earlier, each with its own small distinction. The fig house showed a greenish shade through its door. Even from the corridor, Mara could feel the change in the air nearby. A little more moisture, a softer coolness than the citrus house. She had noticed it on her first visit without knowing whether it would stay in her memory. Now she knew it would. She walked to the fig house door and rested her hand on its handle. The door opened easily. Inside, the leaves held the lamplight in broad, dark surfaces. Their shapes made the room feel fuller than the citrus house. Though there was still a clear path between the planted beds and the wall, the air carried the clean, damp smell of soil and leaves. Mara did not need to do anything there. She looked along the path, checked that the lamp near the inner wall was steady, and noticed that the small watering can by the door stood upright on its tray. Its handle caught a thin line of light. Nothing had been left across the floor. Nothing needed moving. She wrote "Fig House," path clear, lamp steady. The words were modest, but they gave the room its place in the round. When she returned to the glass walk, she left the door as she had found it, open enough for the rooms to remain connected, without making the passage feel exposed. It was the same small adjustment she had made at the citrus house threshold. By now, it seemed less like an instruction she had been given, and more like part of the building's own preference. The next stretch of corridor led toward the entrance hall. Mara walked slowly, listening only to the ordinary sounds that belonged to her movement. The soft contact of her shoes on tile, the faint brush of her cardigan sleeve against the notebook, the small shift of keys in her pocket. The lamps did not hum loudly. The conservatory did not ask to be listened to closely. Its quietness was enough. At the second bench, the dark green paint looked nearly black beneath the lamp. The old enamel sign was still readable above it. Mara ran her eyes over the floor, found it clear, and continued. By the time she reached the entrance hall, she recognized the room before she crossed the threshold. The blue tiles had their own kind of reflection, cooler and sharper than the amber reflections in the glass walk. The notice board was a darker rectangle against the wall. The narrow shelf below it held no more than her earlier pencil marks and the settled order of things. The clock showed that only a little time had passed. Mara stood beneath it and looked toward the outer door. The glass there was gray with fog. The door remained secured. The switch panel beside it was unchanged. She checked the entrance lamp, then wrote another line beneath her earlier note. First round. Complete. All lamps steady. She read it once before closing the notebook. There was comfort in the phrase, though it did not mean the night had been divided into anything severe or exact. It simply marked a portion of work finished. She had walked the familiar route. She had looked where she was meant to look. The lamps were doing what lamps did. The paths were clear. The rooms had remained themselves. Mara put the notebook under her arm and turned back toward the glass walk. On the return, the sequence of light seemed simpler than before. The entrance hall faded behind her into blue. The midpoint lamp offered its low amber circle. The citrus house waited ahead with its warmer glow. The fig house, when she passed it, gave back its greenish light through the open door. She understood now that the conservatory could be read at night without relying on the signs alone. The temperature changed first, then the color of the light, then the particular arrangement of leaves, tiles, benches, or shelves confirmed where she was. None of it was complicated. It was only the kind of knowledge that came from walking a place calmly and allowing it to repeat itself. At the narrow bench, she glanced at the clay pots. At the first lamp, she checked its frosted cover one more time. The light was steady. She opened the citrus house door a little farther to pass through, then returned it to its usual position. Inside, the orange trees stood quietly in their rows. The bowl held its 3 oranges. The chair remained tucked beneath the table. Mara placed her notebook beside the lamp and set one hand briefly on the back of the chair. Beyond the glass, the fog softened the garden without concealing the route through the conservatory. The lamps continued from room to room, each one making a small, dependable portion of the night easy to cross. Mara took out the keys, set them beside the notebook, and looked once around the citrus house. The first round was complete. The work ahead was ordinary. The warmth of the room, the clear path beyond the door, and the quiet light on the orange leaves gave her all she needed for the next one. Mara left the keys beside the notebook for a little while. They made a small, uneven circle on the citrus house table, their labels turned in different directions. The crooked tag rested against the others. Beside them, the notebook lay open to the page where she had written the completion of the first round. The pencil remained across the lower edge, exactly where she had set it. The room was warm enough that she did not need to keep moving. She stood by the table and looked through the open measure of the door into the glass walk. The nearest fog lamp gave the tiles their familiar honey-colored sheen. Beyond it, the corridor narrowed gently between panes of glass and the dark outlines of benches. The fog outside softened the garden to pale gray and deeper gray, but the interior route stayed plain. There was the first lamp, the narrow bench, the midpoint lamp, and then the cooler gleam of the entrance hall. Nothing about the view required close attention. Mara found that she could take it in all at once now. She picked up the notebook and keys, put the keys back into her cardigan pocket, and walked through the door. She left it at its usual opening behind her. The glass walk met her with its milder air. It was not cold, only less warm than the citrus house. Her shoes made their quiet contact with the tiles. The movement of her sleeve against the notebook kept pace with her steps. On the outer side of the corridor, moisture gathered faintly on the glass, turning the nearest lamp into a softened reflection. At the first lamp, Mara paused without needing to consult her earlier notes. Its frosted cover was clear. Its light was steady. The switch plate below was dry. She looked down the corridor and then back toward the citrus house. The orange trees were not fully visible from where she stood, but their room announced itself through the doorway. Gold light, warm air, the rounded darkness of leaves. Mara could have named it before she saw the bowl on the table or the chair beneath it. The thought pleased her in its simplicity. She wrote a brief line beneath the earlier notes, first lamp steady. Then she continued. The narrow bench appeared ahead in the small range of the lamp. Its folded canvas cloth was still neat at one end. The clay pots rested in their tray beside it. Mara checked the open tiles around them and moved on, keeping to the center of the path without thinking about it. At the midpoint, the amber lamp made its round pool of light. Its iron post was cool beneath her fingertips when she rested a hand there. She did not stay long. The light showed what it was meant to show. The clear route behind her, the route ahead, and the nearby doors where the adjoining rooms began. The fig house stood to one side, its door open by the same small measure as before. Mara knew it before she reached the handle. The light inside was greenish, softened by the broad leaves. The air just beyond the doorway carried a damp, clean smell of soil. She opened the door a little farther, stepped inside, and let it return to the comfortable position that joined the room to the corridor. The path between the planted beds and the wall remained clear. The lamp near the inner wall was steady. The watering can stood upright on its tray, its metal handle holding a narrow strip of pale light. Mara looked once along the length of the room. There was no need to compare it with the citrus house, though the difference was easy to feel. The citrus house held its warmth lightly around the orange trees. The fig house had a cooler softness, as if its leaves made shade even at night. Each room had its own way of receiving the lamps. She wrote, "Fig house, lamp steady, path clear." When she returned to the glass walk, the change in temperature happened so gradually that it was almost more like a change in color. The corridor's air was between the two rooms. Its lamps belonged neither to the green-tinted quiet of the fig house nor to the gold warmth of the citrus house. They belonged to the movement between them. Mara continued toward the entrance hall. The second bench waited beneath its lamp, dark green nearly turned black by the hour. The enamel sign above it was still readable. "Keep path clear." She smiled a little at the words. They had seemed practical when she first saw them. They remained practical now, but they had become part of the conservatory's pattern as well. A short instruction, a bench, a clean length of tiles, a lamp placed where someone walking through the fog would be glad of it. At the inner doors of the entrance hall, the light changed before Mara crossed the threshold. The blue tiles reflected a cooler brightness. The air was plainer here, without the warm scent of citrus or the damp green smell of the fig house. The notice board waited on the wall as a dark rectangle. The narrow shelf beneath it was bare except for its settled, useful surface. Above, the clock marked the middle portion of the shift without making anything of the time. Mara checked the entrance lamp and the secured outer door. Then she stood for a moment beneath the clock, holding the notebook closed against her palm. She had expected to rely on the labels attached to the keys for longer than this. They were still helpful. She liked the certainty of the small printed words and the way the ring gathered them all together. But the building had begun to offer its own labels. Blue tile and cooler light, entrance hall, amber lamps and the open line of the corridor, glass walk, greenish shade and damp soil, fig house, gold light, orange leaves and warmth, citrus house. The discovery did not change the work. There was nothing new to arrange because of it. It simply made the route feel less like a list to remember, and more like a sequence she could recognize as she passed through it. Mara opened the notebook again and wrote, beneath the lamp checks, a small note for herself. Rooms known by light and air. She read the line once. It was not a formal entry, and it did not need to be. Still, she left it there. On the way back, she noticed the order in which the rooms returned to her. The entrance hall's blue reflections gave way to the long amber stretch of the glass walk. The midpoint lamp made its dependable circle on the tiles. At the fig house door, green light rested along the threshold, and the air carried its cool, leafy dampness into the corridor. Mara glanced in. The clear path, the upright watering can, and the steady wall lamp were exactly as she had left them. She walked on. The narrow bench came next, with the folded cloth and the 2 clay pots. Then the first lamp, frosted and warm. Through the door ahead, the citrus house waited with its mild golden light. Before she entered, Mara paused at the threshold. The fog pressed softly against the outside panes. Garden stones, the hedge, and the curve of the rain barrel had all become quiet shapes beyond the glass. Inside the conservatory, the lamps made a continuous path from one familiar room to another. Mara opened the citrus house door a little farther and stepped through. She returned it to its usual position with an easy touch. The orange trees stood in their rows. The bowl on the table still held 3 oranges. The chair remained tucked beneath the table, and the watering can waited beneath the bench. Mara set the notebook down beside the lamp. She took the keys from her pocket and placed them beside it. For a moment she stood still, listening only to the ordinary sounds of the room and her own settling breath. The rooms had not become different. She had only learned their evening faces, the particular warmth or coolness at a doorway, the color held by leaves or tile, the way each lamp made a small part of the conservatory easy to know. Beyond the citrus house glass, the fog lamps continued along the walk. Mara looked at them once, then at the calm arrangement of the table, chair, trees, and open door. The next round would begin where the first had begun. Until then, the work was in order. The path was clear, and the conservatory was familiar enough to meet her gently. Mara left the notebook open on the citrus house table until the pencil stopped rolling in the shallow curve of the page. The first round had settled into its lines. Lamps steady, paths clear, doors in their usual positions. Beneath those practical notes, her smaller sentence remained where she had written it. Rooms known by light and air. She did not add anything to it. The words had already done the amount of work they needed to do. The citrus house was warm around her. The nearest orange tree held a soft reflection from the lamp in its leaves, and the 3 oranges in the bowl had become a familiar part of the table. She touched one with the side of her finger as she picked up the notebook. Its skin was cool and firm. Then she put the pencil through the notebook's spine, slipped the keys into her cardigan pocket, and stood for a moment beside the open door. The glass walk was visible beyond it, in a long, amber sequence. Fog rested on the outside of the panes, pale and even. The garden beyond had lost its separate edges for the night, but the conservatory had not. The lamps along the corridor made one ordinary place after another available to the eye. The first post, the narrow bench, the midpoint, the inner doors of the entrance hall. Mara stepped through. The air changed as it always did at the threshold. It was neither the mild warmth of the orange trees, nor the cooler green quiet of the fig house. It was simply the air of the glass walk, light enough to move through without thinking of it. Her shoes made their soft, regular sound on the tiles. At the first fog lamp, she stopped. The frosted cover was dry. The light inside it held steady, warming the tiles at her feet and making a faint companion of itself in the glass. Mara checked the switch plate, then opened the notebook. She wrote, "First lamp steady." The words looked much like the ones from the earlier round. That pleased her. A record did not need to become interesting in order to be useful. She went on toward the narrow bench. The folded canvas cloth still rested at one end, its pale edge turned toward the path. Two empty clay pots sat in their tray beside it. Mara looked at the open space around them, then at the line of tiles leading onward. Clear. She did not write that down separately. It belonged with the round as a whole, and she could see it plainly. At the midpoint lamp, the corridor widened just enough to feel like a pause in the route. Its amber light rested over the tiles, the nearby doors, and the iron post itself. Mara put her hand around the post for the briefest moment. The metal was cool as it had been before. She looked back toward the citrus house. From there, it was only a soft gold room at the end of the walk. The orange trees made rounded shadows behind the glass, and the open door showed a strip of warmth on the floor. The room did not need its label from the key ring. It was itself from this distance. Mara turned toward the fig house. The door stood open by its usual small measure. Greenish light gathered along the inner edge of the frame, and the smell of damp soil came out gently into the corridor. She pushed the door a little farther, enough to pass through, and let it settle back to the comfortable opening that kept the room joined to the walk. The fig house received her with its cooler softness. Broad leaves held the wall lamp's light in quiet patches. The planted beds ran along the room in their familiar order. The watering can stood upright on its tray, handle catching a narrow, pale shine. Nothing had shifted. Nothing needed to be moved. Mara walked once along the clear path between the beds and the wall. At the far end, she looked back. The door framed the amber corridor beyond, while the room around her remained green and dim. The difference was gentle enough that it did not divide the conservatory into separate places. It made each part easier to recognize. She returned to the doorway and wrote, "Fig house, lamp steady, path clear." Then she closed the notebook and went back to the glass walk. The fog had thickened a little on the outer panes. It did not change the corridor. The lamps still made their pools of light in the same places, and the inside surfaces of the glass stayed bright enough to show the long path ahead. Mara passed the midpoint lamp and continued to the entrance hall. The blue tiles announced themselves before she crossed the threshold. Their cooler reflection took the place of amber, and the plain air of the hall met her after the dampness of the fig house. The notice board was dark against the wall. The narrow shelf beneath it remained empty and ready for whatever someone might set there during the day. The clock above it marked another portion of the shift. Mara checked the entrance lamp first. Its glass cover was clear, and its light reached evenly across the blue floor. Then she looked at the outer door and its fastening. Everything was secure in the ordinary way, with no adjustment required. She made the entry in her notebook. Entrance hall lamp steady, outer door secure. The pencil paused above the page. Mara considered whether she ought to note the fog. It was visible from the inner doors, only as a softened brightness through the farther glass, and it had already made the outside garden less distinct. But the lamps were doing their work as intended. There was no practical reason to add a line. She tucked the pencil back through the notebook. On the return walk, the route came to her in its familiar order. Blue tile first, then the warmer corridor. The second bench waited beneath its lamp. Its dark green paint had nearly disappeared into the hour, but the shape of it was easy to know. Mara passed it without stopping. At the fig house door, she glanced in. The planted beds were quiet under their leaf-softened light. The watering can remained in place. The clear path showed from one end of the room to the other. She let the view stand as its own check and continued. The midpoint lamp made its round, dependable circle. Near the narrow bench, the folded cloth was still neat. At the first lamp, Mara paused once more. Not because she doubted it, but because the first lamp belonged to the beginning and end of this portion of the round. Its light was steady. The citrus house waited ahead with its mild golden air. Mara opened the door a little farther and stepped inside. She returned it to its usual position, with the same easy touch she had used before. The warmth reached her hands first. She put the notebook on the table beside the bowl of oranges and took the keys from her pocket. Their labels lay together in her palm, small printed names, useful and unchanged. Mara set them beside the notebook in their uneven circle. The room did not ask anything more of her. She checked the nearest lamp from where she stood. It shone through the orange leaves and across the floor. The watering can remained beneath the bench. The chair was tucked under the table. The open door gave onto the first amber section of the glass walk, where the fog lamps continued without interruption. Mara sat down for a little while. The chair was simple and firm beneath her. She rested her hands around the closed notebook and looked from the table to the trees, then through the doorway toward the corridor. The conservatory had become easier to read without becoming less itself. Warmth, coolness, blue tile, green leaves, amber light. Each part met the next part without hurry. Outside, the fog softened the garden. Inside, the path remained clear from the entrance hall to the citrus house, and the lamps kept their quiet places along it. Mara breathed in the faint scent of orange leaves and settled the notebook squarely on the table. The round was complete. The work was in order. When it was time to walk again, the familiar rooms would be waiting in their familiar light. Mara remained at the citrus house table until the warmth of the room had reached through her cardigan and settled there. The notebook lay closed beneath her hands. The keys rested beside it in their uneven ring, each small label turned where she could read it without lifting it. Beyond the open door, the glass walk continued in amber sections. The fog lamps made the corridor visible from one end to the other, though the garden beyond the panes had become a pale, softened presence. The conservatory had its own quietness at this hour. The held warmth of the citrus house, the cooler dampness farther along the walk, the plain stillness of the entrance hall. It was simply the condition in which the lamps, the paths, and the rooms could be checked without interruption. Mara stood and slipped the keys back into her pocket. The next part of the round did not require a different route. She was glad of that. The same path, taken once more, offered a chance to see whether the first observations had held. The notebook came with her, pencil tucked through its spine. At the threshold, she paused only long enough to look at the nearest lamp through the orange leaves. Its light remained steady. Then she went out into the glass walk. The air met her with its familiar middle temperature. Behind her, the citrus house was mild and gold. Ahead, the corridor held separate pools of amber beneath the lamps. Fog gathered softly on the outer panes, making the glass look faintly silver wherever it did not carry a reflection from inside. At the first fog lamp, Mara stopped. The frosted cover was dry. The iron post was cool beneath her fingertips. She checked the switch plate, then looked down the length of the tiles. The narrow bench stood where it had stood earlier, the folded canvas cloth still resting at one end. Two empty clay pots rested in their tray beside it. She opened the notebook and wrote a short line. First lamp steady. The pencil moved easily now. There was no need to search for a better way to say it. The words belonged to the object and the task. She went on. The lamps made the fog seem gentler than it had from the citrus house table. Their light did not reach far beyond the glass, but it did not need to. It rested on the floor, the posts, the door frames, and the familiar things placed along the route. The corridor did not become strange because the garden had faded from sight. It became more clearly itself. At the narrow bench, Mara checked the clear strip of tiles beside the pots. The path was open. The canvas cloth was folded flat, its pale edge turned toward the corridor, exactly as before. She did not touch it. Looking was enough. At the midpoint lamp, she stopped again. The corridor widened slightly around the post. Amber light lay over the tiles in a circle that made the place feel like a natural pause between rooms. Mara looked first back toward the citrus house. Its doorway framed a soft yellow portion of the walk, and the nearest orange leaves showed as rounded shadows against the warm light. Then she looked toward the entrance hall. The inner doors were visible at the far end, their glass faintly reflective. Before them, the fig house doorway stood open by its usual small measure. A cooler green cast lay along the frame. Even from the midpoint, Mara could recognize the room by that color and by the mild scent moving into the corridor. She smiled at the ease of it. The rooms had not changed while she learned them. The citrus house had always been warm. The fig house had always been green and cool. The entrance hall had always held its blue tiles beneath a clearer lamp. What had changed was the amount she needed to think before knowing where she was. She placed her hand briefly on the midpoint post. Cool metal. Amber light. The open fig house door. Then she continued. Inside the fig house, the change in air came softly around her. Broad leaves held the wall lamp in quiet pieces of green and gold. The planted beds ran along their familiar sides of the room. The watering can stood upright on its tray, its handle making a narrow pale curve in the light. Mara walked the path between the beds and the wall. Nothing required her hands. The soil was undisturbed, the leaves untroubled, and the floor clear from the doorway to the far end. She let herself take in the room without treating every familiar object as a new item to be considered. The wall lamp was steady. The path was clear. The rest could remain in its ordinary order. At the far end, she turned back. From there, the open door framed the glass walk in amber, and beyond that the citrus house made a small, warm distance at the end of the corridor. The three places fitted together from this angle: green room, amber walk, gold room. The entrance hall waited beyond the doorway in its separate blue reflection. Mara returned to the doorway and wrote, "Fig house, lamp steady, path clear." She closed the notebook and adjusted the door only enough to return it to its usual opening. The movement was small and familiar in her hand. When she stepped back into the glass walk, the door settled where it belonged. Fog still covered the outer panes, even and pale. Mara walked toward the entrance hall at an unhurried pace. The second bench stood beneath its lamp, its dark green paint deepened by the hour. Above it, the old enamel sign remained pale enough to read. The path beside the bench was clear. Beyond it, the inner doors of the entrance hall showed their faint reflections. The hall received her with blue tile and cooler air. Its lamp shone evenly across the floor. The notice board remained dark against the wall, and the narrow shelf beneath it stood empty. Mara checked the outer door, and its fastening in the same plain manner as before. Everything was secure and in place. She opened the notebook. Entrance hall lamp steady. Outer door secure. For a moment, she stood beneath the hall lamp with the notebook open. The pencil rested across the page. There was no additional note to make. The fog was no more than weather, soft against the distant glass. The corridor was lit. The rooms were as they should be. She tucked the pencils inside through the notebook and began the return. Blue tile gave way to amber tile at the inner doors. The change was visible before it was felt. Mara noticed it without needing to name it. The glass walk was the space between the warmer and cooler rooms, carrying its own lightness of air and its long, clear line of lamps. She passed the second bench first. Its dark green surface remained quiet beneath the lamp, and the path below the enamel sign was still open. Then she looked through the fig house doorway. The broad leaves held their greenish light. The watering can stood on its tray. The room was complete without another entry or another turn through its path. Mara continued. At the midpoint lamp, the dependable amber circle lay across the tiles. The cool iron post remained at the edge of the path, marking the familiar pause between the fig house and the warmer end of the corridor. At the narrow bench, the pale edge of the canvas cloth showed in the lamp's light. The pots remained beside it in their shallow tray. At the first lamp, Mara paused as she had at the beginning of the round. The frosted cover was dry. The light held steady. Mara did not take out the notebook. The earlier line was sufficient, and the lamp's constancy was clear to her eyes. The citrus house door stood ahead, open by its usual amount. She pushed it a little farther, stepped through, and returned it to that same easy position behind her. Warmth met her hands. The room had not altered in her absence. The bowl of oranges sat on the table. The watering can remained beneath the bench. The chair was tucked in. The nearest lamp shone through the leaves and placed soft reflections on the floor. Mara set the notebook beside the keys. She looked once through the doorway at the glass walk. The fog lamps continued in their measured line, their light reaching from the citrus house threshold toward the entrance hall. Outside, the garden remained softened by fog. Inside, each room was available by its temperature, its color, and the ordinary objects waiting where they belonged. She sat down. The chair was firm beneath her. She rested one hand on the closed notebook and the other near the ring of keys. The route had become familiar enough that it no longer asked for much attention. Warm citrus air gave way to the first lamp, the narrow bench, the midpoint lamp, the green dampness of the fig house, the second bench, and the entrance hall with its blue tile. On the return, the same places came gently back in reverse, each where it belonged. The lamps continued in the fog. Mara let the settled room hold her for a while, calm and capable, ready for the next ordinary round. Mara remained seated at the citrus house table for a little while longer. The notebook lay closed beneath one hand. The ring of labeled keys rested beside it, their uneven circle unchanged. Across the table, the bowl still held 3 oranges beside the shaded lamp, and the chair beneath her remained firm and simple. Beyond the open door, the first fog lamp warmed a small portion of the glass walk. Nothing needed to begin at once. The round she had just completed was already recorded. The entrance lamp was steady. The outer door was secure. The fig house path was clear. The lamps along the corridor continued to cast their measured pools across the tiles. Mara had checked each part of the route, and the route had answered in the plainest possible way. Everything remained in order. She looked down at the notebook without opening it. Earlier, she had written that the rooms were known by light and air. The words had seemed like a small discovery then, something worth setting beneath the practical entries. Now even the sentence felt settled. She no longer needed to repeat it in order to remember. The conservatory had taught her its evening faces through the simple act of walking among them. The citrus house was the warmth around her hands, and the mild gold light held in the orange leaves. The glass walk was the cooler air between rooms, with amber reflections broken across the tiles. The fig house was greenish shade, broad leaves, and the clean dampness of soil. The entrance hall was blue tile, clear light, and the plain stillness near the outer door. Each place remained itself. Mara had only grown familiar with the differences. She rose from the chair without hurry and pushed it back beneath the table. The legs moved softly over the floor. She picked up the notebook, slid the pencil through its spine, and returned the keys to her cardigan pocket. This would not be another full round. There was no need to begin again at every doorway or make another set of identical entries. She would walk once toward the entrance hall, looking at the lamps as she went, and then return to the citrus house. It was the final passage of this part of the shift, no more complicated than carrying the notebook from one settled place to another. At the threshold, Mara looked back across the room. The watering can remained beneath the bench. The bowl of oranges stood beside the lamp. The chair was tucked in. Warm light rested among the leaves and reached only as far as it needed to reach. She stepped into the glass walk and let the door settle at its usual small opening behind her. The change in air was gentle. The citrus warmth thinned along her sleeves, replaced by the milder temperature of the corridor. Under the first lamp, the tiles held a soft amber reflection. The frosted cover was clear, and the switch plate below it remained dry. Mara did not take out the notebook. She had already recorded the lamp, seeing its steady light was enough. She continued toward the narrow bench. The folded canvas cloth lay at one end, its pale edge visible beneath the lamp. The two empty clay pots rested in their shallow tray. They did not need to be lifted, shifted, or examined. The floor beside the bench was open, leaving the path comfortably clear. Outside the panes, the fog had made the garden almost colorless. The nearest paving stones could still be seen, though their edges had softened. The low hedge was a quiet band beyond them. The rain barrel remained a curved gray shape beside the wall. Mara noticed these familiar forms without stopping. The lamps were meant for the path inside, and that was where their light remained. They did not brighten the whole garden or ask the fog to lift. They showed the tiles ahead, the edge of the bench, the doors to the adjoining rooms, and the next warm circle along the walk. At the midpoint lamp, Mara slowed. Its iron post stood where the corridor widened. The shade directed its light downward in the same dependable way as before. Amber rested over the floor and reached the next section of the route without leaving a dark space between. Mara placed her fingertips against the post. The metal was cool. She had known it would be cool before touching it, just as she had known the citrus house would be warm before leaving the table. The knowledge was not a guess now. It belonged to the root. She let her hand fall and looked toward the fig house door. Greenish light rested along the frame. Even before she reached it, the air carried a little more moisture. The doorway was open by its usual measure, joining the fig house to the corridor, without making either place feel unfinished. Mara opened it just far enough to step through. The broad leaves received the wall lamp in soft, dark patches. The planted beds kept their familiar order, and the path between them and the wall was clear. Near the door, the small watering can stood upright on its tray, its handle holding a narrow line of light. She walked only a few steps into the room. There was no reason to go to the far end again. From where she stood, she could see what she needed to see. The lamp was steady. The floor was clear. The leaves kept their quiet shapes. The soil carried its clean, damp scent. Mara rested the notebook against her palm. Earlier in the night, she might have opened it and written another line. Now the existing entry was enough. Nothing had changed since she made it. And the room did not require a second description merely because she had returned. She turned back toward the door. From inside the fig house, the glass walk appeared as a warmer strip beyond the green shade. The midpoint lamp made a low amber circle. Farther back, the citrus house was gold at the end of the corridor, its orange leaves visible only as rounded shadows. Green, amber, gold. The order was easy to hold and easier still to release. Mara stepped into the glass walk and returned the fig house door to its usual position. It settled beneath her hand without needing adjustment. She continued toward the entrance hall. Her footsteps remained even on the tiles. The keys shifted once in her pocket, then became still again. The notebook made no sound beneath her arm. Around her, the conservatory seemed quieter, not because anything had stopped, but because every ordinary thing had found its place in the hour. The second bench waited beneath its lamp. Its dark green paint looked nearly black, while the enamel sign above it remained pale enough to read. Keep path clear. The path was clear. Mara passed without pausing. There was nothing more to add to the instruction, and nothing more to do with the bench. It stood ready beside the corridor, useful in daylight and unobtrusive now. The cooler reflection of the entrance hall appeared before she reached its inner doors. Amber faded from the tiles, and blue took its place. The air became plainer, without the warmth of citrus leaves or the damp green scent of the fig house. Mara crossed the threshold. The entrance lamp shone evenly across the floor. The notice board remained a dark rectangle on the wall, and the narrow shelf beneath it was empty. Above them, the clock marked the quiet middle portion of the shift. She did not need to study the time. The outer door was secured as it had been during the last check. Its fogged glass admitted a thin gray brightness from outside. The switch panel was unchanged. Mrs. Sato's neat note remained on the board, with Mara's smaller line beneath it, stating that the walk lamps had been checked and were steady. Mara stood in front of the board and took the notebook from beneath her arm. For a moment, she considered whether a final entry was needed. She could have written the same words again. Entrance lamp steady. Outer door secure, path clear. Yet the last entry still described the hall exactly, and there was no value in making the page busier. She left the notebook closed. That, too, was part of learning the work. Knowing when a task required a mark and when the existing record remained sufficient. Mara turned away from the board. The entrance hall had offered the last point of the passage. There was no further room to inspect, and no new task waiting beyond it. The return to the citrus house would be only a return, each familiar change allowed to pass without another pause. She went back through the inner doors. Blue tile gave way to amber. The glass walk opened before her in a straight, softly lit line. The fog pressed no closer than before. It rested beyond the panes, turning the hedge, stones, and rain barrel into quiet shapes. Inside, the lamps continued at their measured intervals. Mara walked past the second bench. The enamel sign remained above it. The floor remained clear. She passed the fig house doorway. Greenish light rested across the threshold. Broad leaves held the room's dim glow, and the watering can stood on its tray. Mara felt the slight cool dampness near the door, recognized it, and continued without entering. At the midpoint lamp, she did not stop. Its amber circle moved beneath her steps and then fell behind her. The cool iron post stayed at the edge of the path. Ahead, the first lamp near the citrus house door seemed warmer because of the room beyond it. The corridor shortened gently as she walked. The narrow bench came into view. The folded canvas cloth lay at one end, and the same two empty clay pots remained in their shallow tray beside it. Their arrangement needed no final look. Mara passed them at the same easy pace. At the first lamp, she slowed only enough to take in its steady brightness. The frosted cover was clear. The switch plate was dry. The tiles beneath it reflected a muted gold. She did not touch the lamp or reach for the notebook. The check had become no more than seeing, and seeing had become part of walking. The citrus house door stood open by its usual measure. Warm air met Mara before she crossed the threshold. She pushed the door a little farther, stepped inside, and let it return to its settled position. The room received her without change. The orange trees stood in their rows. Their leaves held the shaded light without stirring. The watering can remained beneath the bench. The bowl on the table still held 3 oranges. The chair was tucked in where Mara had left it. She set the notebook on the table and took the keys from her pocket. The labels made their familiar uneven circle beside the cover. Mosser drew out the pencil, opened the notebook to the current page, and looked over the few plain lines already there. First lamp steady. Fig house, lamp steady. Path clear. Entrance hall lamp steady. Outer door secure. Rooms known by light and air. The entries were enough. Together they held the whole portion of the shift: the lamps, the route, the room states, and the familiarity that had come from moving calmly between them. Mara placed the pencil beside the notebook and closed the cover. There was no remaining question in the work. The rooms had different temperatures because their plants needed different conditions. Their nightlights made the connecting paths easy to use. The checks kept those ordinary arrangements steady until morning. Nothing more hidden or complicated waited behind the routine. She sat down and rested her hands loosely in her lap. From the table, she could see through the partly open door into the glass walk. The nearest lamp made a warm patch on the tiles. Farther along, the midpoint lamp was a smaller amber pool. The rest of the corridor softened gradually into the fog-bright glass near the entrance hall. Mara no longer followed the route with her eyes. She let the first lamp be only the first lamp. The bench remained beside it. The midpoint waited farther on. The fig house kept its greenish shade, and the entrance hall kept its cool blue tiles. Every place was known, and none of them needed her attention again just yet. The conservatory was ready for the hours ahead. Mara remained calm and capable at the table, with the closed notebook beside the keys and the bowl of oranges beneath the shaded light. The next ordinary work would begin when its time arrived. Until then, the paths were clear, the doors were settled, and the lamps continued in the fog. The Night Conservatory. Episode 7. The First Fig Leaf. The night had moved gently toward its middle hour when Mara reached the fig house. Beyond the glass, the weather had softened the garden into pale, indistinct shapes. The lamps along the connecting walk made warm pools on the tiles, each one joining the next without quite touching it. Mara passed through them at an even pace, carrying the logbook against her side with the pencil tucked through its spine. The fig house door stood open by its usual small measure. She placed one hand on the handle and eased it wider, then stepped into the gathered warmth. The change in the air was immediate but mild. The glass house held the clean scent of damp stone, leaves, and settled soil. Broad fig leaves rose from the beds on either side of the path, their dark surfaces taking a muted green shine from the lamps. Some turned outward toward the glass. Others overlapped above the lower stems, making quiet layers of shadow. Mara paused just inside long enough for her eyes to adjust. There was no need to hurry from one object to the next. The room was already in its night state. The lamps shone evenly. The paths were dry and clear. Near the wall, the watering can stood upright on its tray. The door to the potting room was closed but unlatched, and a narrow line of warmer light showed around its frame. Tonight's work here was ordinary. Check the soil, prepare to measure the newest leaf, and leave a clear record for the next round. Mara knew the order well enough to let her hands and feet settle into it. She opened the logbook at the page marked for the fig house. There were already several short entries above the blank line, each made in the same practical spirit. Dates, conditions, small observations. Nothing in the book asked to be made more important than it was. Mara wrote the time first. Then she added, "Fig house warm. Paths dry, lamps steady." Her pencil moved with a quiet, dry sound across the paper. She read the line once, closed the book over one finger to hold the place, and walked slowly along the nearest bed. For a soil check, looking at the surface was only the beginning. Soil could appear dry where the warm air had touched it and still hold enough moisture below. Mara crouched near the edge of the bed, away from the closest stem, and rested the logbook on her knee. The top layer was loose and faintly crumbed. She moved a little of it aside with one fingertip and pressed gently beneath it. The soil below felt cooler. When she lifted her hand, a small trace of dark earth remained against her finger, neither muddy nor dusty. She checked again a short distance, farther along the edge. The same coolness waited beneath the surface there. The bed had moisture enough for the moment. It did not need water simply because watering was one of the possible tasks on the round. Care also meant leaving a plant alone when its condition was already suitable. Mara brushed the loose soil back into place. She did not pack it down. A light movement of her fingers was enough to return the surface to the way she had found it. She stood, keeping her pace easy, and crossed to the watering can. It remained on its tray, ready if required. She touched the handle to confirm its position, then left it there. At the far side of the room, one of the younger fig plants grew in the long bed near the potting room door. Its leaves were smaller than those of the older plants, and more of its slender stem remained visible between them. A small wooden marker stood in the soil nearby. Mara noticed the marker as she approached, though she did not stop to read it closely yet. That could wait until she was ready to make the leaf measurement itself. For now, she looked at the ground around the plant without touching the stem or leaves. The surface was tidy. No soil had spilled onto the path. The space around the marker was clear enough for her to kneel later and set a rule beside the leaf without brushing against the neighboring growth. She opened the logbook again and completed the entry she had begun. General bed check, cool beneath surface. No watering now. It was a specific record, but not a complicated one. Anyone reading it later would know what she had checked, what she had found, and why the watering can had remained on its tray. Mara closed the book and turned toward the potting room. The door opened easily beneath her hand. Warm amber light spread across the threshold and joined the greener light of the fig house. Inside, the work table ran beneath the inner window. Stacked clay pots stood at one end. A brush rested with its bristles turned upward in a jar. A tray of plant labels sat near a shallow bin of dry potting mix. Everything had the settled appearance of tools waiting between uses. Mara placed the logbook on the clear part of the table and laid the pencil beside it. She did not need to search for anything hurriedly. The potting room had its own simple arrangement, and the objects most often used for fig house work were kept close to the connecting door. She looked first at the work surface. It was dry. A light scattering of potting mix lay near the bin, no more than a few grains. Mara drew them together with the side of one finger and returned them to the bin. Then she wiped the place with the folded cloth already resting near the table's edge. The movement took only a moment. When she had finished, the table was ready to hold the logbook open while she recorded a measurement. The wooden measuring rule rested on the small shelf beside the door to the fig house. It was plain, with dark marks that could be read easily under the lamp. Mara lifted it from the shelf and checked that no dry soil clung to either edge. She ran the cloth lightly along its length, then set it on the table parallel to the logbook. She would use it beside the leaf rather than against it. A young leaf did not need to be pressed flat or handled for a simple measurement. The rule only needed to be held steadily from the base toward the tip, close enough for the marks to be read. Mara opened the logbook once more. Beneath the soil entry, she left space for the length and the condition of the new leaf. She made a small pencil mark at the beginning of the next line, then stopped. The number belonged there only after she had measured it. For the moment, preparation was enough. She returned the folded cloth to the edge of the work table. The pencil went back through the spine of the logbook. She picked up the book with one hand and the wooden rule with the other, holding both comfortably rather than balancing them in a single awkward bundle. From the potting room doorway, she could see the young fig plant across the short stretch of clear path. The nearby lamp gave its leaves a soft green outline. The wooden marker remained beside it, waiting to be read when she began the closer inspection. Behind her, the clay pots stayed in their neat stacks. The brush remained upright in its jar. The shallow bin was closed, and the work table was clear except for the place where the logbook had rested. Mara switched off nothing and moved nothing else. The potting room lamp was part of the established night arrangement, useful for seeing the marks on the rule and making a legible entry. She left the door open between the two rooms so the light fell gently across the threshold. Back in the fig house, the warmth settled around her again. The soil beds were quiet and suitably moist beneath their loose upper layer. The watering can remained on its tray because it was not needed. Her first entry was complete, and the materials for the leaf measurement were ready in her hands. Mara walked toward the young plant at the same unhurried pace with which she had entered. At the edge of the bed, she lowered the logbook to a dry place beside her and rested the wooden rule across its closed cover. Then she looked once around the warm room. Clear path, steady lamps, broad leaves holding their quiet shapes beneath the glass. The arrival round had found everything in order. The soil had been checked, the decision not to water had been recorded, and the next small task had been prepared without disturbing the plant. Mara settled beside the bed, ready to look more closely at the leaf. Mara settled beside the long bed with the logbook on the dry path and the wooden rule resting across its closed cover. The young fig stood a little apart from the older plants, close to the potting room door where the amber light reached through the open frame. From this height, she could see the plant more clearly. Its stem was slender and pale beneath the leaves. Two older leaves spread outward, one toward the path and one toward the glass. Near the top, a newer leaf had begun to open. It was smaller than the others and still held a few soft folds along its edges, as though it had not yet finished arranging itself in the warm air. Mara did not touch it. She first looked at the space around the plant, making sure she could work without leaning against the neighboring stems. The path was wide enough. The loose upper soil had already been returned to place after her earlier check. The small wooden marker stood beside the plant, its faded writing turned slightly away from her. For now, she left the marker as it was. The condition of the plant came first. Mara lifted the rule from the logbook and held it loosely in one hand. Before bringing it near the leaf, she studied the point where the leaf joined the stem and followed its shape with her eyes toward the tip. That gave her a clear line to measure without moving the leaf itself. She shifted a little closer on one knee. The rule remained beside the leaf rather than beneath it. Mara lined the first mark, near the base, leaving a small space between wood and plant. The newer leaf curved slightly forward, so she adjusted the angle of the rule until both edges could be seen at once under the lamp. Then she read the length. It was just over 6 inches from base to tip. Mara held the rule steady for another moment, not because the measurement was difficult, but because there was no reason to rush it. The marks were dark and clear against the pale wood. The leaf stayed still in the warm room, its fine veins visible beneath the softened green light. She lowered the rule and looked again from the same position. The leaf was open enough to measure, though its edges had not yet fully relaxed. Its surface was softer and less glossy than the broad leaves around it. Nothing appeared strained or disturbed. The stem held it easily. Mara set the rule across the closed logbook again. The earlier soil check had covered the general bed, but she now checked the edge nearest this particular plant. She chose a place well away from the stem and moved aside the loose top layer with one fingertip. Beneath it, the soil was cool and dark, just as it had been farther along the bed. She pressed gently, then lifted her hand. A faint trace of earth remained on the pad of her finger. It held together for a moment before crumbling. There was moisture beneath the warm surface, but no excess water and no need to add more. Mara checked a second place along the outer edge of the bed. The result was the same. She returned the soil with 2 light movements, leaving it loose. The watering can could remain on its tray. Its upright shape was visible across the path, ready for another time when it was needed. Mara brushed the trace of soil from her finger over the bed, then picked up the logbook. She opened it to the waiting line beneath her first entry and tucked the pencil from the spine. Resting the book on her knee, she wrote slowly enough for the words and figures to remain clear. Young fig. Soil cool beneath surface. No water. On the next line, she recorded the measurement. New leaf just over 6 inches. The pencil made its quiet, dry sound against the paper. Mara paused at the end of the line and checked the figure against what she had seen. It was simple and exact enough. She added no guess about what the leaf might do next. The logbook was most useful when it held what had been observed rather than what might later happen. She closed the book over one finger and looked once more at the plant. The small wooden marker remained beside it. In the light from the potting room, she could see that it carried a few lines of faded handwriting. But the marker was angled toward the bed rather than the path. She would turn her attention to it after the inspection was put away. There was no need to combine every small part of the work into a single moment. Mara lifted the rule and stood. She carried it through the open doorway into the potting room, with the logbook held comfortably against her side. The amber lamp gave the plain wooden marks a warmer color. On the work table, the stacked clay pots remained. At one end, the brush stood bristles up in its jar, and the tray of plant labels lay beside the closed bin of dry potting mix. She placed the logbook on the clear part of the table and laid the rule beside it. A faint grain of soil clung near the lower edge of the rule. Mara picked up the folded cloth and drew it once along the wood, then turned the rule and wiped the other side. She did not polish it or make unnecessary work of it. The object only needed to be clean before it returned to the shelf. When the edge was clear, she carried the rule to its place beside the fig house door. She set it parallel to the front of the shelf, where it could be lifted easily on the next round. The folded cloth went back to the work table. Mara checked the place where the logbook had rested. It was dry and clean. Nothing from the inspection needed sweeping, and none of the stacked pots had been moved. She opened the book once more beneath the potting room lamp. The two new lines followed naturally from the earlier entry. The beds held enough moisture, the watering can had stayed on its tray, and the young leaf had been measured without being handled. Mara read the page from the time at the top to the final figure. Anyone taking the next shift would understand the condition of the room and what had been done. She returned the pencil to the spine. For a few moments, she stood at the inner window between the potting room and the fig house. The warmer amber light met the muted green of the lamps beyond. Broad leaves overlapped in quiet layers, and the clear path ran between the beds toward the glasshouse door. The young fig was partly hidden from this angle. Mara could still see the upper edge of the new leaf, held among the older growth. The wooden marker made a narrow shape in the soil beside it. She picked up the logbook and stepped back through the doorway. The fig house felt unchanged by the inspection. Its warmth remained even. The clean scent of damp stone and leaves rested in the air. The watering can stood where it had before, and the soil showed no sign of the light checks made along its outer edge. Mara crossed the short path to the young plant and stopped beside it. The first inspection was complete. The soil had been checked. The choice not to water had been recorded, and the new leaf had a clear measurement in the logbook. The wooden rule was clean and back on its shelf. The potting room table was ready for its next ordinary use. Only the small marker remained to be read more closely. Mara lowered herself beside the bed again, with the closed logbook resting easily in her hand. The lamps stayed steady above her, and the warm fig house held its quiet night arrangement, while she turned her attention to the faded writing beside the leaf. Mara remained beside the young fig, with the closed logbook resting easily in her hand. The inspection was complete, and only the small wooden marker remained to be read more closely. Its faded writing faced slightly toward the bed. She leaned nearer without reaching between the stems. Under the muted green lamp and the warmer light coming through the potting room doorway, she could make out the shape of several handwritten words, though a thin veil of loose soil still covered the lower part of the marker. Mara brushed the soil aside with the edge of one finger. The wood beneath was pale where it had been sheltered and darker along its weathered grain. The handwriting was neat, practical, and faint enough that she read it slowly. New leaf expected after evening warmth. A date from earlier in the week appeared below the words, followed by Elias's initials. Mara looked from the marker to the plant. The newest leaf rested near the top of the slender stem, open among the older growth. Its edges still held a few shallow folds, and its green was softer than the deeper, broader leaves around it. She had already observed its condition and entered its length in the logbook. Now the marker gave that ordinary observation a little context. The leaf had opened as the earlier note predicted. There was nothing puzzling in the connection. The fig house had kept its even warmth through the evening, and the young plant had responded in its own time. So Elias had noticed the leaf approaching that stage during an earlier round and had left a short expectation beside it. Mara had arrived later and found the expected change complete. The accuracy pleased her in a quiet way. It was the same kind of satisfaction as finding a tool on its proper shelf or reading a clear entry from the previous shift. One careful observation had been left for another careful observer. The marker did not ask for a reply, and the leaf did not need to become an event. The earlier note and the present condition simply met beside the bed. Mara opened the logbook to the fig house page. The existing entries were concise beneath the time at the top. They already held the room's condition and the work she had completed. She found the open space beneath them, set the pencil to the paper, and added a single sentence. Leaf open as expected after evening warmth. The pencil made its soft, dry sound. Mara placed a full stop at the end and read the sentence once. It recorded the connection clearly, without enlarging it, and without repeating anything already written on the page. She turned the pencil to the spine and closed the logbook. For a moment she stayed where she was, looking at the faded marker and the new leaf above it. Seen together, they made a small record in two parts. The marker belonged to the earlier part of the week, when the leaf had still been folded more closely. The open leaf belonged to this middle portion of the night. Neither part required guessing about what would happen next. The warm room had been enough. Mara rested the logbook against her knee and let her attention widen from the young plant to the bed around it. Older leaves spread on either side, some facing the glass and others turning toward the lamps. Their surfaces held the light differently. One showed a muted shine along its center vein. Another remained almost entirely dark, where it overlapped its neighbor. The newest leaf was easy to distinguish only because Mara knew where to look. Soon, it would settle into the general green of the plant. Its edges would relax, its color would deepen, and someone entering on another night might see it first as simply one leaf among many. That did not lessen the value of noticing it now. The conservatory's overnight records were made from changes of this scale. A surface becoming dry, a lamp holding its warmth, a stem standing a little taller, a leaf opening when the conditions suited it. Nothing had to happen quickly to be worth recording. The potting room remained open behind her. Amber light lay across the threshold and reached the stone path near the bed. From where she knelt, Mara could see the clear section of the work table beneath the inner window. The stacked clay pots stood at one end. The brush waited with its bristles upward in the jar, and the tray of plant labels remained beside the shallow bin of dry potting mix. The room looked ready for the small acts that followed observation. Putting a surface back in order, returning an object to its place, leaving a note legible for the next round. Mara glanced at the wooden marker again. The soil she had brushed from its face had fallen in a narrow line beside it. Only a little had moved, but the lighter grains now rested unevenly against the darker surface of the bed. The marker itself still leaned slightly inward, secure but not easily read from the path. Those were ordinary things she could set right. She did not begin immediately. She allowed the discovery to settle first, as simple as it was. Elias's earlier handwriting remained on the wood. Mara's present sentence rested in the closed logbook. Between them stood the plant itself, requiring no explanation and making no demand. Warm air gathered beneath the glass. It carried the familiar scent of settled soil, leaves, and damp stone. Beyond the panes, the weather softened the garden into pale shapes, but here the lamps remained steady and the room's arrangement stayed plain. The path was dry. The potting room doorway was close. The young fig held its open leaf without movement. Mara rose carefully, keeping clear of the stem. From standing height, the marker became less legible again. Its face was turned too far toward the bed, and the faded words slipped into the green shadow beneath the leaves. She could understand why she had noticed it earlier without reading it. It had been placed near the plant as a practical reminder, but time and loose soil had made it less convenient to see. She considered the shortest useful work. The marker could be turned slightly toward the path without being removed. The narrow line of disturbed soil could be returned to an even, loose surface. In the potting room, she could make sure the clear table and nearby shelf were ready before leaving the area settled for the rest of the hour. None of this changed the discovery. It only followed from having paused long enough to read what was already there. Mara held the logbook comfortably against her side and looked once more at the newest leaf. Its small folds cast fine shadows near the edges. The lamp gave its veins a pale outline, while the older leaves around it formed a darker, sheltering layer. The earlier note had been right. She had recorded that connection once, and there was no need to return to it in different words. Now the page could remain closed. Mara lowered her gaze to the few displaced grains around the marker. She set the logbook on a dry place at the edge of the path, within easy reach and well away from the soil. Then she crouched beside the bed again, leaving comfortable space between herself and the young stem. The fig house remained warm and quiet around her. The potting room waited only a few steps away, its amber light falling across the clear threshold. With the small discovery complete, Mara turned her attention to the gentle work of leaving the marker, the bed, and the nearby work area ready for whoever came next. Mara remained crouched beside the young fig, with the logbook resting on a dry place at the edge of the path. The small discovery was complete. Elias's faded note had predicted that evening warmth would help the new leaf open, and the leaf had opened. Mara had measured it at just over 6 inches. The soil beneath the loose surface was cool and dark, so the plant did not need water. All of that was known now. What remained was the gentle work of leaving the plant and its records ready for the next person. The soil around the wooden marker had been lightly disturbed when Mara brushed its face, clear enough to read the faded writing. A narrow line of displaced grains rested beside it, and a little of the darker earth beneath showed through the loose upper layer. Mara drew the soil back with 2 fingers. The upper crumbs were warm and dry against her skin, much lighter than the cooler earth below. Some were fine as sand, others held together in small, soft pieces that broke apart with almost no pressure. She moved them gently around the base of the marker, covering the narrow line without pressing the surface flat. The young fig needed air around its roots, as much as it needed moisture. There was no reason to smooth the bed until it looked firm and finished. A loose surface was the better finish. She lifted her hand and looked at the result. The soil lay evenly again, with the same faintly crumbed texture as the rest of the bed. No dark lower soil remained exposed to the warm air. A few grains had reached the pale stone border beside the path. Mara gathered them with the side of her finger and returned them to the bed. Once they were back among the darker earth, the edge looked clear without appearing newly scrubbed or arranged. The wooden marker still leaned slightly toward the bed. Its writing could be read only by kneeling and looking from the side. Mara rested 2 fingers near its lower edge and tested it with the lightest pressure. It was secure in the soil. Nothing needed replacing. She turned it only a little, just enough for the faded words to face the path. New leaf expected after evening warmth. The date and Elias's initials remained below. The prediction had already done its work. It had guided Mara's attention toward an ordinary change that might otherwise have blended into the green of the room. She left the marker standing beside the plant, now easier for the next round to read without anyone reaching between the leaves. The leaf itself needed no adjustment. Mara looked at it once from base to tip. Its soft folds remained along the edges, and its fine veins showed where the lamp touched the matte green surface. She did not test those folds with her fingers or try to open them farther. Warmth and time had brought the leaf this far. Warmth and time could continue the work. Mara stood and brushed the last dry trace of soil from her fingertips over the bed. Across the path, the watering can remained upright on its tray. She left it there. The open potting room doorway was only a few steps away. Amber light spread across the threshold and met the quieter green light of the fig house. On the small shelf beside the doorway, the wooden measuring rule lay clean and dry, parallel with the front edge, exactly where Mara had returned it after measuring the leaf. There was no reason to take it down again. Inside the potting room, the stacked clay pot stood at one end of the work table. The brush rested bristles up in its jar. The tray of plant labels remained beside the shallow bin of dry potting mix, and the folded cloth lay at the clear edge of the table along its familiar creases. The room was already ready for its next ordinary use. Mara picked up the logbook from the edge of the path and carried it through the open doorway. She set it beneath the amber lamp and opened it to the fig house page. The useful facts were already there. The fig house was warm, the paths were dry, and the lamps were steady. The soil was cool beneath the surface, so no water was needed. The new leaf measured just over 6 inches. Beneath those lines, Mara had recorded the connection she had just discovered. Leaf open as expected after evening warmth. She read the page once before adding anything. There was no need to describe the same observation in several different ways. A clear log was better than a crowded one. The marker had been turned only slightly, and the displaced soil had simply been returned to its former loose condition. Both actions could fit into one concise entry. Mara drew the pencil from the spine and wrote beneath the existing lines. Soil restored loose, marker turned toward path. Her pencil moved steadily over the paper with its dry, companionable sound. She paused at the full stop, then read the entry once. It said what she had done. It did not repeat the measurement or the soil condition. It did not make the opened leaf seem more unusual than it was. Anyone reading the page later would know that the bed had been left loose and the existing marker made easier to see. Mara returned the pencil to the spine and closed the logbook. Through the inner window, the fig house held its quiet green light. Broad leaves overlapped above the beds. The young leaf was visible only as a softer shape among them. Near its stem, the wooden marker now faced outward, and the soil around it lay loose and even. The work had required very little. A few grains returned to place. A small marker turned within the soil. One short line entered in the book. That was enough. Mara stepped back through the open doorway, with the closed logbook held comfortably against her side. The gathered warmth met her hands and face again, carrying the clean scent of damp stone, leaves, and settled soil. She walked once along the edge of the bed, looking at the pale stone border and the clear path. Nothing had been left behind. The measuring rule remained clean on its shelf. The watering can had not been moved because the soil did not need water. The marker could now be read from the path, and the top layer of the bed retained its light, crumbed texture. At the young plant, Mara stopped without crouching again. From standing height, the faded words were easier to make out. The marker no longer turned inward beneath the leaves. It faced the person making the next round, while remaining close to the plant it described. Above it, the new leaf rested among the older growth. From the path, it looked smaller than it had during the close inspection. Its newest green blended softly with the deeper shades around it. It no longer seemed like a discovery waiting to be understood. The earlier note had predicted an ordinary change, and the ordinary change had come. Mara had observed it, measured it, and recorded it. Nothing more was required of the leaf. She let her gaze move from the soft folds along its edges to the slender stem, then down to the marker and the restored soil. Each part of the small task now sat in useful order. The plant had been left untouched. The bed had been returned to the condition in which she had found it. The note remained beside the leaf, turned only enough to be legible. The practical care was complete. Warm air rested beneath the glass. Outside, the softened weather remained beyond the panes, pale and distant. Inside, the lamps gave the fig leaves their muted shine. One broad leaf caught a narrow line of light along its center vein. Another stayed almost dark where it overlapped its neighbor. The new leaf held a gentler shade between them. Mara stood for another quiet moment, allowing the room to remain as it was. There was no need to check the soil again. Its condition was known. There was no need to measure the leaf again. The rule was clean and stored. There was no need to adjust the marker again. It was secure and facing the path. The concise entry waited in the closed logbook, ready for whoever next needed it. Mara placed the book against her side and turned her attention toward the few familiar steps between the bed and the potting room doorway. Amber light still crossed the clear threshold. The watering can remained upright on its tray. The wooden rule stayed on its shelf, easy to find without moving any other object. Behind her, the young fig stood in loose, evenly restored soil. Its marker faced outward. Its newest leaf remained open in the steady warmth. With the gentle work complete, Mara was ready to follow the familiar return path. Mara stood at the edge of the young fig's bed, with the closed logbook held against her side. The gentle work was complete. Loose soil lay evenly around the wooden marker. The marker faced the path, and the new leaf rested above it without having been touched. The return path began only a few steps away. From the young plant, Mara walked along the dry stone border toward the open potting room door. The amber light inside spread across the threshold, making a soft rectangle on the fig house path. To her left, the older leaves overlapped in broad, quiet layers. To her right, the watering can stood upright on its tray, still unused because the soil beneath the surface had been cool and dark. She paused beside it long enough to check that its base sat fully within the tray. It did. The handle leaned toward the path where it could be lifted easily on another round. Nothing needed changing. Mara continued to the potting room. The wooden measuring rule rested on the small shelf beside the doorway, parallel with the front edge. Beneath the amber lamp, its dark marks were clear against the pale wood. The folded cloth lay on the work table along its existing creases. The brush remained bristles up in its jar. The clay pots stayed in their neat stacks, and the lid of the shallow bin sat properly in place. She set the logbook on the clear part of the table. Before doing anything else, Mara opened the book to the fig house page and read the entry from the beginning. The time appeared first. Beneath it were the conditions she had observed when she arrived. The fig house was warm, the paths were dry, and the lamps were steady. The next line held the general bed check. The soil was cool beneath the surface. No watering now. After that came the closer check beside the young fig. Its soil was cool beneath the surface, too. No water. Then came the measurement of the newest leaf, just over 6 inches. The following sentence connected the open leaf with the earlier note on the marker. Leaf open as expected after evening warmth. Last came the brief record of the gentle work she had just completed. Soil restored loose, marker turned toward path. Mara looked through the open doorway toward the young fig. From the work table, she could see the upper part of the slender stem and the softer green of the new leaf among the older growth. She could also see the narrow face of the wooden marker, now that it had been turned toward the path. The written record agreed with what remained before her. The leaf was open. Its measurement had been entered clearly. The soil beside the plant had been cool and dark beneath the surface, so the watering can remained unused. The few grains displaced while reading the marker had been returned, and the surface had been left loose. The marker faced outward. There was nothing to correct and no new fact to add. Mara read the final line once more, then closed the book without drawing the pencil from its spine. She left the date and Elias's initials on the marker to speak for themselves. They were already part of the plant's ordinary record, and there was no need to copy them into the logbook. The wooden rule was already clean, but she checked its position as she passed the shelf. One end had settled a little nearer the wall than the other. She moved it by less than the width of a finger until it lay straight and easy to reach. Then she left it alone. On the work table, the folded cloth remained ready for another use. Mara ran one hand lightly over the clear space where the logbook had rested. The surface was dry. No soil grains caught beneath her fingertips. She carried the closed book back through the doorway into the fig house. The change in light was gentle. Amber remained behind her in the potting room, while the fig house lamps gave the beds their muted green shine. The warmth felt even across her hands and face. Beyond the panes, the softened weather made the garden pale and indistinct. But inside the glass, the path was plain. From the potting room threshold, Mara followed the same short route back to the young plant. First came the small shelf with the measuring rule. Then the watering can on its tray. Then the pale stone edge of the long bed. The marker stood a little way beyond, and above it the new leaf held its quiet shape. The route had a clear order. No other room was needed, and no longer circuit was required. Everything connected with the task was contained within these few familiar steps. Mara stopped beside the bed and opened the logbook once more. Using its cover to shield the page from the slight green cast of the lamp, she read the final entries while standing near the plant itself. New leaf, just over 6 inches. Leaf open as expected after evening warmth. Soil restored loose. Marker turned toward path. She looked from the words to the leaf. The wooden rule had shown the length without touching the plant. The marker now made the earlier note easy to read. The soil remained cool beneath its loose upper layer, so the watering can had stayed on the tray. Each part of the record could be seen in the settled room around her. Mara closed the book without adding anything. Near the inner side of the potting room doorway, a clear section of the fig house shelf stood at a comfortable height above the path. Mara placed the logbook there, with its spine facing outward. She drew the pencil from the spine and set it beside the book, rather than leaving it between the pages. Both would remain within the fig house, close to the plant and close to the measuring rule, ready for the next ordinary check. She adjusted the pencil until it could not roll. The shelf was dry, and neither the book nor the pencil crowded the rule's place inside the potting room doorway. With the tools settled, Mara walked once more along the stone edge of the bed. She did not repeat the soil check. The result had already been clear. She did not measure the leaf again. The number had been recorded. She simply looked at the surface of the bed, the outward-facing marker, and the open leaf above it. The plant needed no further attention in this hour. At the far end of the short path, Mara turned back. The fig house arranged itself into familiar parts. Broad older leaves near the glass, the younger plant by the inner doorway, the watering can resting unused, and the potting room glowing amber beyond. The logbook lay closed on the fig house shelf, with the pencil beside it. The wooden rule was clean and returned to its place. The earlier note had predicted an ordinary change, and the ordinary change had come. Mara had seen it, measured it, checked the soil, and left a clear record. Nothing remained uncertain, and nothing had been set aside for later explanation. She eased the potting room door toward its usual open position, leaving enough space for the warm light to cross the threshold. Then she rested her hand briefly on the fig house door and confirmed that it, too, stood open by its familiar small measure. Warm air stayed gathered around the beds. The lamps remained steady. Outside, the pale weather rested against the panes without altering the quiet within. Mara's return path ended where it had begun, beside the young fig. She gave the new leaf one final, unhurried glance. It was no longer a discovery. It was simply part of the plant now, open among the older leaves and recorded in the book nearby. With the tools put away and the observation complete, Mara let the room settle around the finished work. The fig house stayed warm, the path remained clear, and everything needed for the next ordinary round waited in its proper place. Mara remained beside the young fig while the room settled around the completed work. There was nowhere else she needed to go just yet. The return path had already brought her back to the plant, and every part of the task was finished. The soil had been checked. The new leaf had been measured at just over 6 inches. The faded note had proved accurate, and the result had been entered in the logbook. The watering can had remained on its tray because the earth beneath the loose surface was cool and dark. The fig house stayed warm. Mara stood without reaching for the leaf again. Its softer green was easy to distinguish from the older leaves when she knew where to look. The edges still held a few shallow folds, and the fine veins showed wherever the steady lamp rested on them. Nothing about it needed correcting. It had opened in the evening warmth, and it could continue to unfold at its own quiet pace. Below it, the wooden marker faced the path. New leaf expected after evening warmth. The words were faint, but they could now be read without leaning between the stems. The date and Elias's initials remained beneath them. Mara had already recorded the useful result in the logbook, so the marker and the page agreed with each other. One held the earlier expectation. The other held the ordinary outcome. She let her gaze move down from the marker to the soil. The surface lay loose around the young plant. Small crumbs of dry earth caught a little light along their upper edges, while the deeper color beneath remained mostly hidden. The places she had checked no longer stood out from the rest of the bed. She had returned the soil lightly, without pressing it flat, and the bed looked much as it had when she arrived. There was no reason to test it again. Mara had learned that a completed check could be left complete. Repeating it would not make the record clearer or the plant better cared for. The useful thing now was to allow the soil to keep its moisture and the leaf to keep its warmth. Across the path, the watering can stood upright within its tray. Its handle leaned toward the open space where it could be reached on another round. The metal held a dim reflection from the lamp, no brighter than a narrow line along one side. Mara looked at it, confirmed its place, and left it alone. The logbook rested on the clear section of the fig house shelf near the potting room doorway. Its spine faced outward. The pencil lay beside it, adjusted so it could not roll. Both were close to the plant, the marker and the measuring rule, ready whenever the next ordinary observation was due. Mara walked the few steps from the bed to the shelf. Her pace was slow, though not because she was tired or uncertain. The work simply required no speed. The pale stone border remained on one side of her, and the clear path remained beneath her feet. Broad leaves rose from the older plants on the other side, overlapping without closing the way. At the shelf, she placed 2 fingers lightly against the logbook cover. It was closed properly. No loose page projected from the edge, and the pencil remained still beside it. Mara did not reopen the book. The entries had already been read and checked against the room. Young fig, soil cool beneath surface. No water, new leaf just over 6 inches. Leaf open as expected after evening warmth. Soil restored loose, marker turned toward path. The words held everything that needed to be carried forward. First came the soil and measurement observations, then the expected opening of the leaf, and then the later work that had restored the soil and turned the marker. They did not ask for an explanation, and they did not create another task. They were simply a clear account of the plant as it was tonight, and the care that had already been completed. Mara removed her hand from the cover. Through the open potting room door, the amber lamp rested over the work table. The wooden rule lay straight on its small shelf, parallel with the front edge. Its pale surface was clean, and the dark measuring marks were easy to see. The folded cloth remained on the table along its old creases. Beyond it, the clay pots stood in neat stacks. The brush weighted bristles up in its jar, and the shallow bin of potting mix was closed. Nothing had been left in the middle of use. Mara stepped only as far as the threshold. The potting room carried the dry, familiar scents of clay, cloth, and potting mix. They met the damp green scent of the fig house in the open doorway. The 2 kinds of warmth were slightly different. Under the amber lamp, the smaller room felt close and practical. Beyond it, the fig house held warmth more broadly beneath the glass, spreading it over beds, leaves, stone, and the clear path. Mara rested one hand against the doorframe and looked at the work table. Its open space was dry. The few grains of potting mix had been returned to the bin. The cloth had cleaned the wooden rule and then gone back to its place. No pot had been moved, and the brush had not been needed. She did not enter farther. The room was ready. The tools were ready. There was no small improvement left waiting to be made. Mara eased her hand from the frame and remained on the fig house side of the threshold. The door stood at its usual opening, wide enough for the amber light to cross the path without releasing too much of the room's gathered warmth. She left it exactly there. For a while, she watched the 2 colors of light meet on the stone. The amber from the potting room reached a little way into the muted green of the fig house. Neither light changed the other completely. Along the edge of the threshold, they made a softer shade between them, warm enough to show the clean floor and the lower edges of the nearest leaves. Outside the glass, the weather had reduced the garden to pale shapes. The panes held it at a comfortable distance. There was no need to study it or decide what it might do later. It was simply the night beyond the conservatory, softened against the glass. Inside, the temperature remained even. Mara turned from the doorway and looked along the short path to the young fig. From here, the newest leaf was partly sheltered by an older one. Its outline still showed under the lamp, a small open shape near the top of the slender stem. The marker below it faced outward, and the surface of the bed remained loose. She walked back to the plant once, not as another circuit and not to repeat the inspection, but to settle at the place where the work had ended. Her steps made little sound on the dry path. The broad leaves held still around her. Their surfaces took the light differently as she passed. Some almost matte, some showing a muted shine, others remaining dark where they overlapped. At the bed, Mara stopped at a comfortable distance. She kept her hands at her sides. There was nothing to lift, adjust, measure, or record. The simple sequence of the round had reached its final part. Set down and leave in peace. The leaf was open. The soil held enough moisture. The logbook was complete. The warmth continued. Mara allowed each fact to remain as plain as it was. Earlier, the leaf had been something to notice closely. She had aligned the wooden rule beside it without touching the plant, read the marks, and checked the length twice. Then it had become something to record. The soil and measurement observations had taken their places on the page. The sentence about the leaf opening as expected had followed them. Later, she had returned the disturbed soil, turned the marker toward the path, cleaned the rule, and entered that completed work after the observation. Now the leaf required only time. The room supplied that without effort. Warm air rested beneath the glass. The lamp stayed steady above the beds. The watering can waited unused. The older leaves stood around the young plant, broad and settled, while the new one held its place among them. Mara looked at the stone border near her feet. Its pale surface was clear of soil. Beyond it, the path ran a short distance toward the fig house door, which remained open by its familiar small measure. She had already confirmed its position. She did not need to cross the room to confirm it again. The night round would continue in its own time, with other ordinary checks belonging to their proper hours. Nothing in the fig house pulled her forward. Nothing had been left unresolved behind her. She breathed in the clean scent of leaves and damp stone. The warmth softened the backs of her hands. It had been present when she entered, when she first tested the soil, when she brought the rule beside the leaf, and when she recorded the leaf's expected opening. It remained while she restored the loose soil and turned the marker, and it remained now that the work was done. The warmth was not a discovery or a change. It was the steady condition that allowed the room's plants to pass comfortably through the night. Mara's attention returned to the new leaf. Under the lamp, the faint folds at its edges made shallow lines of shadow. The surface between the veins looked soft. Its tip pointed outward from the stem, neither drooping nor pressed against another leaf. Just over 6 inches from base to tip, it had opened exactly as the earlier note had expected. That was enough to know. Mara did not imagine how large it might become or when another leaf might follow. Those things could be observed when they happened. Tonight's page belonged to tonight's condition, and tonight's condition was settled. After a little while, she lowered her gaze to the marker and then to the soil beneath it. The 3 parts of the task rested together: the note, the plant, and the earth that held it. Nearby, the closed logbook held the same simple sequence in words. The soil and measurement observed, the leaf open as expected, and the marker and soil left in order afterward. The room grew no emptier when Mara stopped working. It remained full of ordinary continuance. Soil kept its coolness beneath the surface. Leaves held warmth gathered from the air. Lamps gave enough light for the paths and labels. Tools waited where hands could find them. Care did not always end with a final movement. Sometimes it ended with the decision to make no more movements at all. Mara stood quietly beside the bed until even the memory of the pencil's dry sound seemed to belong to an earlier part of the hour. Then she shifted her weight into a comfortable stance and looked once across the fig house. The potting room doorway still glowed amber. The wooden rule rested clean on its shelf. The folded cloth lay on the work table. The watering can stood within its tray. The logbook remained closed on the fig house shelf, its pencil secure beside it. The paths were dry, the lamps were steady, and the beds held their quiet layers of green. Her final glance returned to the young plant. The outward-facing marker stood in loose soil. Above it, among the broad older leaves, the new fig leaf rested open in the steady warmth. Mara left everything exactly so. The Night Conservatory. Episode 8. before the morning visitors. The fog had thinned by the time Mara opened her notebook again. It had not gone altogether. Beyond the citrus house panes, the garden was still softened to a pale wash of shapes, but the nearest paths showed through more clearly than before. A low edge of stone appeared beside the entrance walk. The rail along the glass walk held a narrow line of moisture. The lamps made smaller pools against the whitening air. Mara sat at the table with the notebook before her and the keys beside the bowl of oranges. The familiar keys had been resting there while she looked over the lines she had written during the night. The first lamps, the fig leaf, the soil at the edge of the bed, cool and dark beneath her fingertip. There was room below the last entry, she wrote. Final round. The words were plain, but they gave the next part of the shift its shape. She closed the notebook, tucked the pencil through its spine, and sat for another moment with her hands resting on the wooden table. The citrus house held the same mild warmth it had held throughout the night. Around her, the orange trees were still and neatly spaced in their tubs. Their leaves caught the lamplight with a dull green shine. A few oranges remained in the bowl, round and warm-colored against the wood. The watering can stood where it belonged, near the nearer wall. Nothing in the room hurried her to begin. Mara looked through the glass toward the garden. The fog lay low among the beds, leaving a quiet border around the conservatory. The nearest gravel had begun to show through it, darkened by moisture, and a pale thread of daylight rested above the hedge. Morning was still some distance from the doors. For now, the glass house remained a night place, tended by lamps and small adjustments. She slipped the notebook into the pocket of her cardigan. The keys followed. Their labeled tags settled into a soft, contained weight against the wool. She knew their order better now, though she still liked the useful feel of the labels between her fingers. They belonged to the work in the same way as the pencil, the watering can, and the small signs beside the plants. Each was there to make an ordinary task clear. Mara stood and pushed in her chair. She did not begin by checking the room. The final round had only just started, and there was no need to turn the first step into the last. Instead, she remained beside the table and let her eyes move once along the path she would take. Between the citrus tubs, the floor led toward the far panes, and then back to the door. Beyond that door lay the cooler glass walk with its lamps, its narrow bench, the folded canvas cloth, and the two clay pots in their tray. Farther along, the fig house and potting room waited in their familiar air. The route no longer needed to be imagined one room at a time. It joined together easily in her mind. Still, Mara gave her attention only to the place where she stood. She walked to the bowl and turned it slightly, not to improve it, but because one orange rested against the rim. When the bowl moved, the fruit settled into a looser arrangement, with a soft touch of peel against peel. Mara let it remain that way. She passed the watering can without lifting it. Its handle faced outward. The tray beneath it looked dry. Neither needed attention before the round began. At the nearest tree, a low leaf curved toward the path. Mara bent just enough to see that it hung freely and was not caught against the edge of the tub. The leaf needed nothing from her. She straightened and continued. The floor beneath her shoes was clear. The tubs sat evenly on their trays. The soil in the nearest one was dark without looking wet. She did not touch it. Earlier work had taught her that not every check required a hand or a tool. Sometimes seeing a room as it was provided all that was needed. At the far end, she paused beside the glass wall. Outside, the garden beds emerged and faded beneath the low fog. The change was so gradual that no single moment could be called brighter than the one before it. A stone edge became visible, then a little more of the path. Moisture gathered on the rail and along the lower panes, holding the lamps in faint reflections. Mara could also see her own softened outline in the glass. cardigan, dark hair, one hand resting loosely at her side. Behind that reflection stood the small orange trees and the table where the notebook had been. The room looked settled, but the round had only begun. That distinction pleased her. Beginning a final route did not mean rushing toward the end of it. There were still rooms to enter, temperatures to feel, paths to look along, and lamps to leave steady while the night remained. Each part could arrive in its own order. Mara turned back toward the door. As she walked between the trees, the keys moved lightly in her pocket. Their tags made no more than a muted touch against one another. The sound followed the pace of her steps and then stopped when she stopped. At the table, she glanced at the chair she had pushed in. The bowl of oranges rested near its center. The wood held the warm light without glare. She placed her fingertips briefly against the chair back, then let her hand fall. The citrus house door stood at its usual opening. Mara approached it without adjusting it yet. Cooler air reached through the narrow space and rested lightly on her face. It carried the mild dampness of the glass walk, different from the warmer scents of soil, leaves, and orange peel behind her. Through the opening, she could see the first lamp nearest the citrus house. Beyond it waited the narrow bench, pale beneath the glass. The folded canvas cloth showed one clean edge on its shelf. Farther along, the midpoint lamp made another amber circle on the floor. The corridor was quiet and clear. Mara took the notebook out once more, opened it to the words she had written, and read them without adding anything. Final round. That was enough. It named the work without claiming that any part of it had already been done. She returned the pencil to the notebook's spine and slipped the cover back into her pocket. Then she rested one hand on the citrus house door and moved it only as much as she needed to pass. The cooler air gathered around her as she stepped into the glass walk. Behind her, the citrus house kept its mild warmth, its orange trees, its bowl of fruit, and the watering can near the wall. Ahead, the lamps continued in their familiar sequence through the thinning fog light. Mara adjusted the door to its usual small opening and began the final round at an unhurried pace. At the citrus house threshold, Mara paused with the notebook in her pocket. The final round had begun, but it was still only a beginning. The entrance door remained closed in its usual overnight state, and the lamps along the glass walk continued to hold their warm circles against the slowly gathering daylight. She turned toward the glass walk. The nearest lamp shone more gently than it had earlier. Daylight had gathered along the panes, turning the fog beyond them from silver gray to a thin, pearly white. The lamp had not become unnecessary, but it no longer seemed to hold the corridor together alone. Mara walked toward the entrance hall, with one hand resting lightly over the keys in her cardigan pocket. The bench appeared where it always did, its wooden seat pale beneath the changing light. The folded canvas cloth remained on the shelf. Beside it, one clean edge turned outward. The clay pots stood in their tray, dry and even, their rims catching a faint shine. Mara looked down the length of the corridor before she continued. It was clear from the citrus house to the entrance hall, and clear in the other direction, toward the fig house. At the beginning of the night, each room and passage had seemed to ask separately for her attention. Now they were beginning to belong to one sequence. She knew where the floor changed beneath her shoes, where a door was usually left open, where the light cooled, and where it warmed. At the entrance hall, she stopped on the dark blue tiles. The outer door was still latched. Through its glass, the covered threshold showed clearly, and beyond it, the nearest part of the garden path had emerged from the thinning fog. Mara did not lift the latch yet. That belonged later in the opening checklist, when the rest of the round had been completed. For now, she checked the mat. Its edges lay flat. A little moisture had darkened the fibers nearest the door, but there was no curled corner and no gravel scattered across the tiles. She ran the side of her shoe lightly along the nearest edge, confirming that it rested evenly against the floor. Then she looked up at the notice board. The papers remained clipped in place. The labeled switches beneath them were unchanged, and every lamp named there was still on. Mara took the notebook from her pocket and opened it to the line she had written in the citrus house. Final round. Beneath it, she added 2 small marks beside the first items on the checklist. Entrance path visible. Matte flat. She closed the notebook and returned it to her pocket. 2 checks were finished. The others could wait for their proper place in the route. Mara turned back toward the citrus house. The nearest amber lamp remained steady above her. Its circle of light rested on the floor, though morning had softened its edges. She passed the bench again, noticing without touching that the canvas cloth had not slipped forward and that the tray of clay pots remained square beneath the window. At the citrus house door, she paused. The familiar opening remained between the door and its frame. Warm air touched her face as she stepped through. The small orange trees stood in their tubs along the path, their leaves still and glossy. The bowl on the table held several oranges, and the watering can waited near the wall. Mara went first to the table. Her chair was tucked in. The notebook had left a faint rectangle where it had rested earlier, but there was nothing untidy about it. She ran one finger along the chair back, then let her hand fall. The room did not need to be made impressive for the morning. It only needed to be itself. Warm, orderly, and open enough for someone to come in from the cool garden air and look at the trees when the doors were opened. Later, she walked between the tubs. The trays beneath them sat level. The floor was clean. A low leaf near the nearest orange tree curved toward the path without touching it, and Mara bent slightly to see that it was not caught on anything. It was simply growing as leaves did. She straightened again. At the watering can, she crouched just enough to look across the tray beneath it. The surface was dry, the handle faced outward, and the spout pointed away from the path. She did not move it. That made another completed check. At the far glass wall, the garden was more visible than before. The path outside ran between wet borders, its pale gravel darkened by the night's moisture. The fog still lay close to the ground, but it had thinned into a soft brightness that made the nearest stones and rails easy to see. Mara stood there for a moment, because the view had become part of the round. The glass held faint reflections of the lamps behind her. Orange leaves, table edge, lamp glow, pale garden. All of it rested together in the pane. When she turned back, the citrus house looked settled. She took out the notebook near the table and added 2 more small marks: citrus path clear, watering dry. There were still blank lines below them. Mara liked seeing the work take shape that way. Not as one declaration made too early, but as a row of ordinary facts gathered at an unhurried pace. She adjusted the door by the smallest amount, returning it to the opening she had seen at the start of the shift. Then she stepped into the glass walk again. The air there was cooler, but no longer cold. Its freshness made the warmth of the citrus house feel distinct, without making either room seem separate from the other. Mara passed at the midpoint lamp and looked up at it. The amber bulb was steady. She checked its small label, though she already knew what it said. Glass walk. The letters were plain and useful. Mara had begun the night by reading every label carefully. Now the labels felt less like instructions and more like companions to the work. They helped, but they did not need to explain everything. She left the lamp on. Daylight had begun to share the corridor with it, but the fog was still thick enough beyond the farther panes that there was no reason to change the lighting yet. The checklist named the lamps near its end. Mara would return to them when the rooms had been checked and the morning had gathered a little more fully. At the fig house door, she saw the greenish light through the familiar narrow opening. Inside, The beds and larger leaves had begun to take on their morning colors. The lamp still made. The leaves looked deep and cool, while daylight showed along their edges. The young fig plant stood among the others, its new leaf open and quiet near the top of its slender stem. Mara followed the path around the bed. She checked the floor first. It was dry and free of soil. Then she looked at the watering can on its tray, upright and unchanged. At the edge of the bed, the small marker remained easy to read. New leaf expected after evening warmth. Mara smiled a little at the note. The new leaf no longer felt like something that required close watching. It had become an ordinary part of the plant's shape, one pale green leaf among many darker ones. She did not touch the soil. She did not measure the leaf. Those were not tasks for this part of the round. Instead, she followed the curve of the path and made sure that no leaf reached so far into it that a morning visitor would brush against it. The path remained clear. Near the potting room doorway, she looked in at the work table. The brush stood in its jar with the bristles upward. The clay pots remained in short stacks. The table was clear except for the things that belonged there. Mara took one step into the room, enough to look at the far corners and the shelf beneath the table, then step back again. Everything there was in order, but she did not turn that observation into a larger conclusion. The potting room was one room on the route. The entrance latch, the remaining rooms, and the lamps still belonged to later parts of the checklist. She opened the notebook once more. Fig house path clear. Potting table clear. The page now held a short line of completed checks beneath the words final round. It was observable progress, no more and no less. Mara ran her eye over the marks, then closed the cover. She returned to the fig house door and left it at its usual opening. The room behind her held its calm green light, gentled by the growing day, but still useful among the broad leaves. On the way back through the glass walk, Mara noticed that the lamps had begun to look warmer than the air around them. Their circles of light were still visible on the floor, while the panes above had become pale enough to carry the first reflection of the sky. Soon, perhaps, the lamps could be switched off in their ordinary order. Not yet. Mara stopped at the bench and sat for a moment. The wood was cool beneath her, and the folded canvas cloth remained on the shelf beside her. Through the glass, the damp garden path appeared and faded where the last low bands of fog crossed it. She could feel the shape of the unfinished route without needing to hurry through it. Several practical checks were behind her now. The entrance mat, the visible path, the citrus floor and watering tray, the fig house path, the potting table. Ahead were the other established rooms, the final look along the connecting paths, the lamps, and the entrance latch. The conservatory was not yet in its morning state. It was moving toward morning by small degrees, just as the light outside was moving through the fog. Mara rested her hands loosely in her lap and listened to the quiet steadiness of the lamps above her. After a moment, she stood. She slipped the notebook securely into her pocket, felt the labeled keys settle beside it, and turned toward the next part of the route. Behind her, the citrus house held its mild warmth. Ahead, the glass walk continued beneath its amber lamps, with the remaining checks waiting in their familiar order. Mara stood from the bench and turned toward the next part of the route. The notebook remained closed in her pocket. Several lines had been marked beneath final round, but the checklist was not complete. The other established rooms still waited for their ordinary checks, and the lamps and entrance latch belonged later, when the morning had gathered a little more fully. For now, the entrance door remained closed and latched. Through the glass walk, the fog had begun to thin. It lay low over the borders and softened the far edge of the path, but the nearer gravel showed clearly. Drops of moisture held along the iron rail, each one pale where the growing daylight reached it. The garden looked rinsed rather than changed. The lamps continued in their proper places above Mara. Their amber circles were fainter than they had been earlier, no longer dividing the corridor into light and shadow so clearly. Daylight had begun to join them in one long, even stretch. It touched the bench, the shelf with its folded canvas cloth, the tray of clay pots beneath the window, and the familiar thresholds along the walk. Mara had expected the changing light to make the building feel different. It did, but not in a way that required adjustment. The rooms simply showed themselves more plainly. She rested one hand over the notebook in her pocket and looked along the passage. The final round had seemed longer when she wrote its name on the page. She had pictured it as a careful return through each room, with the checklist guiding her from one item to the next. That was still what it was. Yet the route no longer felt like a set of separate instructions. At the bench, the canvas cloth was still folded on the shelf. Its clean edge faced outward exactly as it had earlier. The clay pots stood beneath the window, their rims dull in the mixed lamp and morning light. Mara had noticed each of these things before, but during the night they had belonged to separate moments. The bench when she had paused, the cloth when she had checked the shelf, the pots when she had passed from one room to another. Now they seemed less like individual reminders. They belonged to the route. Mara smiled at the thought, though it was not a grand one. A route was simply a route. A door, a bench, a lamp, a turn in the path, a room with its particular temperature. But the conservatory no longer felt like a set of places she was borrowing for a night. She knew how the spaces met. She knew what was meant to be left open and what was meant to be put back. She knew where the floor gave a little under the matting near the fig house, and where the glass walk carried the faintest scent of damp leaves after rain. She did not need to write any of that down. The realization came quietly enough that she almost continued walking without naming it. She was becoming confident here. Not finished with the shift, and not certain that she had learned every small habit of the building. She still had rooms to check, lamps to switch off when the time was right, and the entrance latch to lift for morning. But she no longer needed the checklist to tell her where she was. She could feel the shape of the route around her and understand what came next. The confidence was modest. It did not make the work smaller or less deserving of care. It only made her attention feel steadier. At the citrus house door, she checked the familiar opening between the door and its frame. It was unchanged. Warm air reached her face, carrying the mild green scent of leaves and soil, with the cleaner brightness of the oranges from the bowl on the table. Inside, the small orange trees stood along the path in their tubs. Their leaves had begun to lose the glossy, lamplit look of the night and take on a softer, steadier green. A few oranges caught the morning light with a quiet weight of color. Mara walked to the table and looked at the chair. It was tucked in. The surface was clear. The faint rectangle left by her notebook had nearly disappeared into the ordinary grain of the wood. The watering can remained by the wall, its handle turned outward, ready for the next person who had a reason to use it. Nothing in the room asked her to rearrange it. She stood beside the nearest orange tree and looked down at the leaves that curved toward the path. Earlier, she had bent to make sure one low leaf was free. It still was. She did not need to look beneath it again. Her first glance had been enough, and the room had remained settled since then. That, more than the remembered order of the keys or the familiar turn of the path, made her recognize the change in herself. She was learning the difference between noticing and worrying. There would always be ordinary things to notice. A leaf growing toward the light, a cloth folded differently after use. Rain making the garden paths darker than they had been the evening before. Attention belonged to her work. Repeating every check did not. She could see a thing clearly, decide whether it needed her, and let it remain itself when it did not. Mara rested her fingertips briefly against the smooth rim of an empty pot near the wall. Then she withdrew her hand and left the citrus house as she had found it, with the door set at its small, usual opening. The glass walk felt brighter on her way back. The panes held more of the pale sky now, though the lamps were still lit above them. The bench and shelf made their small, familiar arrangement. At the midpoint, Mara glanced up at the lamp label. Glass walk. The label did not tell her anything new. It did not have to. Its plain letters gave her a simple pleasure, like seeing a name written neatly where it belonged. She left the lamp steady and continued. At the fig house door, the narrow opening admitted a cool, leafy smell. Mara went in and followed the path around the bed. The larger fig leaves made a loose canopy overhead. In the mingled light, their greens were varied rather than deep. Some silvery at the veins, some dark at the edges, some almost yellow where the daylight thinned through them. The young fig plant stood among the older leaves with its new leaf open near the top of the slender stem. Mara paused beside the marker. New leaf expected after evening warmth. She read it without leaning close. The words were easy to see. The leaf was easy to see too. It had already begun to look like part of the room, no more demanding than the watering can on its tray or the dry, swept path around the bed. She thought of how carefully she had looked at it during the night. That care had been right then. It had helped her understand what the note meant and how the plant belonged among the others. Now the same care meant leaving it alone. The potting room doorway stood open beside her. Mara looked in. The brush was upright in its jar. Clay pots were stacked in their short, even columns. The work table was clear, except for the things that belonged on it. The growing daylight made the room look less like a place waiting for instruction and more like a place prepared for ordinary use. She did not step inside. She had already checked the corners and the shelf beneath the table during this round. They had been in order then, and nothing suggested that another look was needed. Mara took the notebook from her pocket. She opened it to the checklist and read the short line of completed checks. The entrance path was visible. The mat lay flat. The citrus path and watering tray were in order. The fig house path was clear. The potting table was clear. Below those marks, other items still waited. The remaining rooms, the lamps, the entrance latch. Seeing the blank spaces did not weaken the small confidence she had felt. It made that confidence more useful. She knew what she had done, and she knew what she had not done yet. There was no need to confuse familiarity with completion. Mara returned the pencil to the notebook's spine and closed the cover. When she stepped back into the glass walk, the lamps still made their softened amber circles along the floor. The fog beyond the panes continued to thin without disappearing. The entrance hall waited at one end of the passage, its outer door still closed in its overnight state. The next part of the route waited in the other direction. Mara stood at the midpoint for a moment, with the notebook in one pocket and the labeled keys in the other. She did not need to prove her growing confidence by hurrying ahead. It was enough to recognize the place around her, to know which work was settled, and to continue toward the work that remained. Then she turned at an unhurried pace and followed the familiar path into the next part of the round. Mara stood at the midpoint of the glass walk, with the notebook closed in one pocket and the labeled keys resting in the other. Behind her, the citrus house, fig house, and potting room had received their ordinary checks. The entrance path was visible through the thinning fog, and the mat lay flat against the blue tiles. Ahead, the remaining rooms waited in their familiar order. The lamps were still on. The entrance door was still closed and latched. Mara let those facts remain as they were. First came the rooms she had not yet checked. After that, when the daylight had gathered more fully, she could switch off the lamps in sequence. The entrance latch belonged later still. She turned toward the Fern hall. The air changed before she reached it. The glass walk's coolness deepened into the damp, green air of the ferns. Moisture rested along the lower panes. Beneath the roof, the lamps gave the fronds a quiet amber edge, while morning light showed their upper surfaces in softer shades of green. The floor mats lay flat at every corner. Mara looked along the drainage edge beside the path. It was clear, holding only a faint shine. She did not repeat the slower watering route from the earlier shift. The soil remained settled, and the leaves carried enough moisture of their own. This part of the work required looking rather than adding. A broad frond leaned over the path near the turn. Mara placed 2 fingers beneath its stem and guided it lightly back toward the bed. It stayed there, resting against the other leaves. Farther on, a mat had collected a few pale crumbs of dried soil along its edge. Mara brushed them together, gathered them into her palm, and returned them to the bed, where they disappeared against the damp earth. The mat looked much as it had before, except cleaner. That seemed right to her. The best parts of the work did not need to announce themselves. She looked back along the fern hall path. The fronds rested within the beds. The drainage edge was clear. The mats lay flat. Mara took out the notebook, fern path clear, drainage clear. She added the marks without turning them into a conclusion. There were rooms still ahead, and the lamps were still on. The seed library lay beyond the fern hall, quieter and drier. The damp green scent gave way to paper, wood, and the faint dry earthiness that clung to the labeled drawers. Nothing stood open. At the table, the returned notebook remained in its proper place. Mrs. Sato's careful pages had already explained what they needed to explain. The different rooms required different kinds of care through the night, and the conservatory's quiet spaces had become useful to people as well as plants. There was no question left inside the closed cover. Mara touched one corner of the notebook, making sure it lay fully on the table. A pencil rested beside it. She turned the pencil a little so that it lay parallel with the notebook's spine. One drawer label had lifted slightly at a corner. Mara pressed it flat with her thumb and held it for a moment. When she took her hand away, it remained smooth. The drawer itself stayed closed. There was no reason to open it merely to prove that it had been checked. Mara opened her own notebook. Seed drawers closed. Table clear. From the seed library, the established passage led toward the small stair for the observatory roof. Mara followed it at the same even pace. The keys shifted softly in her cardigan, their labeled tags making a muted touch with each step. At the top, the observatory room held the coolest air of the route. The roof remained closed above her. Its fittings sat quiet and still, and the visitor register rested where it had been left. Mara looked first at the roof indicator. It showed the closed position plainly. The space around the mechanism was clear. The handle was in its proper resting place, and the room required no adjustment. The observatory did not feel like a place waiting for the sky to change. It was simply a small public room beneath a closed roof, ready for another ordinary evening when the weather and schedule allowed it. The thin cloud beyond the glass was morning weather now, soft and pale, with no task attached to it. Mara walked once around the central space. The path was clear, the register was closed, the roof was settled. She added the next marks. Observatory roof closed, floor clear. The remaining blank lines had grown fewer, but she did not write rooms ready. That would be true only after the lighting checks. Mara began the way back. She passed through the dry quiet near the seed library without touching the returned notebook or pencil again. At the fern hall, the frond she had moved rested among the other leaves. The mats lay flat. A thin line of moisture showed in the drainage edge, moving where it was meant to move. The daylight was stronger now. It reached farther beneath the leaves. The lamps still glowed, but their pools no longer held the path together. Beyond the fern hall, the glass walk was clear. The warmer opening of the citrus house remained visible, and the fig house held its cooler green. Now the lamps could be switched off. Mara returned to the nearest labeled switch. She read the name before touching it, Fern Hall. She pressed the switch. The amber light faded, leaving the fronds in the soft gray-green of morning. The room did not become dim. Its details remained clear. The flat mats, the clean path, the layered leaves, the narrow drainage edge. At each following switch, Mara read the label, looked along the space it served, and turned the light off only after confirming that daylight was sufficient. Seed library. The warm glow withdrew from the rows of drawers. Pale light from the glass settled over their labels and across the closed notebook on the table. The floor and the route between the drawers remained clearly visible. Observatory passage. The stair remained easy to see after the lamp went out. Its edges were plain in the growing morning. Glass walk. The amber circles along the floor disappeared, replaced by a continuous band of daylight beneath the panes. The corridor kept its familiar shape. The bench, folded canvas cloth, and tray of clay pots remained clearly visible. At the bench, Mara paused beside the shelf. One corner of the cloth sat a little nearer the edge than the others. She eased it back into line. Below the window, the clay pots remained in their tray, their rims catching the morning light. She continued along the lighting route to the citrus house. At its threshold, she found the familiar labeled switch and read it before placing her fingers against it. Citrus house. Mara looked between the small orange trees. Daylight reached across the path, showing the tubs, their level trays, the watering can near the wall, and the bowl of oranges on the table. The route from the doorway to the far panes was clear. She pressed the switch. The lamp went out, and the mild warmth of the room remained unchanged. Morning light rested evenly on the leaves and floor. Mara looked once from the table to the doorway and confirmed that the entire path was still plainly visible. Then she crossed the glass walk toward the fig house. The daylight beneath the panes carried her easily to its familiar opening. Inside, the broad leaves had taken on their morning greens, and the young plant's new leaf showed clearly near the top of its slender stem. Mara read the label beside the switch, Fig House. She looked around the curve of the path. The bed edge, the watering can on its tray, the small plant marker, and the opening toward the potting room were all distinct in the daylight. She turned the lamp off. The deeper green cast of the lamp faded, but the fig house path remained clear from end to end. The broad leaves were easy to see without it, and the route back to the glass walk remained open and familiar. Mara returned through the glass walk toward the entrance hall. Behind her, the citrus house and fig house paths remained clearly visible in daylight. The Fern Hall, seed library, observatory passage, and glass walk were also lit well enough for morning, with every established lamp now off except the one above the blue tiles. Its light had become faint against the clear shape of the outer door and the pale garden beyond it. Mara went to the small metal plate beneath the notice board and read the final label. Entrance hall. She turned it off. Daylight settled evenly across the tiles. It gathered near the glass of the door, along the lower edge of the notice board, and over the labeled switches. The hall remained quiet and clear. Mara looked back along the route once more. The glass walk was fully visible. Beyond it, the citrus house path remained warm and clear, and the fig house path held its quiet green without the lamps. Every established room light was off, and every connecting path could still be seen plainly. Only then did Mara take out her notebook and open it on the narrow ledge. The checks she had made formed a plain sequence down the page. Entrance, mat, citrus house, fig house, potting room, fern hall, seed library, observatory. Beneath them, she added one more line, lamps off. She read the list from the beginning. Every room had been checked. The paths were clear. The drainage edge was clear. The observatory roof was closed. The lighting checks were complete. Only the entrance opening remained. Mara did not write that the work was complete. She did not add a note for Elias. and she did not touch the outer latch. The door stood closed in its overnight state, holding its place at the final boundary of the checklist. She returned the pencil to the notebook's spine and slipped the cover into her pocket. The keys settled beside it with their familiar weight. Behind her, the conservatory held its morning light without the lamps. The Fern Hall kept its damp green air. The seed library waited with its drawers closed and its returned notebook on the table. The observatory roof rested in the closed position. The fig house, potting room, and citrus house remained as she had left them, their paths clearly visible. Ahead of her, the outer door waited for its one ordinary change. Mara stood on the blue tiles, calm and unhurried, with the completed route behind her and the entrance still properly closed. Mara stood on the dark blue tiles, calm and unhurried, with the completed route behind her and the entrance still properly closed. The outer door remained latched in its overnight state. Through the glass, she could see the covered threshold, the pale gravel path, and the garden beyond. The fog had thinned until it was only a mild softness near the hedge. The nearest border showed dark soil between its leaves. A little moisture remained on the path, but its curve toward the gate was clear. Only the entrance opening remained. Mara did not reach for the latch yet. Instead, she turned from the door and looked back along the glass walk. Without the lamps, the passage held a cooler, paler morning. The long panes gathered the colorless light from above and laid it evenly across the dry path. At the far end, the citrus house doorway showed a warmer shade among the glass and leaves. There was no need to repeat the checks she had already made. The fern hall mats were flat. The drainage edge was clear. The seed library drawers were closed, and the returned notebook rested on the table beside its pencil. The observatory roof was in its settled position. The fig house path was clear. The potting room work table was ready for the day's ordinary use. Mara could gather those facts without walking back into every room. Still, before she prepared the handover, she wanted to take the last route from the entrance hall to the citrus house and back. It was not another inspection. It was simply the return path itself, the familiar line joining the rooms she had tended through the night. She put one hand into her cardigan pocket and felt the ring of keys. The labeled tags rested together, light against her fingers. She knew their names without sorting through them. She knew the small difference between the warmth of the citrus house and the cooler air beyond its doorway. She knew where the bench stood, how the fig house opening felt as she passed it, and how the dark blue tiles of the entrance hall waited at the end of the walk. The knowledge was ordinary. It had come from walking the same short routes, opening and closing what needed to be opened and closed, noticing what was meant to be noticed, and leaving the rest in peace. Mara stepped into the glass walk. Morning had settled more fully over the panes. The fine damp marks along the lower glass had begun to fade, though a few still caught the light when she passed them. Above, the roof showed a broad, pale brightness that made the leaves on either side seem deep and collected. The path under her shoes was dry and familiar. At the bench, she slowed but did not stop. The folded canvas cloth remained on its shelf, and she was content to know it there. The clay pots by the window made their low, quiet shapes against the daylight. One still carried its faint dusting of old soil, a useful trace of the work for which it was kept. Nothing invited her hand. Nothing needed to. As she walked, she became aware of how different the conservatory sounded in the morning. During the night, the smallest noises had seemed distinct. The soft movement of her shoes, the brush against a mat, the quiet click of a switch. Now the building held those sounds more loosely. The glass walk seemed to contain the hush of the garden, as well as its own stillness. Beyond the panes, damp gravel lay along the outer paths, and the hedge had begun to show its ordinary green through the thinning fog. At the fig house opening, Mara slowed only enough to feel the cooler air touch her face. She could see the broad leaves through the doorway, layered beneath the glass. Among them, the young plant held its new leaf open near the top of its slender stem. The leaf no longer seemed like an event waiting to be understood. It was simply part of the plant now, pale among the older greens, exactly where the earlier note had said it would be after the evening warmth. That observation belonged in the handover. Mara did not take out her notebook to record it yet. She let the words remain simple in her mind. Fig leaf open as expected. Then she continued. The thought gave her a small private ease. At the beginning of the shift, each doorway had seemed to mark a separate task. She had carried the keys from one place to another with the careful concentration of someone learning a new arrangement. The labels had helped. So had the lamps, the door latches, and the objects left on shelves and tables. Every small thing had pointed toward the next thing. Now the route did not feel like a list. It felt like one place with several rooms. Mara passed the potting room doorway. Daylight lay inside with a plain, useful calm. The room had its work table, its brush, its stacked pots, and the familiar scent of dry clay and old soil. She did not enter. The room was ready for the day's work, and that readiness did not depend on her making it look ready again. Potting table, clear. That could remain among the checklist marks rather than the handover note. Elias did not need every observation repeated in a second form. A useful handover could be brief. It could mention what had changed during the night and leave the settled routine to the checks already written on the page. Mara walked on until she reached the citrus house threshold. The door remained at its small usual opening. Warm air passed gently through it into the glass walk, carrying the clean sharpness of orange leaves and the softer scent of dry wood. Behind the doorway, the small trees stood quietly in their tubs. Mara rested her fingers against the door without moving it. She had already looked around the room. The watering can was where it belonged, the chair was tucked in, and the table was clear. More than that, she had reached the point at which she could leave a room without feeling that attention must be proved by another look. She remained at the threshold only long enough to feel the mild warmth and notice the muted color of the oranges on the table. Citrus house, ready. The words were true, but they did not need to become a formal declaration before the entrance had received its final setting. Mara kept that distinction clear. The rooms had been checked, the lamps were off. The final route was nearly complete. The outer door, however, was still closed and latched. She turned back toward the entrance hall. The return felt shorter, though her pace had not changed. The glass walk passed beneath her steps in one familiar sequence, the citrus warmth receding behind her, the fig house coolness near the opening, the potting room with its dry scent, the bench and folded cloth, and then the firmer lines of the hall ahead. Her steps became quieter as the dark blue tiles drew nearer. Mara entered and let the familiar coolness of the entrance hall settle around her. The outer door stood exactly as she had left it, closed and latched in its frame. Beyond the glass, the last low fog rested near the hedge. The covered threshold was clear, and the damp gravel path curved visibly toward the gate. She went to the narrow ledge beneath the notice board and took out her notebook. It opened easily to the page she had used during the round. Beneath the heading she had written in the citrus house, the completed checks formed a plain sequence in her own handwriting. Final round. Entrance path visible. Mat flat. Citrus path clear. Watering tray dry. Fig house path clear. Potting table clear. Fern path clear. Drainage clear. Seed drawers closed. Table clear. Observatory roof closed. Floor clear. Lamps off. Mara read the list without moving closer. The lines were not impressive. They did not need to be. They gathered the night's work plainly, one ordinary fact after another. Below them, there was still room for the handover. She slipped the pencil from the notebook's spine and rested its point on the paper. For a moment, she considered the few things Elias would need when the day became his part of the conservatory. The round completed without anything requiring further attention. The young fig leaf open as expected. The soil settled. The rooms prepared for their usual use. Mara began the note. Elias' final round complete. Fig leaf open as expected. Soil settled. She paused there. The pencil remained in her hand. The sentence was not yet finished, and the entrance had not yet been given its morning's setting. That was as it should be. She had gathered the observations. She had taken the last familiar route. Now the final two pieces of the handover could be completed in their proper order. First the entrance latch. Then the last plain words on the page. Mara set the pencil gently across the open notebook, keeping her place. The keys remained in her pocket, their weight modest and known. Behind her, the conservatory held its own familiar arrangement of leaves, shelves, tools, glass, warmth, and cool air. The lamps were off, and daylight continued quietly along the paths. Ahead of her, the outer door waited in its frame, still closed and still latched. Mara turned toward it without hurry. The note rested unfinished on the ledge, ready for its final line. The entrance waited for its final setting, and Mara stood between the two small tasks, calm and capable, with the return path understood beneath her feet. Mara remained in the entrance hall, between the open notebook and the outer door. Morning had reached the conservatory without any clear dividing moment. The darkness had thinned, the lamps had given way to daylight, and the fog beyond the glass had drawn back from the nearest stretch of path. Now the blue tiles held a quiet, even light. The notice board, the labeled switches, and the narrow ledge beneath them all looked plain and familiar. On the ledge, the notebook lay open where she had left it. The pencil rested across the page beneath the unfinished note. Elias, final round complete. Fig leaf open as expected, soil settled. The entrance door still stood closed and latched in its frame. Mara looked through its glass. The covered threshold was dry. Beyond it, the pale gravel curved between damp garden beds, clear now to the gate. A little fog remained near the hedge, no more than a soft gray band beneath the returning green. Moisture held along the iron rail in a narrow line. Only the final setting of the entrance remained. Mara placed her hand on the latch. The metal was cool beneath her palm. She lifted it slowly until it reached its morning position. The fitting moved with a quiet, familiar resistance and then rested there. She kept her hand on it for a moment. There was no need to open the door. Closed, it would keep the mild warmth of the conservatory inside a little longer. Unlatched, it would yield easily when the morning began and the first visitor placed a hand against it. Mara tested it with one light pressure. The door gave a fraction within its frame and settled back against it. The entrance was unlatched for morning. She withdrew her hand and stepped half a pace aside, leaving the doorway clear. The keys remained in her cardigan pocket. She had not needed to take them out or sort through their labels. Their familiar weight rested against the wool as she turned back to the ledge. The notebook waited open beneath the notice board. Mara picked up the pencil and read the unfinished note once. The 3 short statements already on the page were enough to carry the small change from night into day. The final round was complete. The fig leaf had opened as expected, and the soil was settled. She added the last plain words. Entrance unlatched for morning. Rooms ready. Then she stopped. There was nothing else Elias needed from her. No explanation belonged beneath the note, and no question had been left for him to answer. The rooms were ready in their ordinary ways, and the entrance had received its morning setting. Mara read the complete note once. Elias, final round complete. Fig leaf open as expected. Soil settled. Entrance unlatched for morning. Rooms ready. The pencil made a dry, gentle sound when she laid it across the paper. She had heard that sound throughout the shift Whenever a temperature, a lamp, or an ordinary observation needed recording, here it was again, no louder than before. She closed the notebook carefully and returned the pencil to its spine. The notebook remained on the ledge where Elias would see it when he came in. Its cover lay flat beneath the clipped papers of the notice board. Below it, the labeled switches remained off. Mara let her hands rest loosely at her sides. Behind her, the conservatory was quiet in the morning light. She did not turn to inspect it again. The final round had already been walked. The routes had been checked, the lamps switched off, and the doors left at their usual openings. Another circuit would add nothing to the work. From where she stood, she could see the beginning of the glass walk. Daylight lay along the floor, where the lamps had made amber circles during the night. The corridor had not lost its shape when their light went out. It had simply taken on the pale, continuous light from the panes above. The narrow bench sat beneath the glass. The folded canvas cloth remained square on its shelf. The clay pots made low, still shapes in their tray. Farther along, the warmer opening of the citrus house and the quieter green of the fig house softened into the distance. None of it asked her to move closer. The blue tiles beneath her shoes were cool and firm. Her cardigan rested warmly around her shoulders. The keys in her pocket made a modest, known weight. The other pocket was empty now, and the notebook had been delivered to its proper place. Mara stood a little to one side of the outer door and listened without trying to separate every sound. Morning air moved faintly along the glass. A narrow thread of moisture traveled down one pane, somewhere beyond the entrance. A drop slipped from the iron rail to the damp earth below. The sounds arrived gently and faded into the larger quiet. The door remained closed beside her. Its latch stayed lifted. Through the glass, the nearest stretch of gravel had become a soft gray, darker where moisture still rested between the stones. The hedge beyond it was slowly returning to its ordinary green. Nothing outside changed quickly enough to mark a particular moment as the beginning of day. Light gathered at the threshold. It reached the edge of the entrance mat and rested in a pale rectangle across the tiles. The mat lay flat. Its dark fibers held no loose gravel, and its edges remained even against the floor. Mara watched the rectangle of light for a while. It did not seem to advance. It simply grew a little clearer as the fog thinned beyond the door. The dark blue tiles reflected the lower frame, and a faint suggestion of the glass above it. Behind her, the glass walk held a cooler light of its own. Warmth from the citrus house reached the passage in a mild current, too slight to stir her cardigan. The fig house kept its softer scent of leaves and damp soil. Farther away, the dry rooms remained still beneath their closed lamps. Mara did not need to name each room. She knew where she was. She knew that the outer door would open easily when morning required it, and that until then it could remain closed in its frame. She knew the notebook was waiting on the ledge, with the pencil secured through its spine. She knew the keys were with her and that the final note had been completed. These were enough. She shifted her weight slightly, from one foot to the other, and settled again. The movement made the keys touch softly in her pocket. Their labeled tags gave one muted tap and became still. Mara left her hand at her side rather than reaching for them. On the ledge, the notebook's plain cover caught a little of the growing daylight. The papers above it remained clipped to the notice board. Their lower edges hung without movement. Beneath them, the switch labels were easy to read, though Mara had no reason to read them now. The lamps were off. The entrance was unlatched. The note was finished. Her part of the opening checklist had reached its end. Mara allowed that fact to rest without adding to it. She did not need to make another mark on the page, or look once more along the route. The work had become complete through the small acts themselves. A switch pressed, a path observed, a latch lifted, a few useful words left behind. She took one slow breath. The entrance hall smelled faintly of cool tile, damp garden air, and the greener warmth carried from the rooms behind her. Nothing in the mixture was strong. The scents rested together as quietly as the morning light. Beyond the glass, moisture continued to shine along the rail. One droplet lengthened and slipped away. Another remained in its place. The last of the fog stayed low near the hedge. Mara looked neither for the gate nor for anyone approaching it. The path was clear, and that was all the morning required of the view. When the first visitor came, the entrance would be ready. Until then, the conservatory could remain in this settled pause between the night's tending and the day's ordinary use. She stepped another half pace away from the door. The doorway remained open and clear before her, though the door itself stayed closed. There was room for a hand to find the latch, and for the door to move inward without meeting anything on the tiles. Mara stopped there. She did not go back toward the glass walk. The route was understood beneath her feet, and the rooms did not need another visit. The conservatory could hold its own temperatures now. The mild warmth could remain among the orange trees. The cooler passage could carry the scents of damp stone and leaves. The fig house could keep its green shade around the young plant and its newly opened leaf. The leaf required no further attention. It had opened as expected. Mara had observed it and left it undisturbed. The fact now rested in the notebook for Elias, as simple as the settled soil beside it. She looked once at the closed cover on the ledge. The handover was complete. Elias would find the note when the day's work became his. He would not need to search for its meaning. The lines were brief, and every item had already been brought to rest. Mara turned her gaze back to the outer door. The pale path beyond it seemed almost level with the light on the tiles. Glass divided the two spaces, but the morning gathered on both sides. Inside, the air remained mild. Outside, the damp garden waited in its quiet gray and green. She let her shoulders settle beneath the cardigan. Her hands remained still. The keys rested in her pocket. For a time, nothing changed except the light. It became a little clearer along the threshold, a little softer on the notice board, and a little more even down the glass walk. The shapes of the bench and shelf remained where they were. The warm color at the citrus house doorway stayed low and muted. The fig house opening held its quiet green. Mara no longer followed the light from object to object. She simply stood within it. The conservatory had been tended through the night because its rooms needed different kinds of steady care. Now that care had passed into its morning form, paths clear, lamps off, rooms ready, one entrance unlatched, there was nothing left to finish. No further decision waited in the hall. No last task had been hidden beneath the familiar ones. The notebook held the final note. The door held its morning setting. The rooms behind her remained comfortably themselves. Mara breathed in the mild scent of damp air, reaching through the edges of the closed door. Then she breathed out and stayed where she was. Outside, moisture shone on the iron rail. Inside, pale daylight rested across the dark blue tiles. The entrance door stood closed but clearly unlatched, ready for the first ordinary push of morning. Mara remained safely beside it, calm and capable, while the night conservatory settled into day.